What is going on, guys? Happy New Year to half of the world already. I am super excited to be with you guys this lovely New Year's Eve here for us still in the United States. I hope you enjoyed that little cinematic intro. I know it's not in HD. It is recorded and uploaded in HD, and I will be releasing a link for that video if you want to watch it again in HD so you actually get to see kind of my perspective. I know a lot of the streams lately since I've moved have been in, not in 1080p, but nonetheless, that video still got me hyped. Just looking back at the channel, man, we've had some fun times here. It was pretty incredible. So I couldn't have done it without you guys. You guys are the reason I do this. You guys are the reason I stream, and it's been one of the most amazing additions in my life. So I just want to give you guys a thank you for supporting this channel, and I cannot wait for what 2021 has in store for us. So Happy New Year's all around. Guys, we are still in 2020 here on the West Coast in LAX here and also in Texas. So we've got the world clock, we've got the New York time up there on top. That's in local. Now, I know there's about a 45-second delay or so, maybe even a minute, depending on your internet connection from real life to my stream. But regardless, we're going to try to land in 2021. So we need to be off the ground here at 0Z, which is 6 p.m., which is going to be the UK, I believe, is next up for the New Year. So let's go ahead and get this airplane fired up, guys. We are in VATSIM. We're operating this flight Bourbon. There are a ton of guys out here already. We're going to have to get some CSLs next because this looks pretty funny. We got a bunch of random airlines. I love it. Alitalia. There was a Uzbekistani 76. Now there's a TUI, but I can only imagine most of you guys are probably in V1 livery. So I don't know if the internet's going to hold out this entire stream or not. Even if the stream goes completely dark, the flight must go on. We are getting storms and stuff here in Dallas. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get this stream airborne and get us on the road. But nonetheless, I got the most important way out. I got to say thank you to all you guys. So let's jump right into it. Get the airplane fired up, guys. Tolis 321 Neo, huge shout out to my friend Jungly who created this livery. And then I know that there have been guys that have been modifying the engine mods, such as Carta Jawol. I did throw on Carta's Pratt & Whitney engines for this flight. I wanted to give him a shout out for his engines. So Jungles, I do apologize. We changed the engine just a little bit here on Carta's engines. But if you download just the base pack and you run the regular Neo engines, which are totally fine, totally beautiful, you'll have an all red engines. Now, I am the only one that does have these little red sharklets here. That's a little special pizzazz Mr. Jungly gave me. But nonetheless, guys, I hope you enjoy the livery. I think it looks absolutely awesome, and I cannot wait to use it more and maybe get a CSL out there so we can all see each other's livery and start a virtual airline in 2021. Who knows? The options are limitless. So gonna get this airplane fired up here. Let's go ahead and just get maximum lights going on in here right now. Let's see, we'll keep everything else off. That looks good. We got to brighten up these screens. Shout out to, what do we got in chat here? We got Robert McIntosh, Max Rank, Paulo Aviadora, Sir Culture Shock. I think I got it right this time. Hold on, I got to move my box over here on my other monitor. Curlier Dreg Fubar, Benny, Max Rank, Aaron Hastings, CIO 183, David Edwards, Flying Guitar Sam, what is going on? Wojtek, good to see you, man. DJ Thomas, Cosmic Doubloon, Mrs. Jungles, Flight Simmer, Jeremy Harvey, Khalil Small, and many more. So I'm not going to be able to get all of you today. I want to get this airplane fired up here and ready to go. But man, I hope you guys are enjoying your New Year's. I hope you're enjoying your flight simulators, your Airbuses. Let's go ahead and get these screens lightened up here. We are on a long haul tonight. I mean, this is going to rival our Hawaii stream, but we do have a pretty nice tailwind up aloft, I believe. Hopefully we don't totally destroy LaGuardia with messed up spacing with a bunch of different winds aloft. I think that's what's causing a lot of spacing issues, is the winds aloft. Now, I did receive my PDC already from LA Ground. Shout out to VATSIM for getting guys online. I know there's some guys online for this. That's awesome. Shout out to Michael Bogna. He's going to be my official VATSIM liaison. Let's see. My squawk code from VATSIM was 7146. So 7146. Our call sign is Bourbon 2021. I figured that would be the most fitting. We got above. That looks good. Everything looks good there. All right, we got to get this flight plan in the box. So we've got 25 minutes or so, and I don't know if there's going to be a push, a departure push, or whatnot. Hopefully we can still get out on time. So I'm going to leave the radio in that mode right now, so we don't have to listen to unnecessary chatter. But let's go ahead and initialize the airplane today. LAX, Los Angeles to LaGuardia. This one we cannot be overweight on landing, so hopefully I've calculated this correctly and we don't totally screw up our our approach here. So Bourbon is Bravo Bravo November 2021. Cost index of 75. We may adjust that en route. Our initial climb altitude is 350 if I'm not mistaken. And we'll go ahead and hit a line on ref. Efran, what's up, man? He says, Happy New Year's. Already 4:26 over here in Pakistan. Wow, you're already in 2021, man. I can't believe you're still awake. Happy New Year to you, my friend. Good to see you here. Flight Simmer says, this is going to end at 5 a.m. here. I'll try watching as much as possible. Can we do cost index 999? We're going to modify the cost index as necessary. I'm going to try to land as close to midnight as possible. That's internet, providing it survives this long. I have no idea if it will. And like I said, we got some crazy weather going on right now. So who knows what will happen. But Ocean 9 is our departure procedure. And then we're taking that out to Beale. And we'll go ahead and insert that. Off of Beale, we are going to take Bauer, B-A-W-E-R. And off of Bauer, we're going to go direct to Larve, L-A-R-V-E. Blue Max says, I love this delivery. Thank you, man. I do love it. I think Jungler did a fantastic job. It's kind of got like a retro but modern look at the same time. So it describes my passion for airline liveries pretty much exactly. So after Eker, we're going to join Jet 100. So this is one of those flights, guys, and I'll show you once we get airborne. We have a little bit more time to look at our flight plan. I really want to just make sure the airplane is set up. But this is one of those flights at Transcon where getting a direct to might actually hurt you, because this flight is planned to utilize the best winds aloft all the way across the country. So sometimes, a direct isn't always going to be the most efficient way, especially when you start talking about flights in the excess of 5-6 hour range. And this is definitely one of those flights tonight. And I'll show you the winds aloft charting here from SimBrief. And then it's going to be J60 to Jottingham. Now, I could probably just put the airways in there, huh? Let's see, J146. Well, it's a little late now. J146 to Keating. Echo Tango Golf. Insert that before I screw it all up. And then from there, I have no idea what we're going to land. But I'm going to just plan on the ILS. What is LaGuardia? We'll plan ILS 22, I guess, just for now. On the MIP4. Oops. MIP4 Novia from Keating. Insert that. Let's take a look at our flight plan here. Put our constraint mode on. Did I miss the Bourbon Air livery? If you feel swarm, yeah, a little bit, but it is in the Discord. So go ahead and check out the Airbus Terminal Discord. And I believe what I want to do is eventually, when we've got all the mods, like I know somebody worked on the IEE mod and painted it, and then Carta put a paint job on his engines, and then if you don't want to run any modified engines, which is totally fine, we've got the base engines as well, and I'd like to just have it all on a neat little package, and then I'll pin it so everybody will have access to it. But there we go. That route looks good. Jeez. So our route looks good. Secondary flight plan. Let's go ahead and do a quick secondary LA to LA. LA to LA, secondary. Now, I did turn my failures down a little bit, and I suggest you guys do the same, because on a long flight like this, you may catch yourself in a bad spot. What do we got outside? 18 degrees, 29 or 85. And we'll just go 0 for 0 on the wind, and a 200 DH because I don't want to look it up. So secondary, nothing to hard tune, rad nav, init B. This is something we need to look. James Monks, welcome to Private Pilot, man. Thank you for joining the channel. Exclamation point welcome if you want any more information on your new perks here at the V1 channel. I don't know why my alert box doesn't seem to be working. Do you guys see any alerts go off when people join? We'll have to tweak that throughout the flight. Something's going on with my alert box. But James, thank you for joining the channel. Those that are looking for the V1 After Dark podcast for this month, I uploaded it, and then YouTube, I put a video. It's my fault. I probably should have known what happened, but I got a copyright strike on, not a copyright strike, but just they didn't want me to or they didn't want me to, like, I guess I couldn't monetize it, and it would be red, it'd be ineligible, and I have to replace the video. I had a video of an aircraft incident that I was talking about, so I'm going to edit that out. I'll post it up hopefully on the next day or so here. DJ Thomas, thank you so much for the $10 donation, man. He says, Happy New Year, brother V1 and everyone. DJ Thomas, cheers to you, my friend. Thank you very much for that generous $10 donation. Happy New Year to you and your family as well, sir. All right, I've already loaded my airplane. We're taking 178 lovely folks to LaGuardia, 178 V1 members, 2,400 pounds of cargo in the front. I put a couple wheelchairs in the back here just to kind of make our CG look a little bit better. Typically on a 321, you do normally load that forward cargo first. 35.4 on the fuel. I got even a little extra than I need. Block gate fuel is like 35. So here we go, 152.5. with a CG of 27.3. Put that there. Block fuel on board is 35.4. Now, I know this is going to say negative. Have no fear. At some point, we do have to get this in the green. There we go. It's coming up. So we'll be all right. I think we'll have plenty of gas. And you know what? We actually do have an alternate of Boston. God forbid if we have to do an alternate on this flight. So that looks good. That is loaded. I believe you put 000 instead of 040. What did I mess up? Did I mess up something? Maybe on the, was it on the secondary? And it'd be 125.5, 27.4, 35.4. I think we're looking good. LAX-25 right is there. We'll put that there, and we'll go arc mode, and let's fire up this APU, guys. We'll prime U. Fuel pumps can come online. Seatbelts on auto. Arm the emergency exit lights. Ground control push button can come on. We'll turn on the third PA. Remember, we always turn that on so flight attendants' announcements can be recorded should there be an emergency or something and they have to pull the black box. Dougal McTavish, welcome, my friend. So sorry, I can't make this nearly. Hey, guys, do not feel bad at all if you need to go to sleep. I mean, I am just doing this stream because I thought it would be fun to bring in the new year. I know a lot of people are, depending on where you are in the world with COVID restrictions, you're stuck at home, and it's been a miserable day here in Dallas. It's cold and wet, so I figured, let's just bring in the new year together. So don't feel obligated by any means to have to stay up during the entire stream. I totally understand. Heck, I may not even make it to the end. I mean, we may just have to set this thing up for an auto land and I'll go to bed. But Dougal McTavish, thank you so much, man, for being here. You've been a huge part of the channel as well, Dougal. Glad to see you on board. I hope you have a happy new year, and I hope 2021 brings you many, many great things for you and your family, sir. Thank you so much for being around this channel. We'll go ahead and fire up the APU, turn on the nav light. We'll take a listen outside. Now imagine if these were all bourbon liveries. That would be sweet. I know we're working on getting the livery on a 319 and the A300 as well. Those are the next two down the pipeline. Carter Joel says, I'm here, but on the phone to my sister. In and out. I think this is the first stream you have used this Pratt & Whitney's. Yes, it is. This is the first time I've used your updated Pratts. I did a little test flight around my St. Martin airport just yesterday when we were talking, man. Golly, their engines are unreal, man. Unreal. Whenever I think they can't get any better, man, you make them better. I'm going to turn up the sounds in here. You let me know if the sounds get too out of control. Dylan says, got a brand new bottle of Woodford Reserve ready to go. Dylan, awesome. Exclamation point fuel in chat. I'm going to be doing coffee, bourbon, and water in that order tonight. So we've got the coffee going. Speaking of, I do need to top off before departure, but that looks good. APU bleed can come on. We'll get rid of the external power. We are on an auto, correct? Yes, we are. Everything else looks good there. We're aligned, and we've already got our clearance. What do we got for ground today? Over here, I gotta move this box over. Man, I've got like an ultra-wide second monitor as well, and I'm still running out of space. Anthony says, you gonna be drinking today? You know it, man. You know it. I gotta finish up some coffee, and then I'm gonna bust out the bourbon. Let's see. LA ground is online, 2175. Oops, here we go. 2175. And also goal for the new year is to get a radio panel. Jeez. 2175 will be LA ground. LA center will probably be next.
53, sorry about that.
That should be 25.8. Oh, wow.
Yeah, LA ground, TWA 114 at 68 Bravo. I'd also like to push and start.
We're going to turn them down.
TWA 114, push back on, actually, stand by.
All right, hopefully that turned down a little bit. Let's also check the ATIS here. Information echo.
LA ground, United 898 Heavy is request part to LaGuardia.
Information echo.
98 Heavy, clearance on request number 2, stand by. TWA 114.
Making sure it's something that we don't have. 300 at 13.
Wait, sorry, 114. Push back on the Charlie approved.
Temperature 290901 on the
Alright,
meter.
push back on to Charlie facing east.
And my clearance was climb and maintain
Urban,
5,000.
Charlie, please.
I believe. Yep, maintain 5,000. That would be embarrassing. Bring in the new year with an altitude violation right off the bat. So we got 5,000 set.
Aircraft, looking for clearance. Be advised, will be delayed about 5 to 10 minutes at most. We have a departure fish right now. I'll get you going as soon as possible.
Shout out to the VATSIM guys.
Ground,
They seem to be pretty busy. That's awesome. Knowing that it's all maximum Togas, of course. Knowing that's all voluntary for ATC to come on. A huge shout out to everybody on VATSIM network that comes on for streams or just does ATC in general for us flight simmers. Really does add to the immersion. We're going to do a flap 1. You know what? Screw it. We're going to do a flap 2 for... I want to do full cinematic. I'm not worried about performance. We're going to do a flap 2, yoga takeoff. There's our... Oh, those were flap 1 speeds. 45s. 145 is what we need. We're going to do 145. Main Mamba Gator.
We want to push, but there's an Alaskan right behind us and blocking us.
Mamba Gator, Happy New Year if you want to chat. I'm pretty new to this channel, but been binge watching and learning a lot. Hoping to learn more in 2021. Mamba Gator, thank you so much, man, for that $5 donation and support on the channel. Happy New Year to you as well. I hope you are enjoying the Airbus and learning more Airbus. There will be much more to come, man. Thank you so much for your support. A lot of new guys to the channel this year. All right, those are all closing up doors. My favorite plane is the 7478. I do like the 74, man.
Whoa. 3932, Terminal 3, Gate 38, ready for push and start information, Echo.
Aircraft calling to standby, I'll get back to you.
Alright, we'll go ahead and hide all of them.
Approach,
APU is online. I think we're pretty much ready to go. We got our ATC at the
5,000. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Alright, if we say Happy New Year to everyone the
Brandon
entire
53
day,
is ready to go whenever you have
a lot of Happy New Years.
places put us in.
Alright, where's my handy dandy checklist here? Let's go over it. Let's make sure we get out of here.
53,
Braniff? Who's taking a Braniff?
53,
Alright, what do we got here? Before takeoff checklist. Maintenance log and tail number. It's on board and check. Cockpit preps complete. Good pins and covers removed. Signs on and auto. ADIRS. They are in nav mode. Fuel. We've got 35. 3 on board. Altimeters 29901 set. EFB check. Windows, doors, and slides are closing on. Beacon will be coming on. Thrust levers, parking brake.
once you're pushed back, if you
That
can
looks
go
good.
and
Alright, let's go ahead and get the
A321
beacon light on. Let's prep our pushback.
Traffic that'll be coming out the alleyway to get behind you.
Ground to cockpit.
Alright,
Please
copy
show me
that.
where you want to go.
We'll move up close to the Airbus ahead of us.
We're going to push into the alley. Or actually, you know what? We'll ask if we can push back straight onto...
Ground to cockpit.
What is that?
Ready for taxi, holding short.
That's going to be pushed back onto Charlie.
Burbank
Alright.
68.
I think we're pretty much ready to go. What is Rona? Exclamation point Rona in chat. That is the Pandemic Flight Simmer mug. A couple of you guys have been picking it up, so I appreciate that. But yeah, I created a mug. It says, I simmed through the 2020 pandemic, and you got the new V1 logo on the back side of it. Exclamation point Rona in chat if you want to check that mug out specifically. That sim is really loud. All right, I'm gonna try to turn it down a little more. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna turn this one down.
Southwest 2132, we're ready to taxi.
Southwest 2132, straight ahead, T4 left, and contact SoCal approach 124.5.
The other option I could always do too is, I don't know, I have to figure out how to isolate that sim's audio.
Hatches are closed. Ready
LA ground, JetBlue 3932.
Some guys are just super loud. There's nothing we can do about it.
Echo ready for push and start.
JetBlue 3932, push back on Delta 9.
All right, we're ready to go, guys. We'll just sit here and we'll call for taxi.
Short Delta, JetBlue 3932.
Let's see, what time is it? It's 40, so we're 15 minutes. Sorry, I guess it's okay to be early. We can always slow down. We don't want to be late, right? KM 321, what's going on, man? It says, good afternoon, Happy New Year from Los Angeles. When do you start flying the line again, Captain? I will be on the line Tuesday. So if you bought a ticket on Tuesday in the U.S., hopefully it's not me up there. LA ground, good evening, Bourbon 2021. We're at 69 Alpha. Request push on Charlie with information echo.
Bourbon 2021, push back on the Charlie, face east, and call for taxi.
All right, push back on the Charlie facing east, and we'll call back for taxi, Bourbon 2021. Facing east, that's exactly what we've got. Brakes released, you're clear to push.
Start push back, and you may start engine.
Look at that, ready to go in 20 minutes.
580, push back into the Charlie 6 alleyway approved, call for taxi, point short of Charlie, break, United 898, forget about you.
Oh, Berto, you have Corona? Oh, jeez, Berto. Hey, my father-in-law just came down with it too. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope you get better, man. I hope that you just crush it. I'm sure you will.
The Bourbon calling, can I get your number one more time, please?
But I hope you just crush it, man.
Yes, Bourbon 2117.
Speedy recoveries for Berto for sure. Jack Mackey, you like the new call sign? Guys, check out these engines. Look at the fan blades here. Carta. How do you? I mean, how? How, Carta? Unreal. We're gonna wait till we completely stop before we start up because we're doing good on time, but we're just gonna take our time getting out here. We got a long flight. Camp 321. No, these are the Pratt & Whitneys, man. These are Carta's Pratt & Whitney Fremont engines as well. So. You can pick them up. Jungly, I don't know if you're watching in the background in chat, but I do love these little special sharklets. Man, that's a tongue tie. The little red swoosh there on my sharklets are fantastic, dude. I love it. 125 likes? Seriously? Oh yeah, we got what 230 watching or so. See if we can bump those likes up for the stream. Bump it up for 2021. Like, let's just. I think everybody is ready to leave 2020 behind, huh? I don't think anybody wants to hang around 2020 much longer. All right, preparation for start. We're going to go ahead and dual cooling push button is on. I know Phantom 320 is taking a United 76. That might be him over there. We got an alpaca in chat, or in the stream. Gotta love it.
Alaska 9566, contact SoCal approach 124.5 today.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set, you're clear to disconnect. That was weird. He was doing something weird with my nose wheel there.
Stand by.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and light him up.
And you'll be going Charlie, only short of Foxtrot for now.
We do have bleed pressure. Starting engine 1. We got a little cooling period here, so we'll motor. We're gonna motor both engines there. Jeremy Harris says, V1, did you get new rudder pedals for Christmas? No, not yet, man. My next, before I get any peripherals, we're still going to rock the broken rudder pedals. The next big purchase will be a GPU for the sim, because I want to be able to upload in 2021. I want to bring back some HD videos, like pre-recorded and edited videos. So I want to be able to do that in really nice graphics for you guys. Culture Shark says bourbon train to the garbage. You got it, man. Here we go.
Delta 9 Echo behind the A320, runway 24 west, altimeter 29901, just to 3930.
American U-59, verify you are squawking mode Charlie, please.
Gotta love those animations, Carta. Those are awesome, dude. Let me just make sure my sounds are... Do maximum engine sounds for here on the ground. We got a good start on 1. Let's go ahead and start engine 2. We'll do it from the inside. Why do you choose LaGuardia instead of JFK? I just thought LaGuardia was a little bit more fitting, and plus it's, you know, a little bit more challenging of an approach instead of putting it out on a 10,000-foot runway. And we also, well, yeah, we left Kennedy on that 7K substream, huh? And I just thought LaGuardia would be a little bit more of a challenge. You got to make sure your fuel planning is done correctly too, so you don't land overweight there.
I'm on mic muted. This is Brand 5 Takeoff. Are you trying to get us into the...
Have I ever flown an A330? No, I have not. JFK is better. It is definitely better. In real life, Kennedy is way better than LaGuardia, man. Kennedy is way better than LaGuardia in real life. Straight juice on the animations there as well.
Actually, yeah, Brandon 5-3.
Looks like we got 2 good starts. That goes normal. Arm that. Let's extend flaps 2.
124.5 for Cactus 317. Yep. Engine blue 3932. What's your number 1? Contact SoCal approach 124.
Recon says in a few months, prices for GPUs will hopefully normalize. That's kind of what I'm waiting for too, man. I kind of want to let all this Corona stuff settle down. All right, we are ready to go after start check. This engine ice is off. Econ flow, we got more than that many people, so that's off, that's off. The electric is off, rotor trim 0. After start checklist complete, we're ready to taxi with Echo. We'll give them a call. And LA Ground Bourbon 2021 on Charlie here, are facing east, ready taxi Echo.
Bourbon 2021, continue Charlie, hold short Fox and give way to a company A321 coming out the Charlie 6 LA Way will be behind him.
All right, Charlie, hold short of Foxtrot, give way to company coming out of the Charlie 6 Alley Bourbon 2021. All right, so we're going to give way to Charlie 6 Alley. Taxi light on. Yes, these are default sounds, Jeremy. They definitely are, man.
Charlie, short Foxtrot, behind 727, Bourbon 580. Bourbon 577, with push now.
That was awesome. Let's do it again.
Bourbon 503.
Are you 503? Is that correct?
That's correct. Bourbon 503.
Carter says, too bad it's not cold to see those bleed particles. I know, man. I gotta run the real weather. I don't want to be screwing people up here with custom weather. That looks like the 321 coming out of Charlie 6.
Charlie, Bourbon 503.
Let's go ahead and do our flight control checks while we're taxiing out here. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral, auto brakes max, takeoff config check.
75, left Delta, left.
That alpaca needs some bourbon, huh?
Charlie, hold short of Foxtrot.
I just want to confirm there's no one else coming out of Charlie 6. Nope. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that might be Phantom over there somewhere. Phantom and Captain Tom playing around in United. Too bad I don't see that Battleship Gray livery, though. Fubar says for the inaugural flight of Air Bourbon is going to be a memorable one. It sure is, man. We'll see how long we can stream tonight. Man, the engine pylon, the detail here, Carta, is unreal, man. These rivets and everything. Oh, gonna stay on taxiway. And we're holding short of Fox, which is pretty standard. So we're gonna go all the way down short of Fox. All the bourbons in line. Let me get back on the center line. FK says Happy New Year from Greece. Happy New Year to you, my friend. Can we light up our bourbon in the back? Kate, you gotta wait till we are airborne before we can bust out the bourbon bottles. Oh, Tom, you've already pushed? Okay. Fubar says to the livery designer, awesome job. Looking forward to the 319 version. There you go, Jungly. I totally agree, man. This livery is just straight up fire, man. So juicy. The problem is I can't hear him talking when I'm outside.
Left Charlie, short Fox. 69 Tango, thank you.
So 7 minutes till our off time. We're looking good. Carter says I added in the panel numbers to that pylon. Really? That's awesome, man. All right, let's do a quick look at our before takeoff. We are 0.5 down and 187.8. Goodness. All right, here we go. Before takeoff checklist. Gross rate comparison is complete. Pitch trim is 0.5% CG set. V1, VR. V2 flex. I got 145, 145, 149. No flex set. Flaps config. 2. Flight instruments. Check. Flight controls. Check. ECAM memo. Takeoff all green. ECAM status check. PWS is auto. TCAS code set. TR cabin code advised. Mini brief is complete. Takeoff runway IC25 right out there. We're going to be going off of 25 right confirmed. Fuel required for takeoff 34.7. 35.2 on board. Engine mode selector is normal. Leads and packs are set. Before takeoff check is complete. I love hearing all these bourbons.
One more time, please. Bourbon 310. 3101, push back into Charlie 9 alleyway approved. Call for taxi, lane short of Charlie.
Jeremy Harvey says, didn't you have another livery that someone made for me a while back? Yeah. Jeremy, yes, I did. I still have that. I think I still have it. I think Jungly still has it. He made that one as well. The retro, the V1 retro jet. We'll end up calling that one now. Hey, why does this guy get to cut the line? Probably a different departure. We'll go ahead and set it here. Brake set. That is awesome. Yes, this is X-Plane 11. 6 minutes to New Year's for Carta. Wow, that guy went right up my tailpipe. So that is right. We are 5 minutes to go. Let me see if I can, if this will mess up my internet. I've got a world clock. World countdown, New Year. So who's up next? United Kingdom, London, Dublin, Lisbon, Reykjavik. Awesome. 4 minutes. 4 minutes for them.
You can expect about a 10 to 15 minute delay for that clearance. Roger, roger.
A little bit of a lineup for takeoff. We're looking good though.
Good evening, Uganda 78, ready for IFR clearance.
The Neo Leaps sound like the L1011 cam. Man, I can't remember the last time I listened to an L1011 startup. How to get the livery? The livery is on the Discord, the V1 Discord in the livery section. And once we get all the official, like, the mods as well, so like we'll bundle up Carta's engines and then the IAE engine mod. The IAE engine mod, if I forget, was it Sam? Who was making the IAE? He was tweaking it. They put on the IAE engines, they put powered by bourbon. I thought it was pretty funny. So we'll get them all packaged together, and then eventually I think Jungley is going to post this Neo one on the on the org forums as well. He's got a couple out there already.
Now it's going to be about 10 to 15 minute wait once I get this traffic out of the south pad. All these guys are going to LaGuardia, so I have to get them out in a sequence.
We may have to fly cost index 99 getting out of here because they got to space us out. This is pretty good. So we don't all end up at LaGuardia at the same time. That would be a problem, huh?
Contact approach 124.5.
Alright, so normally see the airplane's just rolling away. It should do that, but because we're in a Neo, I'm going to hold the brakes and then do this.
Alright, F53 following TWA, contact approach 124.5.
I love that sound.
We'll follow the TWA and we'll contact 24.5.
I got to check my schedule, see if I'm flying any Neos next week. Miss Jungle said, I'm going to check out just before it hits midnight. Happy New Year. If you want to chat, Miss Jungles, Happy New Year. 2 minutes. Get out of here. Probably by the time you read this, it'll be New Year's.
Contact Hope has approached Web on 580. Thank you very much for the service. Happy New Year.
So you guys will just have to see me count down.
2021 following the company 321 ahead. Contact SoCal approach 124.5 with number 1 at 25 right.
Alright, we'll contact SoCal approach 24.5 following the 321 ahead, Bourbon 2021.
Bourbon 2117 following company 321.
124.
Contact SoCal approach with number 1 at 25 right.
Contact SoCal approach with number 1 for 25 right, 2117, say it.
0.5.
69 Tango, likewise for you, following company A321 traffic.
So we're running real time, so I'll be able to count down with you guys on stream. You'll just have to see it delayed. 1 minute.
Following company traffic ahead.
So it's probably New Year's. There you go.
5, wind number 1. Urban 69 Tango, thanks for service, bye-bye.
Coming up on 40 seconds.
45, 77, stand by.
Golden State says there's so many LAs to LaGuardia on
Bourbon
the
68, affirmative, contact
SIM toolkit. That's funny.
Bourbon 3101, T5 right, taxi via Charlie, Foxtrot. Charlie and Foxtrot.
Coming up on 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, Mrs. Jungles, and all the other UKers.
509 Golf Echo, stand by.
I'm going to go ahead and switch over to 24.5.
Donation.
Flight Simmer coming in. Thank you so much, man, with a $1.30 donation. He says, Happy New Year, V1 and others in the UK. Great stream as always. Sorry if it's not much. Flight Simmer, no need to ever apologize for any amount donated ever, no matter how small, whether it's none at all. I just enjoy having you guys here in the stream with me as well. But Happy New Year. Thank you so much for your support, man.
November 354, Delta Hotel.
Happy New Year. Who's next on the countdown clock? The world countdown clock. So it just hit United Kingdom and 24 more. London, Dublin, Lisbon, Iceland, part of Iceland. So next is Cabo Verde and 2 more? I have no idea where those are, but there's 2 more coming in the next hour.
Hey, approach, good evening. Brandon 53 is just jet. Come back at 259, short left heading 100.
SoCal approach, Frontier 53 with you, sending through 19,000 on the all. Alright.
Clear flight 53 SoCal.
Cam,
Approach altimeter 29.
A321 coming in with a $20 bomb. Cam, thank you so much for your support, man. He says, Happy New Year, Captain. Hope to catch you on one of the takeoffs. I watch off the south side of 25 left one of these days. Cam, awesome stuff, my friend. You might be seeing me here pretty soon in 2021. Thank you so much for your support on the channel, Cam. Thank you for hanging out with us in chat, and I hope you do see me here one of these days. Are you like a hardcore plane spotter? I know there's some hardcore plane spotters that go out there, have some really nice cameras, and they do some photos. And I actually hired one in St. Martin one time to take a picture of a business jet. Believe it or not, but Cam, thanks again. Thank you again, sir. Happy New Year to you as well. Well, I guess you're on the West Coast, so not Happy New Year to you yet. You still got a couple hours to go. Who's that on the runway there? That's a 7.6.
Roger, we'll expect a visual approach 24 right of your
See if we can watch him from the wing view here. We'll watch this guy blast off. Look at these LR. I still love the LR with the double slot there. Who's that? TWA 114 Heavy. Who's TWA 114 Heavy? I saw pictures in chat of T-Way, of someone getting a T-Way livery ready to go. I know you're probably watching the stream. Spool them up, T-Way. I'm surprised I don't have a TWA CSL. That would be awesome. Mostly you, binoculars, and live ATC. You got it, Cam.
That's 53, SoCal departure, runway 25 right, lines wait, traffic's heavy 767 departing, caution lake turbulence.
Heavy 76.
Right for Brandon,
Goodbye, sir. Watch his rotation get out of here. A couple 321s behind me, gotta love it. This guy's so close that in real life he'd be sucking in the exhaust fumes right now and make you nauseous. Good rotation on the T-Way. He's out of here. Alright, so the official way to pull forward in a 321 Neo is hold the brakes, add thrust, and let go of the brakes. Gosh, I never get tired of that sound. Never. Golden State says, I don't know how hardcore I am, but I try to make the trip to Sacramento every couple of weeks. Stay for a couple hours. Heck yeah, man. That's awesome.
Maintain 13,000. Well, the 68 climb via SID maintain flight level. Correction, climb via SID maintain 17,000.
I think we're getting a pretty bad rainstorm right now. We're right on the line between rain and snow. The internet seems to be holding. Hopefully it's going to pass here. But I'm still waiting for Starlink, man. They said 2021 they should hopefully be most of the U.S. by 2021. So Starlink internet, come on, man. Get that satellite moving. How does the Neo feel compared to the CEO? In real life, the Neo, you'll actually, it has really good performance down low. It's got to do with that, that huge bypass section. But once you get up to altitude, I'd say high 20s, 27, 28, you can actually feel the performance degraded a little bit compared to the CEO engine. You've got less of a hot section up there, so you have less jet propulsion technically. Not much, but the Neo is a huge bypass engine. That's really good for down low, but that's really the only difference. One thing I have noticed too in flying the Neos in real life is that they seem to slow down easier, and I think that has to do with just the sheer size of those engines. I'm a big fan. When you come to idle with the Neo engines, you've got a little bit of extra drag. I feel like you got a little bit bigger engines hanging out there. So
just fly heading.
That's pretty much it. Other than that, they fly relatively the same. Bill, thank you so much, man. Coming in with a $5 bomb. Bill Helgeson. Probably screwed that up, man. Thank you so much for your support, dude. He says, Happy New Year. Thanks for all your great content. From what I learned from you, I can fly right seat with you on Tuesday. Hey, I don't doubt it, man. You guys are awesome. I do not doubt that. Thank you, Bill. Happy New Year to you as well, my friend. Thank you so much for your support. We do have more questions we'll go over in chat. I am going to be taking periodic breaks through this stream, guys, for sure. I do have to have dinner at some point.
SoCal departure, runway 25 right, line up and wait.
Do have to have dinner at some point, and
Right, Bourbon 2580.
I'll say goodnight to the little ones, so I'll be taking breaks throughout this stream. But I'm just happy that we're able to at least get probably one of the best parts here, and that's the takeoff. So we're all here together. We got the takeoff going on. Now, he told me to contact them when I was number 1, so... Yeah, SoCal Bourbon 2021, holding short 25 right, number 1.
Bourbon 2021, SoCal departure, retro.
Brakes are set. Ooh.
5-3 radar contact.
Got another guy going off here.
3000. So maintain 3000, Brand 53.
Steve, he says, just joined in. Let's hit some heavy geese on takeoff. Happy New Year. Oh, man, no geese. Please, no geese, man. Happy New Year, Steve. Welcome aboard the stream, man. Long stream tonight. I actually was really against these long hauls, but kind of warming up to them because the anticipation, the excitement here at takeoff, you have 5-6 hours of fuel on board or more depending on where you're going. You got all your flight planning. All the little things play a bigger role on a long haul. Now, I don't necessarily love sitting at the computer that long, so that's why I'll be taking breaks, but they're growing on me. They're growing on me for sure. Jeremy says, honestly, it's a dream of mine to visit you in flight deck one day. Well, Jeremy, I know what you look like, man. If you come on up, I'll definitely recognize you, sir. It'll happen, I'm sure. At some point. You keep flying.
American 2428 heavy. American 2428 heavy, SoCal.
There he
We
goes.
cannot change the arrival to 24 right. I know it'll be visual approaches, but could you provide vectors on the way after Gatto?
American 259 contact, SoCal approach 119.6.
Well, we should be next to line up and wait here. A lot more in line there. Look at that. This is awesome.
American 2428 flight 070 vector final descent of 18.7.
Gosh, I love this little bit of gray on the top. Look at all those engines lined up at LA.
American 2428 heavy.
Bourbon 2021, runway 25 right, line away.
25 right, line away, Bourbon 2021. All right, here we go. Line up and wait. Strobes are coming on. Wings are coming on.
SoCal.
Runway turn off. Nose lights. We'll arm those.
2117 SoCal departure director.
Drew Stone coming in with another donation, man. Thank you so much for the $5 donation, Drew. He says, Happy New Year, V1. All the best for 2021. Drew, thank you so much for your support. Happy New Year to you as well, man. Thank you for that $5 donation, sir.
114
Thank you
heavy,
very
climb
much.
maintain 17,000. Contact LA Center 125 when you get it.
Yeah, we definitely got to get a CSL because how sick would it be to see all bourbons?
Then at 5-3, proceed direct seal beach VOR, resume the 73
Well,
departure.
now that I know everybody likes
Alright,
delivery, I
direct
think
seal
it's time to get on that. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Alright, let's line up here semi-professionally.
SoCal, good evening. It's Sunwest 297 with San Diego Hotel on the Lucky One.
Carta Joel. Carta, you madman. Carta Joel coming in with a 20-pound donation. Thank you so much, man. He says, Happy New Year. I hope you have a great one, dude. Keep up all the work you do over the next year. Have a great one. Carta, thank you, man. Thank you so much, dude. You've done a lot for this community as well. Thank you so much for your support on the channel, man. Your engine work, your modeling, your help with modding the channel, and just being active in the Discord has been instrumental and definitely a big part of the success of this channel, I think, as well, man. So thank you so much, Carta. Happy New Year to you as well, my friend. I look forward to burning a lot more Jet A out of your engines, sir.
Orbit 2021, RNAV to Docker, runway 25 right, cleared for takeoff.
RNAV Docker 25 right, cleared for takeoff, Bourbon 2021. All right, here we go. We're going to spool them up 50 from here. Full yoga.
Urban 2117. SoCal departure runway 25 right.
I love it. Lights.
25 right, line up wing, Urban 2117.
PFD. Forward on the stick. 80 knots thrust set. Neutral by 100. We are ripping. Oh boy. Just knocked over my first piece. Oh, almost dropped my mouse. 2021 doesn't want to let us go. Here we come. V1. Rotate. Nice and easy on that. 3 degrees per second. You've got a long tail back there. Positive rate. Gear up. Disarm the spoilers to the command bars. Goodbye, LA. That is awesome. Flyby.
580, radar contact on maintain.
Jeez. That flyby sound is pretty good even for default. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and lower that nose a little bit. There's our positive trend.
November 354 Delta Hotel, clear Chino Airport, feeling coastal Papa 49er routing.
Thrust climb auto thrust. I'm gonna go autopilot 1 because this is too. We gotta pay attention to this departure. It's too beautiful. I'll turn down X-plane a little bit. PFE next minus. Here we go. Flaps 1. You gotta be careful on this one here. Probably wait for auto retract. It's already retracting. So you can see auto retract there. We just have the slats out. We'll hang tight just for a little bit more and then we'll pull the slats in. Here comes slat retraction.
One SoCal departure. Roger, short runway 25.
Gosh, that's awesome. All right, we're going up to 5,000, 4 for 5, 1,000 to go.
November 750, uniform Charlie contact.
Turning down X-pilot, X-plane here. Speed alt star, leveling 5. Here comes the left turn. We'll do a flyby shot. Clearing 1 million out here today in LA.
American 2428, heavy turn right heading 220.
Speed out, leveling 5. Jump and run says, have a nice flight. Gotta sleep. Take it easy, jump and run. Good night, sir. Look out the back, CLA back there. Leveling 5,000. So much juice. That is a lot of juice right there. Sam says, I just got a wind shift. That almost pushed me to high-speed protection, made me think of your story. There you go, man. Yeah. Gotta be on top of it. Looks like he's holding us here at 5.
2021, climb and maintain 13,000.
Climb and maintain 13,000, Bourbon 2021. All right, so 13,000. Thrust climb, climb.
Climb and maintain 17,000, contact LA Center 125.8.
Climb and maintain 17,000, LA Center 125.8, Bourbon 580, thank you and happy New Year.
Carter says, I hope you did enjoy the new images of the Pratt & Whitney for the 330. I see gray U.S. Airways livery with those coming soon. Oh, Carter. You're playing with my heartstrings there, man. Those Pratt & Whitneys on that 330 are unreal, man. I'd love to see that gray.
Urban 2117, radar contact, climb and maintain 13,000.
Look at those Carter engines, hard at work today. Hard at work. LA in the background way out there. Probably can't see that because stupid 720p, but come on, Starlink. Golden State says, I don't know why.
Runway 25 left.
I don't know how I love this so much, but I love the shark with bouncing into it. Me too, man. No lie. I love seeing that little flex right out there. Do another flyby shot.
November 50 Delta Bravo, Toga.
No X Enviro right now because I want to see what it does to our winds. Wow, that was loud. Gotta turn down the X-plane. Look at the V1 on the belly there. That is sweet. How long will this flight take? It's probably gonna be around close to 6 hours, man. I gotta check our progress once we get back in the cockpit. I just love this livery shot right here. That is so much juice right there. Anthony, you said that's the only way you describe things now. Climb and maintain 17,000 and over to LA 25.8. You have a good one, Bourbon 2021. All right, 25.8. 17 is blue. There's 10,000. We'll go ahead and kill it. LA Center, good afternoon. Bourbon 2021, we're 11, climbing 17,000.
Bourbon 2021, Los Angeles Center, welcome aboard. Climb maintain level 330.
Climb maintain flight level 330, Bourbon 2021. All right, 330 is set. We do have a step climb we'll worry about here in a little bit. Let's see. UTC, hey, that's 0521. That is in 2021. Hey, look at that. And it's 21, too. That's pretty crazy. Landing at 0521 in 2021 in an A321 S Bourbon 2021. If that doesn't get rid of the 2020 juju, I don't know what does. So we are definitely looking to land in New York's LaGuardia Airport next year. We got a long way to go. Time to settle in for this flight. We'll look at the Orbix HD coming out of LA. One of my favorite sceneries. I love this Orbix HD, man. Gosh, it is so juice, especially with the sunset. And this isn't even X Enviro. I'm afraid that X Enviro is going to wipe out my winds aloft. So, like I said, we'll wait till we get up to cruise a little bit, and I'll take a look at the winds. And if it wipes out the winds aloft, then we might have to go back default. But it's going to be mostly nighttime anyway, so I don't think it matters too much.
2641 to get off our clearance to Los Angeles.
Why do LA departures follow this route? Don't want noise over the city? Probably. Noise and traffic, and it's just easier to get everybody out over the water. It's very common to go out over that water, make that big left turn.
2641, send you pre-departure clear.
Oh, look at that bank. So Queen Mary, we actually have our overnight is down here somewhere.
Cherokee 9 or Foxtrot Lima, approved
Or down here in one of these hotels. If you overnight in LA, always sucks when you have to drive in traffic after a 5-6 hour flight. I think the Queen Mary. I think that's the Queen Mary right over there. That might be the Queen Mary. My grandfather took the Queen Mary to World War II as a soldier. You can press Alt F4 for a perfect landing? I don't think so, man. Dantas, take it easy, man. Good night, sir.
Flight 51 Los Angeles Center, recycle your transponders, block 7243.
7243 Southwest 551.
Come on, Southwest, get that transponder on.
LA Center, Bourbon 2117, pass 12,000.
I gotta say,
Bourbon 2117 Los Angeles Center, climb maintain level 310.
I gotta say that Bourbon call sign sounds pretty sharp. That sounds pretty sharp. This is such a cool time to be flying right now too. The sun's setting. Gosh, I do hate I do not like transcons in real life though, for sure. At least it's not a red eye. Well, actually, it's not a red eye because it's landing at midnight.
245 Los Angeles Center, squawk 7334.
Turn up ATC a little bit.
551, radar contact 57 miles.
Man,
north
there we go.
of the partner VOR. Maintain level 360.
Anthony says I spent a lot of time.
Maintain flight level 360.
I've spent a lot of your life in LA. Seeing it never gets old.
Through 245, radar
It sure
contact
doesn't,
30
man.
miles south, west
It's
of
never, it
the
never,
VOR, maintain level 360.
you know, it never gets boring flying over LA, especially at night. When you come in, it's just sheets of lights. It's, it really is unreal.
Dragon Dagger Foxtrot Lima, copy, thank you.
Golden State Queen Mary, my favorite ship in the troop transport colors. HMT Olympic, Titanic's older sister. Wow, nice, man. Ken Brandon says I'm at flight level 330, same route, but turning right out of LA, and ETE is 4 hours and 40 minutes. There you go. I don't know what the, so the ETE is also on the top of the screen there on the left side. You'll have a, it says ETE, that's estimated time en route. Magnus says greetings from a controller in ESGG. I wish I knew where that was. I feel like I should know that identifier, especially after the Euro tour. Sweden? Happy New Year from Sweden. Oh, there you go. Happy New Year, Magnus. Thank you so much for joining the stream, man. Happy New Year to you as well. Yeah, you guys are already in 2021. We are flying to 2021 for sure. These views, though, I mean, we're going to have plenty of time to look at that livery in cruise, but we got to look at some of these mountains here with the sunset, and that's LA back there. Woo! Man. I mean, I feel like I should turn on X and Viro right now, but will it mess up the spacing? What's our wind doing right now? 11 knot tailwind. We're out of 18. We'll go ahead and set standard. And we're still getting some chop, so we'll hang on to it. Let's go ahead and load X and Viro and see what
4720
happens.
Los Angeles Center, welcome aboard, climb maintain flight level 400.
Maintain level 400, Southwest 4720.
Ooh. Oh. Whoa. Definitely,
189, radar contact loss.
definitely got us a little bit more blue there. What'd it do to our frames up here? Or not our frames, but our wind. We're still showing 10 knots, so we're looking good. Gosh, look at that.
551, descend via Lucky 1 arrival.
Lucky one that descends by Lucky one arrival, Southwest 5.
Southwest guy, you're on your way to Santa Ana from Seattle. Nice.
Yeah, that's Southwest 5 from out of flight level 360 now.
551, copy, thank you.
Alan Dawson. Happy New Year from another furloughed pilot. I'm a Boeing driver and I really rate, really rate the Zebo? Or do you really hate the Zebo? Really rate the Zebo. So what do you think of the Tolus bird? Being an Airbus driver, is it close enough to enjoy over a bourbon? Alan, cheers to you, sir. Hopefully you'll get back on the line, man. Tough time for a lot of people. As far as the Airbus goes, I do enjoy it, man. Over a glass of bourbon, you know, it is a great airplane to fly in the sim. It's got just enough modeled where I'm really enjoying it. Now, if you were, you know, maybe in training for check ride or not even check ride, but maybe like your initial type ride, and you really need to delve into the system's functionality and all the little teeny things, then, you know, FS Labs has been around a lot longer. They got a little bit more going on, but as far as just getting in and enjoying it in the sim, I sure love it, man. Day to day flying A to B, I think it's actually helped me stay current here for these last 3 months. We'll see how that is when I hit the sim on Monday, but at least it keeps my mind in the game, you know. My most recent real life flight was when was it? I think you guys know. It was back in August, probably. Curtis says Captain Tom has died due to hypoxia. He was playing with his bleeds in flight. Oh my gosh. Come on, Captain Tom. Look at those mountains, though. Ooh, juice.
River Information Hotel.
Jeremy says I saw somewhere that the Airbus has an auto cost index setting. If that's true, what does that do? An auto cost index setting? Who's that? I wonder if he was calling me. Was he calling me? No, he was calling American.
American
Auto cost index, so like if you hit 0, it'll just run the most efficient. I wonder if that's what you're referring to. For us, like, there's a lot of little things on the Airbus that I'm sure the Boeing is the same way too, but there's so many options that different airlines can get on these airplanes that it's not going to be uniform across the board. I'm not really familiar with the term auto cost index. I do know, though, if you do put a cost index 0, it will do the most efficient flight for you as far as fuel burn is concerned. So maybe that's what you're referring to?
He's picking it up, but he's also 10,000 feet higher.
Do you regret putting on headphones now? ATC, was it a little loud? I'll turn ATC down a little bit more. I've got it almost all the way down.
Delta 87, descend via the Lucky 1 arrival.
Turn down another notch. They're almost all the way down. I'm trying to find a good view here. Let's go outside again. Oh. With a little bit of lens flare going over the mountains and the haze in SoCal. Man. Bill says X-Plane competes with Microsoft 2020 with X Enviro on. I think it does, man. Frames are 33 FPS though, so we're holding, but yeah, without X Enviro right now, it'd probably be 50 or 60 frames.
087, descend via the Lucky 1 arrival.
But it is frame heavy. Definitely is, man. And I've got, this is my low, I have low X Enviro set. This is all very low.
Okay.
Alan says, yeah, I think it's going to be March or April, but heck, they're paying me to play games and drink whiskey. So, hey, I hear you, Alan. Yeah, I endorse the Zepo. It's helping me remember where to put the ATIS frequency. There you go, dude. Yeah, it's, I've never flown a 7.3, but when I got in that Zebo a little bit, and it seems very, very well done. But there you go, man. That's kind of what the same boat I was in. Hey, Andre, you're on your way to Hartford? Or Bradley? Now over central New York, 135 knot tailwind. Woo. We'll see. If my winds aren't proper up at cruise, I'll have to turn X Enviro off. I don't even know what X Enviro looks like at night. Sam, you're burning 30,000 to 3,100 pounds per hour. Whew. You're in the IAEs. Let's see what we're burning. We're probably, well, I don't know if we're the same way, but we're probably burning pretty good here too. Yeah, we're burning 4,000 pounds right now, climbing out. Everything else is looking good. Why are we saying TA only? I think I messed something up here. There we go. I didn't have it all the way to TARA. Hopefully that's better.
You make that request
27.4, climbing 330. Let's check our status page. We got 519 arrival, 2146, 6.9 on fuel remaining. We're looking good, guys.
Yeah, but check on with him. Give him that request. He'll more than likely try to put you on RNFU.
Yeah, we'll more than likely try to revisit something.
Another shot there. Sam, are you in cruise burning 3,000 or are you still climbing out burning 3?
2848, runway 26 right, taxi via Bravo. And, you have Lima? Okay, thought I heard that.
Alan says, glad to hear you back there next week. Appreciate it, man. Did a few days in September after 8 months off. It was a shocker. Enjoy it, though. Everyone's in the same boat. Yep. You know, it's a unique time, man. Like, when else in this career are you gonna have, you know, be paid to be off or whatnot? So it's interesting. Now, I know there are a lot of guys that are off that are out without pay, which is terrible. But it's a crazy year for sure, man. Steve says, on my way to the in-laws, Bushmills whiskey to the rescue. Dude, no kidding. If I had my volume on full, I would have jumped out the window. Is it loud?
Happy noon still. Cross the intersection.
Ken says, can you make a deal? You have to absolutely butter this plane coming in for a landing. Ooh. We're gonna butter it with we'll try our best, man. No guarantees, dude. This is a long flight. No guarantees. Well, I will try my best. How about that? Butter a go around if we've got the fuel, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. It'll be midnight my time. I don't know about that. We'll see. This livery would be fire on the 707. That would, it sure would, man. I really wish we had a good 707 4X plane. I really do. Can a senior CRJ pilot make the same money as a senior Airbus pilot? Probably not, man. It would, like I said, depends on the airline, depends on who you're working for. But probably not. CRJs generally are a regional jet, but there could be some airline somewhere that has a little different pay scale, pay plan. I always said, man, you pay me the same, give me a little King Air, a C-90 to fly around, be home every night, I would do it.
Those are right, Simon, you back with me?
DJ Thomas, coming on the $5 donation. Thank you, sir. He says, I enjoy your View and After Dark series. My favorite my favorite cockpit confession was when you were in first class with the bubble guts. Oh, man. DJ, thank you so much.
Whether to have you put in a hole or not.
DJ, thank you so much for your donation, man. I appreciate your support on the channel. Glad you enjoyed the After Dark series. Yeah, if you guys are familiar, the After Dark series for all members on the channel. So I do a little podcast, every month or two, and I will get this one out November, December. I combined November, December because I wanted to talk about the A300. I wanted to talk about the Neo because there wasn't too much that was happening in November. So I uploaded it, but then YouTube had an issue with one of my safety videos on there, so I'm gonna cut that out. We'll re-up the next one. But thank you again, DJ. Appreciate that, man. That was a bad day. What do you think of the DC-10? Do love the DC-10. I love the DC-10. I think L1011. I like all the tri-jets, dude. Really, honestly, I like all the tri-jets. I think my favorite has got to be the 7.2, just because I like that. Looks a little bit more sporty, but the L1011 is iconic too. So.
Roger, one right at Bravo. We'll taxi west on Bravo.
I do think I like the DC-10 over the MD-11 though. Not very much difference, but if I had to pick. I'm going to get a 2021 FPM. Oh, man. If I have a 2021 FPM, I'm just going to... We'll end the channel. Let's see. We'll go out. Maybe this side. It's getting a little dark out here. There we go. We'll find some light. The Classy Traveler says, on my sim with my coffee and the V1 stream, perfect New Year's evening. Classy Traveler. Cheers, man. Speaking of, I need to get my coffee here pretty soon. Once we get to cruise, I think we're almost there. I gotta hear the engines coming back. I'm gonna need to get some coffee. And then we'll hang out. We'll do, you know what we'll do? We'll do a couple more review questions. I've got some more discussion topics that we didn't completely finish on that last stream when we were in FS 2020. So we'll do a couple more system stuff, and then I'll talk to you guys about some of the new features that are coming out in a small update for the 321 Neo. That's actually right. I actually have the beta. I got to mess around with it with a little bit, but I didn't want to run the latest beta test update for the 321 on this stream, just in case there was something bugged out. That I didn't want to find out, 5 hours into a stream. But we will, there's a little new feature coming for the 321 Neo. That's pretty neat. We'll talk about it.
48 out 2 checks, claim you the sit.
Jeremy says the Boeing Airbus debate is fun to have, but if you ask any pilot, they'll say they'll fly whatever plane. Jeremy, 100%, man. That really is the truth. Like, I'll fly a 172 if it pays me right and gives me the schedule I want, man. That honestly, at the end of at this point in my career. Now, I said maybe not a 172. You got to give me a PT6. Give me a PT6 and give me the right pay and the right right schedule, and I'll do it. Now I probably would do a 172 for the quote unquote right pay, and I don't know what that number would be, but
Los Angeles Center.
yeah, at this point in my career, give me a PT6, good schedule, good pay, and I'll take that, man. But I do love flying the Airbus. I really do. I think the Boeing Airbus debate is an interesting one, and I do it on that podcast. I always do like one Boeing positive and then one Airbus positive. And you look at these airplanes and they do the same job, but it's interesting to me to see how both companies achieve the same goal through different paths. And I always find that kind of interesting. And I think that's why I have a little fascination with older airplanes too. You look at the Concorde and you see what the engineers had to come up with for supersonic flight and all the challenges they had to overcome. And it's very interesting, man. The A300, especially the A300, you look at it, because obviously it's Airbus, so you look at the old school Airbus technology and the old school Airbus way of doing things, and then you see what they've changed and adapted over time, over the years, which gives you the 320neo series, the 2021 and the 19 actually. And I'm getting ready to make a mem that says the 320neo series is the best narrow-body jet. Change my mind, because to me, man, I don't know. I don't think you can put the Max up against the Neo just because of the recent history with the Max. But if you were to talk, CEO Airbus and 737-800, that would be you'd be hard to have a clear winner in that. But you look at the Max versus the Neo, I think you gotta choose the Neo. I really do.
2686 Los Angeles Center, welcome aboard. Climb and maintain level 350.
My Borky weather is 100 knots more than everyone else. What do I have for weather? I got 50 knots. No, that actually looks normal. So
Fly high 2, climb maintain level 350.
Urban 580. What's up, man?
350, fly high 2.
Niels, good to see you, man. So before I go get my coffee, let's talk about something real quick here, and we'll go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign off. So I was saying before we took off that this is one of those flights that you really, sometimes a direct to is more hurtful than just staying on your route of flight. So we'll go through this flight plan a little bit. You'll see here, this is the overview of the U.S. This is kind of our path. And you can see we're not going in a straight line. We've got this arc. Now there is, because the Earth is round, you're going to be flying more of a curved route. But the route is specific in it that it favors the most favorable winds. So you have you've got this page here, which has some wind vectors and some troughs and stuff. But the one that I really want to show you is this one right here. Look at this wind data. If we were just to go across the lower part of the United States, we would be fighting a pretty good crosswind for most of the time until we get over here. But as we fly north on this route, we are, everyone has, Brandon says everyone has a headwind, you've got a tailwind. Hey, I'm looking at the chart, and we're supposed to have a tailwind. We're probably, what waypoint is that? Wise? We're like right here, so I think y'all have funky weather. There's a weather shift right here. There's a little headwind right here, but this is on SimBrief, and you're supposed to have, I guess, yeah, we do have a straight tailwind right now, 225. Okay, maybe I believe you guys now. Hey, it's not my fault your weather is not as cool as mine. But again, this is that routing. You see how it takes you right with that tailwind, and you stay with that tailwind. The stronger wind actually almost would be beneficial, kind of looking at the wind barb. So each solid triangle is 50. We'll zoom in on it. A solid triangle is 50, a long line is 10, and this is 5. So this is 65 knots here, and this is 55 knots. This is 70 knots, and then of course the direction. But we're staying pretty solid tailwind all the way into New York. So there's definitely some type of pressure system right here, and this is probably why we're getting all jacked up in the rain. But yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. So if you get a direct to, like let's say you're right, right here, and they give you direct, you're gonna be fighting a crosswind most of the time, as opposed to just staying on your route. So that is a real world thing that you have to consider on a longer flight like this.
That'll be your final.
Man, look at the sun setting. All right, let's go outside. Let's look at the sunset. And then Alan was saying something about the Boeing, so I got to get to that. Oh, wow. See, I think it's almost too dramatic now. Let's see. Let's see if I can find a good spot for us. See, it almost looks too dramatic with X-Enviro, I think. I don't know. It almost looks too dramatic. We'll go back inside.
South 551, contact SoCal approach now.
Alan says the same goal through different paths. Yes, that really sums it up. I love the tech on the Airbus, but I love the feeling Boeing gives you that you feel you are the eagle and the plane is part of you. Alan, I can't disagree with that, man. That is one thing where you are really with that airplane. I mean, that's what I've heard most guys that have come from the Boeing. Like I fly with guys that have flown on the 737, and you know they say the same thing. You're definitely much more of a manager in the Airbus, and I mean we're all managers at the airline level nowadays with the technology across the board, but definitely more so with the Airbus that you're mostly managing. Where that Boeing, you are really connected. So, yeah, it's most guys that I've flown. Alan, I don't know if you've been in an Airbus at all, but well, I'm sure you've been in an Airbus, but I mean the cockpit. So most guys that I've flown with, what I was getting at is most guys that I've flown with that have come from the Boeing say that they'll still take the Airbus cockpit over the Boeing cockpit any day. But then I get the full wrath of like, well, Airbus does this and then Boeing does this better. So.
American 328, contact SoCal approach 124.5. We'll see you.
Captain Tom says I'm running people over with my ground speed. Hey, it's not my problem.
Center Southwest 3239, West I-4 to LA.
Can we talk about Toga lock, Alpha floor, Alpha prot? I think it's stall protection. We can get into that. We'll get into some systems here in a little bit. I'm gonna like I said, I gotta get my coffee here in just a minute. Everyone has a quartering headwind of 90 knots, and I've got a tailwind. Hey, it must just be the special bourbon livery I got here. Jeremy says I asked the 7-3 pilot who flew the Airbus before, and if the Airbus spoiled him, he said no. That after some time it doesn't matter because an airplane is an airplane. Yeah, I've heard that too. It's, of course I'm going to be biased to the Airbus because I'm flying the Airbus. Now, if I got on a Boeing and that was what I was flying, I'm sure I'd be like, okay, well, Boeing it is. You're going to get those biases for sure. But at the end of the day, you're right. An airplane's an airplane. You push the stick forward or the yoke forward, the houses are going to get bigger. You pull back, they're going to get smaller. And we all have to land at some point. So they all do the same thing. In Boeing, you're a quarterback. In Airbus, you're the offensive coordinator. That's the first time I've heard that analogy, and I actually like it. That's a good analogy, man.
Unrestricted up to 280, American 2641.
Wow.
For 2021, turn right 30 degrees for traffic.
What? All right, right turn 30 degrees for Bourbon 2021?
That is correct. Turn right by 30 degrees for traffic.
All right, right turn 30 degrees, Bourbon 2021. So it's going to be about 60. Hey, man, I got real weather on.
And that's why you get the burn.
Center, good evening.
Whoa. Ears.
Through 12000 for flight level.
All right, I'll change it. So let me turn X-Enviro off. Let me see if it changes the winds. Oh, gosh.
Flight level 380, Air Canada.
It's really dark now. You know what? I forgot we had... Okay, well, I definitely like X-Enviro better for nighttime. I've never seen X-Enviro at night, so we'll turn X-Enviro back on for nighttime.
Climb maintain level 330.
Who are we overtaking? I'm trying to see if who we're overtaking here. Go neutral.
Delta 087, contact.
I don't know what's going on with the ATC. I cannot see anybody here. Is there... Okay, so that's an experts. Transponder compatibility mode. I feel like I should know what this. Should that be on? Do I need to have transponder compatibility mode? Because this is twice now that I've been... I think it was twice in the toll list where I have not been able to see... traffic on TCAS. Wow. Jeez.
Southwest 232
Oh, that's it. Gotta love it, man. They're trying to turn me into the headwind? Hey, I don't have the fuel for this. Actually, we do. We're doing all right with fuel. Look at those sky colors, though. That reminds me a lot of FS 2020 with those sky colors.
2021, turn left 30 degrees.
All right, we'll take it another 30 left, Bourbon 2021. You got any idea how long we'll be on this heading?
No, back left 30 degrees.
Oh, back left 30 degrees. Thank you. That makes me feel better. Bourbon 2021. We're going to...
I'm not going to beat you up too much.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We do have a finite amount of fuel on board.
Do what you want with that. We don't care.
It's because you guys don't have Carta engines. That's what it is. You guys don't have special Carta engines.
United 540, contact SoCal approach on
Let's see here. Let's go back out here. Get a little bit... Wow. That's... Okay, that's kind of like a desktop background type picture where you just have the silhouette of the Airbus and the sun setting. Wow. That's pretty cool. I'm going to actually set it...
Groups flying in and out.
Like that. That looks... I mean, that's a view that I haven't really looked at X-Plane before. Hit M.
Typical day of traffic.
It'll show traffic. Yep, no traffic in the Tolas for you either, Steve. Look at all these guys. So we were overtaking Oh, it's at TWA.
Shamrock 981, cross the fuzzy intersection 1616,000.
I think that T-way is stuck in like the 1980s. That's why he's not going very
Shamrock
fast.
981, that's the fuzzy intersection at 1616.
So Bourbon 580 is behind me. Braniff is up here. I wish I told you what airplane it was. So, look at all the Bourbons. That's great.
421 Los Angeles Center, welcome aboard, climb maintain level 340.
That is great.
Alright, we'll see if we can get this altitude right. 340 thanks.
Okay, you did that time.
Am I using anything other than X Enviro for the sky? Nope, that is X Enviro. That is the only visual add-on you got right now. Nothing better than a West Coast sunset. There's a fact. I agree with you, Anthony.
Los Angeles Center, squawk 7230.
Fubar says I've never seen traffic in the Tolas. I could have sworn I saw traffic in the Tolas before. I haven't in the last couple of streams then.
7230.
Team Vodka, you're the TWA? I gotcha. 7-8 on the MCP. Alright, so it is just a wind thing, man. It's not you. Either that or your fuel is a little old. You're not burning that new Jet A. MCP Boeing fan here. Well, what airplane? I think he is in a Boeing, right? Team Vodka, aren't you in a Boeing? Captain Tom's the only Braniff. Tom, I thought you had hypoxia by now. What are you doing still cooking, man?
Region 181, recycle your transponder at squawk 7376.
Dude, my house is getting hit. Let me just pull up the radar right now. I hope that's not hail.
Send me the Sunset 4 arrival.
I'm trying to load the radar on my house because I noticed the frame started dropping a little bit. Oh yeah, we're going through one more little cell, and then we're going to be in the clear for a while. We'll see what happens here. Flying through the clouds at night in flight sim in 2020 is incredible, dude. I agree. That FS 2020 flight we did at sunset, going into Burbank was pretty sweet.
Heavy Los Angeles Center. Climb maintain level 320.
Alright, I'm going to jump off of ATC here for a minute.
53, contact SoCal approach 119.6.
So I can make my coffee, and then I'll be right back with you, and then we'll do some more Airbus Boeing system stuff, and then I'll take my first official break for dinner, but I got to get my coffee brewing. So let me tell ATC I'll be away for a minute.
232, Los Angeles Center, another call sign. Southwest 232 is on frequency. Climb maintain level.
Turn off hypoxia, no problem. Yeah, I guess you could do that in the menu.
232, there's an American 232 on frequency, but I'm sending you on your way. Contact SoCal approach 119.6. your flight 553, so Los Angeles Center.
Yeah, apologies, got to 19.6 function, just in stuff.
Do I prefer X-Plane or Microsoft?
No, it's not you.
Alright, take care.
Microsoft is really pretty, but I still prefer the planes in X-Plane.
Delta 390, what's your request?
Yeah, we didn't realize we found 280, but flight plan was supposed to be 380, so can we come up with a 380 to save some fuel?
Oh, somebody misfiled by 10,000 feet.
Delta 390, stand by.
Hey, Center for Bourbon 2021, I gotta step away from the mic just for a minute or so.
Approved as requested.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. Let me get my coffee brewing, and we'll be right back.
There we go. Delta 390, climb maintain level 380.
Right up to 380, Delta 390.
Had a check crossing for you.
Yeah, we kind of figured out.
And Center Southwest 3239 with information Lima ready for taxi.
House 3239, runway 1 right at Bravo, taxi via Whiskey Delta Bravo.
1 right at Bravo, Whiskey Delta Bravo to 1 right Southwest 3239.
Center, I'll back east, keep request to step away for a couple minutes.
Okay, 875, approved as requested.
United 738, currently through 2,000, climbing 5,000.
At 738, Los Angeles Center. Should be with SoCal departure on 124.5. And 738, contact SoCal approach, departure 124.5.
124.5, United 738.
We'll see you shortly. For 2021, proceed direct Bauer intersection, then on course. For 2021, Los Angeles Center.
Think you did okay.
Yeah, still all right. United 895, radar contact, descend via the Angel 4 arrival. United 895, radar contact 14 miles east of the Peace Springs VOR, descend via the Angel 4 arrival.
Center via Angel 4, United 895. Los Angeles Center, good evening, Metro 467, we're just over Cliff and now passing 13,900, first flight level 230.
Metro 467, Los Angeles Center, welcome aboard, climb maintain level 350.
Up to 350, Metro 467.
1385, Los Angeles Center. Good evening. Climb maintain level 360. Dragon Niagara Foxtrot Lima, it's been fun. Ontario altimeter 2990, contact SoCal approach 124.5, we'll see you. And all I got was a carrier that time.
Alright, 245, we'll see you next year, Denver, Charlie.
That's it.
Hi, Center, TW114, we're looking to go up to flight level 370 if we can.
QA 114, climb maintain level 370.
370 today over 114, thank you.
Center, Pack 875, back to the flight deck.
Back 875, copy, thank you. Five. Stand by. That was 1385.
All right, that was interesting. So Drake Bauer, wow, it's dark up here, huh? Jeez.
873, climbing through 13.5 for flight level 230.
And 738,
We'll
Los
go to
Angeles.
drag two.
Center, welcome aboard, climb maintain level 2.
So my wife turned off the coffee pot, man. That was not cool.
873.
And it-
Southwest 3239, radio 1 right at Bravo.
Man, we're gonna need to I hate, this is the only reason why I hate night flying. It's so dark.
Wind,
We're back.
050 at Niger, runway
60
1 right at Bravo,
seconds.
Clear for takeoff, 1 right at Bravo, Southwest 3239.
So it's 4720, contact local center now 132.20.
Jeez, I was like, don't turn off the coffee pot because I had it ready to brew, and then she turned it off, so it had to heat up. But we're good to go now. We got coffee, we got a cookie. And LA Bourbon 2021, we're direct Bauer now. Sorry about that. The flight attendant turned off the coffee maker.
2021, copy, thanks.
All right. What I miss? Jari. Jari. Calm down and chat, man. Everybody calm down. We're chilling. It's New Year's Eve. No need to get too crazy here. We still have rain out west at 34 degrees, Al. Ooh.
Okay, block, Shamrock 981, go ahead.
Wind check for Vegas.
Currently 050 at Niger, and information.
Revolution. Alan says, when you think how much money Microsoft has to throw at developing software, it's amazing how much a small bunch of guys, Laminar, can run things. Oh, yeah.
1385, copy, thank you.
You really look at
Yeah, 873, request 2 minutes away from flight deck.
you look at what Laminar has done with just a small team, and
181.
but it is definitely impressive. And I just hope that, we'll see what happens. We'll see what X-Plane 12 boasts, and we'll see what FS 2020 will turn into. But
3600.
man, Laminar, they've done a great job with this sim. Every time I get in P3D and I do one of those back-to-work streams with the FS Labs, it's just not. That sim is so archaic, and to see how X-Plane really is very user-friendly. I just think if they can figure out how to get some type of data streaming for the terrain like Microsoft does, which I don't think that will happen, but the way that Microsoft does the terrain loading where you don't have to download terabytes of scenery, that to me is the future. And you look at the lighting modeling they have. But we'll see. We'll definitely see. I think we're going to have to park it in the flight deck for a little bit here. I think that's what we did on our first long haul ever at night.
Good day. Frontier Flight 305 is with you out of 13000.
How are we looking?
Flight level 250.
517, 18, 7.2 on the fuel. We do have a step climb we should program here in a minute. Like a scene from Airplane.
Flight 335, Los Angeles Center, welcome aboard. Climb maintain level 290.
Are you on VATSIM? Yes, I'm on. I'm on VATSIM.
Final altitude today for Frontier Flight.
Jeffrey, have a good one, man. Take it easy, bro. Classy Traveler says P3D is ugly. That's the thing. P3D, in order to make it look decent, you really got to spend a lot of money. Whereas X-Plane, you don't need a ton of money to make it look good. Uh-oh. All right, X-Enviro is having an issue.
And LA Center, Frontier 335 is 290. Going to be our.
Must be
final
loading
altitude
something
for
or
today.
downloading something. who knows what's going to happen on this stream. I mean, this is
290 is your final altitude.
this is an adventure for all of us. We got to fly over a lot of very dense sceneries that I have across the country. On stream, on a crappy internet connection, middle of the night on New Year's.
115 miles north.
XP72, what's going on, brother? He says, Happy New Year, V1 and friends, epic long haul flight this will be. XP, Happy New Year, my friend. Yeah, we'll be landing in 2021 your time for sure. It'll still be 1 hour to go about for myself. But XP, glad to see you here on stream, man. Happy New Year to you, man.
Urban 68, contact Salt Lake Center 120.27.
New Year's in the Azores. Oh, we missed it. Okay, is that what the Azores? So I was looking at my world countdown clock here, and it says, so Happy New Year to Cabo Verde and 2 more, Azores, Portugal, and a small region of Greenland. Well, if anybody is in chat that had just hit New Year's in Cabo, never heard of Cabo Verde. Azores, Portugal, obviously, small region of Greenland, heard of all that. Gonna have to Google Cabo Verde. I don't know what that is. But happy New Year to you guys. If you're in chat in that time zone, shout out, give a Happy New Year.
2641, descending the Angel 4 arrival.
Steve says simulated turbulence in flight to wake everyone for the New Year countdown. Yeah, oh yeah. I've flown through New Year's. You know what's funny is I was looking back. I was trying to figure out what I was doing this time last year exactly, and I actually did a flight on New Year's, and we landed right at midnight East Coast time. And I remember it was going into Philadelphia of all places, and there was some fireworks going off. It was pretty cool. So flying over the New Year's or 4th of July is all pretty sweet when you get to see all the fireworks from the sky. That's kind of a neat thing to see. I know another one that sticks out is Phoenix. If you fly into Phoenix when they're doing a fireworks show, they do them off the, what is that there, that river? Oh my gosh. Tempe Town Lake is what it's called. They fire off fireworks right near the finals if you're landing westbound going into Phoenix. It's pretty sweet. Commander Gina, what's going on, man? He says, I think you missed my earlier message. I'm sorry, dude. Did I miss it? He says, happy and prosperous New Year from Scotland. Jinar, cheers to you, brother. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, man. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you for that.
181, wind 0509, your runway 26 left, clear land.
Looking at VASPA, it seems to match up. We're starting to match up now. Let's look at traffic here. How are we doing? So it looks like... oh man, I'm still eating up this T-way here.
Sorry, clear the land 2 plus, Legion 181.
It's wrong time to be asleep. Why am I on final?
Hey, Vodka. Someone fell asleep on final. Hey, Vodka, what's your altitude? What's your cruise altitude, Vodka?
No worries. River 2021, contact Salt Lake Center 120.27.
2027, Happy New Year, Bourbon 2021. See ya.
And thanks for your help on the diversion. We'll see you later.
Hey, no worries, man. Hey, after all that, I forgot the frequency. What was it again?
120.27. We'll see you.
2027. Have a good one, Bourbon 2021.
Trap Mark 981, heavy.
Air Canada 758, Swig Center, item.
Brandon says, your weather doesn't match everyone else. I'm at 330 with a ground speed of 450. Well, I'm at 446. I'm at 446. Center, good evening, Bourbon 2021, level 330. How you doing? Did I get that frequency right?
Yeah. Good evening. Brandon 350.
Who's Braniff? Who's the Braniff again? Vodka, you're at 37. Okay.
Radar contact 60 miles north.
What's your wind at 37, Vodka? I'm curious.
Bourbon 2021, Swig Center, welcome.
That's hypnotized, very wholesome. They are.
Brunel 53, Swig Center, welcome.
And Center, Bourbon 2021, level 330. Good evening.
Bourbon 2021, Swig Center, welcome.
Donation.
Mr. Swede coming in. Mr. Swede, Mr. Swede, thank you so much for the $5 donation, dude. Happy New Year to you as well. I appreciate your support on the channel. Thank you for that.
Bourbon 2021, same Mach number.
Bourbon 2021 doing 78 assign.
be 0.78, 0.8.
Yeah.
Brand 53, do not exceed Mach .77 for space.
Ooh.
Alright, we'll go down to 0.77 for Brand 53.
Put on the brakes, Braniff. Put on the brakes, Braniff. Captain Tom, you're Braniff. I gotcha. Okay. Putting on the brakes. Not an in sight, Alan says. Yeah. Oh, time to say goodnight to the little one here. Give me a second, guys. All right. 2 Tons of Love says this will be my first visit into LaGuardia today. Oh, man. Jari, no worries, man. No worries. Welcome back, dude. Arion says, Happy New Year, Captain. Already 2021 here. I'm at the tail of the bourbon traffic. Aaron? Welcome, man. Let's see. Let's see what we got. We got TWA up there that he's stuck in 1980. We got a couple of bourbons back here. We got a bourbon and a PXX. I don't know what PXX is. Is that? I'll have to check on Sim Toolkit to see more traffic. But yeah, I wonder why my toll list doesn't have traffic. I like seeing those. Those BBNs, those look good though, for sure. Steve says I'm making my wife watch the movie Airplane when we get home. Dude, if she hasn't seen it already, that's a cardinal sin. Alright, we were supposed to step climb at one of these altitudes, weren't we? So let's take a look at our flight plan here real quick before we get too comfortable. We were to step at Eker 350. So Eker, step climb 350. I think I can just put 350. Actually, let's try this. Flight level 350 at Eker. There we go. 230 miles to our step climb of 350. Right now we're looking good on the fuel though. We're 7.3, 516, 16 minutes past New Year's is our arrival time. J6R, hello man, welcome aboard, welcome to the stream, dude. Happy New Year, my friend.
Seabird 269, Lake Center, Squawk 6053.
All right, let's go ahead and get back. Let's do some questions here before it gets late. Because when it gets late, I'm probably just going to be dead, and I'm not going to want to talk too much into in-depth systems. But somebody had a good question about something, and I forget what it was now. But we do have a couple more discussion questions here. We can talk some more systems.
78, contact Salt Lake City Central 125.902.
All right, here's one I wanted to bring up. So we talked about IDG cooling on the Airbus, right? So we talked that these integrated drive generators, they take variable engine speed and produce a constant output, right? And they make a constant power, nice smooth power for the airplane. So they run hot. We have to use oil to cool them down. So we use the oil to cool down the IDGs, keep them cool and lubricated. And then we also use that heat to cool, or I'm sorry, we use the heat from the oil to warm the fuel. So we have that fuel oil heat exchanger there in the IDGs, and we talked about that on the long haul, I think, on the Hawaiian flight. So my other question is then, so I said, you know, the fuel will pass by, goes through the heat exchanger, and it warms the fuel. What happens if the returned IDG cooling fuel fills the wing tanks while the center tank is still feeding? So that's something that we, you know, it's actually a check ride question, and that's why I'm going to ask it. Well, I don't anticipate you guys to know this one, but we're going to discuss it here real quick because it helps me understand too. So this is slightly different. I mean, we're looking at a couple ACTs here, which are empty, but the center tank feeding what happens when it fills the wing tanks while the center tanks are feeding. So the center tank pumps will actually cut off and will begin feeding from the wing tanks until the fuel tank quantity is reduced by 1,100 pounds. So just imagine, like right now, we're feeding out of our center tanks. We've got fuel oil going through their IDG fuel oil heat exchanger, and that fuel is returning back to the wing tanks. So if it gets too full and it fills the wing tanks, in real life, these center tank pumps will actually cut off and will begin fueling from the wing tanks. And I almost feel like that happened to us on this stream, because I don't know if the center tank feeding was here the whole time. I think it went off and now it came back on. But that is something that on a longer flight like this, you're talking 6-7 hour flights, that's something that it may become something, hey, I should probably check that, because you run that fuel oil heat exchanger, at some point these tanks are going to get full, so you got to stop feeding from the center and start burning down fuel in the wing tanks. And then the check right answer is the 1,100 pounds. That's the magic number, is that once it will actually burn down 1,100 pounds, and then it will go back to doing what it does. So that was just one of those little check right questions that I wanted to get to. Sin City Pilot coming in with a $20 bomb. Sin City, thank you so much for that $20 donation, man. I really appreciate it. He says, I love all your videos and streams and appreciate all the knowledge you share with us. Happy New Year. Sin City, Happy New Year to you as well. I can only imagine maybe you're in Las Vegas, so maybe it's not quite New Year for you as well, but I appreciate the support nonetheless, my friend. Welcome aboard the stream. Thank you. Thank you for that. So that was one of the last questions that I've had on that IDG that we didn't get to. We already talked about the IDG, the integrated drive generator. We talked about variable engine output and gives constant variable engine output and gives a constant output. So if you guys are flying Airbuses right now, what would happen if you came up here and pressed one of your IDG push buttons? Will you be able to reconnect your IDG in flight? That is my question. Can you reconnect the IDG in flight? Alan says, what are pounds? Do you measure your liquids in sterling? I couldn't resist. Also British. Alan. Oh, man. We refer to them as freedom units, my friend. That's awesome, dude. Do you measure your liquids in sterling? I was so happy when Tolos came out and said, hey, we're going to give you guys imperial or pounds, imperial units. Which is so weird, because it's weird that they call it imperial, because imperial sounds very British to me. John G says, I was wondering what the line of LA to LaGuardia planes were on VATSIM. There you go. You found it, John G. Welcome, man. Doing the Bourbon 2021 inaugural flight of Bourbon Airlines. We're going to land in 2021, which is pretty cool. I'm going to land in 2021. Sam's got it. Nope. No, you would not. Death. Nope. Yeah. So there's actually a method for disconnecting it, and I don't think it's really needs to be modeled. Even I don't know if it is, but if you press, when you disconnect the IDG push buttons, should you have to, they actually say that you're not supposed to press that button for more than 2 seconds, because then it's actually a mechanical shear. When you press that button, it mechanically separates the IDG from the engine. So you're right. You cannot reconnect it in flight. It can only be reconnected by maintenance, and you're supposed to not press and hold that button, because there could be some excess damage that can occur. Alan says, interesting question, because on the Boeings you can't reconnect drive on the ground. Really? Interesting. Glenn Gamer says, a good video on IDG overheat with Swiss Air 340 on YouTube. Ah, okay. I did have a IDD. I did have to disconnect an IDG one time in flight, but it wasn't on an Airbus. It was on an Embraer. We had to disconnect an IDG. And I forget it. They call them the same thing, IDGs, or they call them... I think they call them something else on the Embraer. I can't remember now, but it's the same. Or I think they call them CSDs, constant speed drive, maybe. Either way, same thing. But yeah, only maintenance can do it. Can do. I think 2021 will be better. I sure hope so. Somebody said, what does the takeoff config push button do? So the takeoff config button actually does a lot of things. Oh, look at that traffic right above me. That's cool.
Over to Los Angeles 125.8.
I'm passing that T-way. I'm passing T-way up there.
Speedbird 281, contact. Los
So the
Angeles
takeoff
number
config push button, when you press it, it
125.8.
checks a bunch of different things. It checks your THS, checks your takeoff configuration, such as your flaps. It checks if the parking brake is set or not. Oh my gosh, there's a list of things that are actually on that I should know. But yeah, so the takeoff config, the whole point of that push button is it's kind of like that last final check before going down the runway and pushing those thrust levers up to make sure everything is ready to go for flight. There were a couple accidents back in the day in aviation where airplanes took off that were not in the proper configuration, whether it be the slats not in the right configuration, whether it be the trim not set. So there were accidents. There's lessons learned in blood in aviation that give us the safety that we have today. So over time, you got that development. So that's what we have now. And I can imagine the Boeing has something similar, Alan. I think, I'm sure you'll be able to answer, but off the top of my head, is it something to do with their throttle position? Like if you move the throttles up, you get a takeoff config warning horn or something? That's why you check them? I think there's something like that in the Boeing. But most all modern jets that I know of have some type of config warning that even if you don't have a takeoff config test here, you still check the warning. So in the MD-80, and this I know in the MD-80, the way you check your takeoff config, instead of pressing the button there, you just do a quick advance of the thrust levers all the way up to, I don't know what the proper procedure, like, or how far, but you pretty much put them all the way up and then bring them back really quickly. So the engines never actually spool up, but you check the takeoff position of everything on the aircraft, whether it be your stab trim and flaps and all that. So that's a good question, man. Team Vecca says, not yet, you aren't, but I'm doing 836 now. Well, if you're doing 83, how do you like this? How do you like these apples? I can do 7.9. Uh-oh. Someone's going to be pressing that red line. What are the procedures for an engine fire in an Airbus? SimPilot, welcome to the channel, man. So, engine fire procedures. This one, I won't tell you like a blanket statement because it'll vary airline to airline. Where I work, it's actually they try to keep it a very calm procedure. There's actually not a lot of memory items with an engine fire. But essentially what's going to happen if you do get an engine fire, and I think I did this in my back to work stream where we actually simulated an engine fire. Whatever engine catches on fire will illuminate, right? And it's going to direct you to push the engine fire push button. You essentially follow everything on the ECAM. That's what makes the Airbus, in my opinion, a very, I shouldn't say easy, but a very systematic approach to handling emergencies, because everything that you need to do in priority will be listed out here on the ECAM for you. So we'll actually say, engine 1 fire. And then it'll say engine 1 fire push button press. So you'd come up here, you'd flip the guard up, and you press the engine fire push button. Thank you for the subscribe there, guys. Appreciate it, man. Marco Campos, JR Demisi, and Air Al Chicago. Appreciate the subscribes, guys. So when you press this button, a couple things happen. Engine 1 hydraulic pump will be shut off. Low pressure fuel valves will be closed. Engine 1 generator will be disconnected. Engine 1 bleed will be shut off. And the associated pack as well. So basically you work your way down. You don't have to press any of these buttons. If you just press this push button here, it's going to shut off, and you kind of just systematically look down, and you're basically going to stop everything on that engine. Now, the check right answer would be, let me get my other book out here, because this is good stuff here. I will be going for, I don't have my oral until later in the month, so I got to do like some basic requal, and then no, I can't pull it up, but anyway, yeah, that's basically what you do. And then once you get the engine secure, then you have to determine, okay, once you blow, if you blow the bottle, so you have to blow your bottle, which is up here again. So this does not discharge any fire retardant. You actually have to come up here and press the Agent 1 push button. And when you press this main button here, it actually arms the squibs. So you have two squibs, Agent 1, Agent 2. You can't, I don't want to press it because I don't know what will happen in the Tolos, but in the real airplane, if you just press this, nothing would happen because it's not armed. You have to actually use this shutoff button first, and then the squibs will be armed, and it'll be yellow, it'll say amber, and it'll say arm, and then you press that, and that will discharge the bottle into the engine. Now, once you discharge it, you're not going to be able to relight it. You wouldn't want to relight it anyway if you had an engine fire. But then, you know, one pilot is working on securing the engine and doing the ECAM. The other pilot at that point, hopefully, is already on track getting the airplane on the ground somewhere. So it's a very systematic approach to work through a failure on the Airbus, and I think it just makes it very, it makes it less chaotic. I've flown airplanes where you have failures and it's just like you've got 50 different memory items, but the Airbus is very systematic in the way it approaches a failure. So when we do V1 cuts, and I'll do those on my back to work stream, we'll do a couple more of those before I have my actual sim for the V1 cuts. A V1 cut in reality it's almost like a non-event. I mean, you fly the airplane, get her trimmed out, you level off, you accelerate, you clean up, and you just work through the ECAM. And by the time you finish the ECAM, your procedures are pretty much done. Then you go to the book, and then you have to look in your book, and you got to make sure everything is done in the book.
Urban 2021, contact Denver Center, 127.65.
127.65. You have a good night, Bourbon 2021.
781, are you going for the visual 3-4 left or 3-4 right? Or do you have another runway in mind?
Jeffrey, this is the Togless.
My plan was to make a right turn.
Team Vodka, I'm not using X-Enviro anymore. I shut it off. I still have a 41 knot tailwind, man.
For the localizer right now.
Tommy, welcome to Private Pilot, man. Thank you for joining the channel. Exclamation point welcome if you have any more questions about your new perks on the channel, but I appreciate you joining the channel, man. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard, my friend. Denver Center, good evening. Bourbon 2021 with level 330. How you doing?
Urban 2021, Denver Center, hello.
And for Bourbon 2021, we have a step climb on our flight plan around Echo Kilo Romeo to 35. Do you think that'll be able to happen tonight?
Yeah, sure, I can make that happen.
Thank you, sir. Alan says, yes, interesting. The A320 does a very sweet job of directing your attention to the problem. The Boeing is a bit WTF, but the A380, that's like a horror movie. Ever watch Qantas vids? So I watched a few Qantas vids. What was the flight number of that 380 that had? Was it the engine failure or the multiple engine failure in flight? I can't remember. It was like the famous one because they almost crashed the 380. Well, they didn't almost crash it, but it was a situation which could have gotten very bad. But I remember watching the video, and the first officer said he just had, tons of things on the ECAM popping up. And one thing you never really want to see is a compound failure. And what happens is when things start failing on the Airbus, you can only fit so many items on your ECAM. So it'll actually populate on this page right here, and it'll give you the most important things first. If you ever see a little green arrow right down here, that just means it's no good because it's a compound failure. That means there's more failures happening than you can actually see on the ECAM, that the Airbus is prioritizing the most severe ones first. And from what I gather, that Qantas flight, they encountered that, and that FO was just working tirelessly going through, and then the captain was just trying to get the airplane back and fly the airplane. And that's another thing you want to make sure you maintain in any emergency is someone has got to always be flying the airplane. So whoever the pilot flying is, you stay the pilot flying, the other guy starts working the checklist. And you have to, if you're the pilot flying, just fly the airplane, because if you start getting distracted and start looking at what the other guy is doing, like, oh wait, and trying to not trust, if you don't trust your co-pilot, or if the co-pilot doesn't trust the captain, you can get into an issue there where you may get distracted from actually flying the airplane. So that's one thing that makes a really good crew, is when you're able to just totally have confidence in the guy next to you, and you're doing your job, he's doing your job, and you systematically attack the problem and get the airplane on the ground safely. Qantas Flight 32, I believe that's what it was. Infinite Flight, thank you. Khalil says, how many hours left? I'm not sure. Check the, I can't see it because it's too small on my screen. But there's an ETE on top of the screen, right here, somewhere up there. I can give you a rough estimate. Right now we're showing 5:15 UTC. It is 1:26, so about 4 hours, man. Just under 4 hours. my approximation. But that should give you an ETE up top. And that's also a progress bar, that little red line that's going through. Sounds like that green arrow is what nightmares are made of. Slam cannon. You couldn't have said it better, man. It really is what it is. And when you get, I know when you go through, well, it depends on where you train, obviously, but when I was doing my Airbus type ride, they give you some severe hydraulic problems where you're in direct law, single engine, just worst case scenario, and I mean, it is a compound failure problem that you handle, and you get the little arrow, and you're just like, it's almost an overwhelming, it almost seems overwhelming, but you got to remember, systematic approach, do what's at the top, secure that, and sometimes, just like when a compound failure, you can have compound fixes. So if you fix something up here, sometimes the lower items will be, oh, look at that, the center tank feeding came back on. Did you guys see that? So that's exactly what's happening. That is so cool to see that. I know I'm going off on a tangent, but see, we're back to 1310. So that was so cool. We stopped center tank feeding, and they were burning from the wings. And now we're back to center tank feeding to get the rest off. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool to see that. I imagine, I assume that's why that popped back on there. But that's pretty cool. Mr. Sweet says, how much legal responsibility do you have as a captain of the passengers on board if they get sick? So that's kind of an interesting question. So I don't think it's violates. I try to avoid a lot of topics that can potentially be stuff that shouldn't be said in public, but this one I think I can talk about. So depending on what happens, if somebody gets sick on an airplane, again, depending on the airline, depending where you work, depending what your company procedures are, or even country, it could vary country to country, I don't know, but for us in the U.S., we have a controlling agency we can get a hold of, and it's medical doctors. They get the information, and then nothing can really be administered to a patient unless it's directed by those doctors on the ground that we're in communication with. Now, God forbid something bad happens and maybe that patient passes away or something happens. The doctors are the ones liable for that. And that's why it's important from a flight crew perspective, if somebody does get sick, there's a whole procedure that takes place where you got to get the information, you get the passenger's information, you get a hold of MedLink, we call it MedLink, and it's a certified doctor. You're literally talking to doctors on the ground, and they get all the information, and then they give you care, and they tell you, okay, well, you're good to continue on, or I think that, given the current situation, you should probably divert to the nearest suitable alternate, or this is really bad, you need to divert immediately. So that they have controlling authority over passenger sickness on airplanes. I've had a couple of those. Luckily, the ones that I've had mostly have just been little things that we've been able to continue on. So this is the Tola's walking dog. Flight Super says, basically, if you see a green arrow in the Airbus, you know you're effed. You got it, man. Alan says, yeah, the multiple engine failure. And they started getting ECAM, warning for warning, waffle maker in-op, warning coffee maker is cold. Oh, engines are a bit F2, but coffee and waffles. That is awesome, man. I mean, that's crazy, dude. I can't imagine. I would love to sit in a 380 ground school just to see the sheer amount of excess systems on that type of airplane, on something that size, compared to an air body. I'm sure they have all kinds of additional systems, just multiples of, we have, maybe one or two on a narrow body. They probably have 4 or 5. That's pretty crazy. Add J20 coming in with a 10 donation. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, Add J20. You've been around the channel a long time, man. I appreciate your continued support here at the V1 community. He says, congrats on the inaugural flight of Air Bourbon and all the best for 2021. Happy New Year to you, my friend. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I hope you have a good 2021 as well. All right, how are we doing on this? Did we pass him? I don't see him. Oh, hey, T-Way. Team Vodka. Where you at, Team Vodka? You might be so far. I might be so far ahead of you that I can't see you. Wow, it is jet black in X-Plane. So I guess we'll just hang out in the cockpit tonight. We'll go back to the jump seat. Not much to see outside. But, Team Vodka, sorry, man. I hope you got your HEPA filters on so you filter out all the Jet A that I'm about to put in your face. Who's the next plane we're about to take down? Who's Bourbon 68? Whoever Bourbon 68 is, I'm coming for you, my friend. I think this guy forgot about our step climb. Eh, maybe not. We're still 50 miles to go. Tommy says, I'm way more behind. Hope all the ways. Oh, man. Slam Cannon, I agree, man. I hope 2021 treats pilots better. This was a crazy... It just was... I mean, I'm very fortunate to be where I was. I wasn't affected too drastically, but for personal friends, for, you know, thousands of people that I, you know, don't even know, but have been put in a much worse situation than I was. I had to turn on that second radio panel there. Lawrence Draper. Thank you so much for the 10-pound donation, man. He says, man, I'm so drunk in the UK. It's a 130Z. Your stream this year have been incredible. Thanks for helping me get through 2020. Lawrence, thank you so much for your support on the channel. Thank you for that donation. Very generous of you. I'm glad you're having a good time out there in the UK. Happy New Year to you as well. And definitely hope 2021 is a little bit easier on you, my friend. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. So Flying Guitarist Sam says he's Bourbon 68. So Sam, what airplane are you in? What's your altitude and wind? I'm curious to see what yours are. We know Team Vodka was he was playing with his winds back there, and he got left behind. Let's see what Sam's got for winds. Josh, what's up, man? He says, what is the standard lighting on the flight deck during night? You keep it dark, or there's a dome? So it depends. Different guys will be different guys. Now, luckily for me, I kind of set the cockpit. You know, I don't. Oh, why are you requesting up to 350, Sam? Are you scared?
Bourbon 68, climb and maintain flight level 350.
Are you scared, Sam? Gotta go to 350, huh?
Bourbon 68, got a duplicate kit, reset your transponder, squawk 6542.
Oh, I thought he was talking to me. I was worried. I almost changed the transponder. What was the question? Oh, the lighting. So yeah, on the flight deck, luckily for me, you know, I set it, and it is what it is. But there are guys that like to fly with the dome light on. I always ask them, like, I'm like, hey, do you mind if we have the dome light on or not? Or you know, there'll be pilots that prefer the dome light. Personally, I prefer the dome light off. Like that, you know, I'd rather fly around like that. But if you're having a hard time staying awake, then yeah, we call it the KGB light. You just turn it on full bright. That'll help you, you know, not get tired. But we refer to it as the KGB light. But most of the time, you're going to have it dim or maybe the low position. Now for landing, it's important that you do set the cockpit lighting proper, and that is you're going to turn everything down as dim as possible. Not as possible, you still won't be able to see it, but I mean, you're not going to have any dome lights on, you're not going to have excess brightness on the screens, because you want to be able to really see the runway environment, you want to see the runway lights, you want your depth perception back when you're coming into flare. So as you come into approach, even guys that like the dome light on, we turn it off when we get down there on the approach phase, and for takeoff too. Also, these are radio lights. I don't know why Airbus, you dim the integral lights here, like these. You can turn these all the way down. So let's see if we can do it here. We'll turn off the dome light. So dome light's off. Turn off this floodlight. Turn off this floodlight. So the cockpit would be pretty dark in real life. But no matter what you do with this integral light right here, these radio lights always stay bright. And they're so annoying. So what we actually do is you print out a little bit. You just slew a little paper out of the printer here, fold it in half, and I like to place it right over my radio panel because these two white lights are so bright, and I don't know why Airbus doesn't make them dim. And especially if you get an airplane that has a newer radio panel, so one guy will have LEDs over here, and then one guy will have, like, you know, just the shoddy little yellow soft glows, and then it's, you know, you get to make fun of the other guy, like, huh, your lights are super bright over there, turn them down. But yeah, we print off pieces of paper to cover those lights there on the radio panel. There's no SOP for lighting. No, there's no SOP for it, man. That was a long-winded answer for a simple answer. Oof. Alan says, I find you have to the light, the lower the light you have, the better, because you lose all sense of what's outside. Yep, totally agree, man. And I find the bright lights to be tiring.
Okay, Roger, report on that.
Yep. Man, 4 sectors at night in a round dial 7.3. Well, there you go. That's, yeah, you don't want to get your eyes wore out, man. That's crazy. Round dial 7.3, man.
Taxi Foxtrot 2 today.
That's working. I bet that was working. Paolo, what's up? He says, I thought I was almost the tail of the pack, but I'm actually officially the tail of the pack. That's all right, man. Oh, wow. What just happened? It just reloaded the night graphic. Now I can't see anything here. We'll go minimum dim. How we doing on Sam? We gaining on him at all? Maybe not. Oh, this T-way is still back there. Still on the tail. How about that? How we doing for fuel? Step now.
Donation.
So that was that. Did you guys see that? It said step now. Here it is on this over here. It says step now. That's why you put that in there. Oh, now it's deleted because we didn't fly through it. Oh, geez. I got to get the donation. Andre Henry, thank you so much for the $10 donation, man. I appreciate your support. He says, V1, Happy New Year and cheers to 2021. A little something for a back-to-work coffee. Andre, cheers to you, my friend. Thank you for your support on the channel. Happy New Year to you as well. Hope 2021 brings you great things, my friend. Thank you. Let's see. What are the winds? Do we have a wind forecast in this thing? Maybe we have higher winds. Maybe we can go a little bit higher. Let's see. Let's go back. So on our paperwork, sometimes they have, you know, several different altitudes and then the cruise winds. So you could see if it's better to go up or down a few thousand feet. I don't think that's on here. So we can look at one of these pages. So 35.
Denver Center, hello.
So let's see here. We're over.
17 and 02. If you are restricted, you can.
Where are we at? Frogs. So we're at Frogs. So yeah, we do want to step. We do want to step. We can get a little bit more wind here. We don't want to step. Actually, it's better to stay. Yeah, that's 35 would be good. Let's see if we'll get it. And Denver, any chance for that 350 for Bourbon 2021?
Bourbon 2021, climate maintain flight level 350. And are you speed restriction?
No, sir, we don't have a speed restriction. We're doing about 7.9 Mach for Bourbon 2021.
2021, roger. Climate maintain flight level 350.
I call maintain 350 Bourbon 2021. All right, no speed restriction. Always tell them you're going a little bit slower than you actually are. Team Vodka says I posted the screenshot of V1 and Captain Tom on the behind you. Could you review step climbs? So yeah, oh gosh, I thought I just disconnected the iPad. So I'll review it again real quick here. It says step deleted because we flew through it, but all that a step climb does, as far as Airbus is concerned, it's really just setting an alert for you, and it will also give you more accurate fuel burn if you program the step climb. So to program a step climb, let's say we wanted to do another one here at Sierra November Yankee, you go to the right side. Right is vertical, left is lateral. So right select key over S and Y, and you come over here and you go step altitudes, and it asks for a weight altitude and a waypoint. So you would put in, say you wanted to step to 380, and you wanted to do it at Sierra November Yankee, and you put that in there, and it will put an alert for you, and it will also show you your fuel burning at 380 after Sierra November Yankee waypoint. So that's really all you do in the Airbus. You can, if you fly through it, it'll say step ahead, and then it'll say step deleted if you don't change your altitude. So it will not automatically climb for you. You have to put in 350 up here, and you have to manually select either an open climb or a vertical speed climb, whatever you want to do to actually get to your step climb. Now the reason you do step climbs is going to be for performance. So on a flight like this, when you're doing a transcon, so right now our optimum is 357. Our recommended max altitude is 369. So you can imagine when we took off, our recommended max was probably less than 35. It was probably in the low 30 range. That's why we were initially filed at 330. We don't have the performance because we're too heavy to get to 35. We get up to 35, we have better winds, we burn less fuel. So it's a more efficient altitude for us, but we got to burn off some weight first. So that's the only reason you have step climbs in there, is it's more efficient for you, and they really only play a factor when you start flying legs, I'd say probably over in excess of 4 hours is when you might start seeing step climbs. And it depends on the winds. You may have better winds aloft at a lower altitude than at a higher altitude. Like say you're going into the jet stream, you may be better off flying at 32 than step climbing to 38. Even though you burn less fuel, you'll be in a heck of a lot more headwind, you have a slower ground speed, and you'll end up burning more fuel in the long run than you would if you stayed low. So it's a performance calculation. When you get to the airline level, it's pretty much always going to be calculated by your dispatcher. They're not really, you don't have to sit there and crunch numbers on an E6B or anything like that. Alan Dawson says, yeah, you never had any clue where you were. ATC once asked me to go direct to a waypoint, and I hesitated a bit. He replied, just keep facing the moon, and I'll get back to you. Alan, that's awesome, man. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, I've been pretty lucky, man. The only round gauge jets that I flew were Citations and corporate jets, so those things were slow enough that you really couldn't, you'd have a hard time getting lost because you couldn't go very fast in the ones that I flew. But that's awesome, man. Yeah, if I could imagine flying around in the dark in the 7.3 round gauge, that's awesome, man. Goodness, the Classy Traveler. Are you serious, man? The Classy Traveler. Dude, dropping a $100 bomb. The Classy Traveler. Very generous of you. Positive rates in chats, guys. I got to be better about this. Positive rates in chats if you're a member for me here on the channel. Positive rates for the Classy Traveler. Positive rates for yourself for being here. Positive rates for 2021. Classy Traveler, thank you so much for that very generous donation, dude. He says, thank you for your contribution and a blessed new year to you and your family. Stay safe and well. Classy Traveler, cheers, brother. I wish you a very safe and healthy 2021 as well for you and your family, man. Thank you so much for that very, very generous donation, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Awesome. Very, very cool, man. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and...
Clear direct to True, Delta 702.
So we've got the toll list. Let's try this. So this is one of those things where I'm going to go back to managed speed here. We're going to slow back to about 7-8 Mach. So this is something, a real life technique that we can do in the toll list now because it's secondary as model, which is one of those reasons why you like having the secondary flight plan model. So I'm going to pop up both McDo boxes here. Move this one over. So let's say I'm sitting here. I'm looking at my fuel on landing. I got 8.7 on destination. So the most efficient way in the Airbus to see how much fuel you would actually land with at a different speed is to actually come up here, select your speed, scroll it up to what you want. This number would repopulate. But another way to do that is to use a secondary flight plan. So what I'm going to do here is, this is the FO's box. I'm going to go to secondary flight plan, and I'm going to go copy active. So now the secondary in the FO's box is exactly the same as the primary over here on the captain's box. So what I can do here is go secondary flight plan, performance, and in the secondary, I'm going to change the secondary to 999. So now I go secondary flight plan, look at my fuel on board. So if I were to fly at 999 cost index, I'm going to be flying, looks like 7.9 speeds, and my estimated fuel on board is still going down. Let's see what it calculates there at the end. So this is one of those techniques, like, man, I really want to speed it up and get there, but let's see what our fuel will actually be if I fly 999 cost index versus our 75 planned cost index. Alan says, honestly, I love that I got to fly the round dial. It's the closest I'll ever get to flying a 7.2 MD-80 real flying. Alan, dude, I totally agree, man. I wish so bad that I got to fly a 7.2. I kind of blew an opportunity to where I would have been able to work for an airline that operated 7.2s, but, you know, better opportunity presented itself. That's one thing that I still regret, man, is same for the MD-80. Both of those jets, I do regret not being able to fly one of those true classic jets. I love them, man. I love them in the sim. I think they're a blast to fly. I don't know if you have any Fly J stuff for the Rotate MD-80, but I think they're great. Captain Tom coming in with a $2 super chat. Appreciate it, man. He says, fix your weather, dude. It's in op. Captain Tom, brother, thank you for your support, man. My weather is operative, man. I think y'all have the wrong weather. That's for sure. Either that or you're not running on that 100 proof bourbon. I don't even know if they have 100 proof. Well, it's not 100 proof, right? I don't know. But I think your weather's in not, man. What airplane are you in, Tom? What? Oh, T-Way. No, you didn't. Okay. I know what you did, T-Way. I know what you did, man. You're in there alternating your winds aloft, huh? Okay. I see. All right, so look here. If I fly constant X99, we're 7.9. That's still plenty of gas. We're going to get there 4 minutes earlier. So that is one of those things where the secondary flight plan comes into, you know, it's pretty nice. Now, we're at 7.5. Now, imagine if we go here, secondary perf. This is one thing you don't want to ever see. You get a message from dispatch on ACARS that says, you're showing 30 minutes early. Please slow to cost index 0. That's one of those messages you just hit clear and delete, and you don't worry about it if you can help it. But check this out. Let's see if we go to slow to cost index 0. Let's see what our differences would be.
Into the 758 Denver Center, welcome.
Yep, you got the FlyJ stuff. Love it. Awesome, man. I was looking at. I don't know if you guys caught the beginning of the stream where we had that. I have the video uploaded as well about just kind of a look back on 2020 of our flight simming stuff here on YouTube. And there was one time I was in that FlyJ 73200. Man, we caught fire coming out of Salt Lake City because I was looking out the window. All right, so it looks like it's stabilized at 5:09 time with 8.9. So we'll save 300 pounds and we'll be 10 minutes later. So with that in mind, I'm going to come here to my primary flight plan and I'm just going to go straight up 99. Yeah, screw it. We'll go 999. There we go. And now we're going to go ahead and be 79 Mach. We'll go back to the flight plan over there. So we'll keep that up, 7.9, and you know what, to make it even a little bit better, since it's a long flight, we're gonna just go ahead and dial in the old 8.1 there. Let's see what we're gonna land with. 7.5 at 8.1. Ooh, oh, we don't want to. We can't do that. We have to land at midnight. We gotta dial it back.
521, just gotta maintain flight level 280.
We gotta land at midnight. We cannot land at 56Z. That's pretty close. We'll do 7.9. That's pretty close. We're trying to land as close as we can to New York time at midnight. FlyJ should make it a DC-9. There are no good ones out there. Yeah, you know, one thing I've been tempted to get is that TFDI Designs. What's it, 717 for P3D? But I have such a hard time spending money on that simulator.
2117, welcome back.
Captain Tom says I remember that stream.
211 contact, LA Center 125.8 today.
Yep. Dynasty 001, he says, little me was invited to the cockpit during cruise pre-9/11 and I asked if we could fly higher. They got on the radio and was approved for flight level 390. I was so proud of seeing my altitude. That's awesome, Dynasty. That's a good story, man. Yeah, back in the day, pre-9/11,
3352.
you know, you could really get up there and hang out with. I used to do that as a kid when I was a little boy flying around, and I'd go up front. But definitely, that's awesome, man. Yeah, now that's one thing. Gosh, I missed. You know, I'm going back to work now, which I'm happy for. But it's like I missed the best part of the year to fly, which is right before Christmas. To me, that's the best time of year to fly. Everyone's excited. All the kids are up there, excited to go flying. But
Denver Center, this is Burbu 503 at flight level
Team Vodka, another Mondo. Team Vodka. Coming in with a $50 bomb donation, man. Thank you so much, dude. That's very generous of you. Positive rates in chat, guys. Positive rates for Team Vodka. He says, I will buy you some new weather. Team Vodka, thank you for your support, man. You've been around the channel a long time as well, dude. I can't appreciate you guys. Like, even the air traffic controller is calling everybody Bourbon. It's catchy. Can't even, I can't thank you enough, Team Vodka, for being around and just supporting the channel, man. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Only 100, oh, only 100 subs to send. Let's see, actually. I think, uh-oh, where's my phone? I think there's a way I can check this.
4577 Denver Center, welcome aboard.
I think I can give you an up-to-date sub count. Let's see where we at. I totally forgot. Yeah, we want to. Let's see, we are. I refresh my dashboard here on my cell phone. We are 4 subs away from 17K. We are 4 subscriptions away from 17,000 subs. That is a pretty sweet milestone for 2021, man. If you're here in chat and you haven't subbed yet, we are only 4 lonely subs away from reaching 17K. That would be awesome, man. It's been a crazy year, ups and downs, man. I had almost 3 months where I didn't produce a video because of the move. Man, I missed one of the most iconic times of our simulation lives was when FS 2020 dropped and I got access to the beta. I had just moved from my house to our temporary apartment as we were waiting for our house to finish being built. Man, I missed the, being on that FS 2020 train right out of the gate. I was sad. I was sad. Not so much for the sub part. I mean, like I said a little bit in the last stream, is like YouTube makes it really fun to get addicted to the analytics, and I could definitely see where that's a good thing. If you're making this a full-time job, you can really play with numbers and analytics on YouTube. But I just missed the hype. I was sitting in the apartment that we were at, guys, was absolute trash too. I mean, it was terrible, and because we were only supposed to be there for a month or two, and I just missed all the hype, man. I see guys streaming with it. I'm like, oh my gosh, I really want to. And I couldn't even get the beta to download. It took like 4 days for me to get the beta downloaded. But it has been a crazy year. Yeah, we were 4 subs away. Alan Dawson says, I just subbed. How rude to leave it so late. Oh my gosh, another was loud dono. That one was really loud. Nate, coming in with a $3 pump. Thank you so much. It says, have fun getting back to flying New Year. Happy holidays. Nate, positive rates. Positive rates in chat. 17K subs. I think we're there. 70. Yep. We just hit it. Guys, I can't thank you guys enough. Appreciate it. What a good way to leave 2020 behind, is start off with a new 1,000 set of subs to go into 2021. Awesome. Look at that. 17. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. That's cool. Fubar. What's up, man? Welcome. Classy Traveler says it's a wheeling and dealing the market. 17K. Wow. To think that we started this year, or we started 2020 with, I think, like 4,000 subs or something like that. Wait, no, so we had 11,000, so we had more than that. What's 17 minus 9,000? Yeah, so we're like 9,000-ish, I guess. Awesome. Joey says, what do pilots do all this time in real life? In real life, on a long haul like this, man, you're...
21, contact number center 133.5, good day.
133.5. You have a good one, Bourbon 2021.
And that's 3352, good day.
Ha! 3352. Thank you, sir. Have a good one. Look at the centers on. Look at all the centers on. Goodness. Shout out to VATSIM, man. Center, good evening, Bourbon 2021. We're level 350. How you doing?
Bourbon 2021, Denver Center. Hello.
Let's go over to the FO side for a little bit, shall we? I haven't sat over here in a while. Oh my gosh, this looks so weird. Wow. There we go. I'm in Phantom seat now. We're going to do another multi-crew here pretty soon. I think that was a lot of fun. Thank you for the clear to 17K. Congratulations. Congrats. Thank you, guys. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you, Raphael. Way to end 2020 on a high note. It sure is. Cam, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Slam Cannon, I appreciate it, man. This is awesome how the end of the year stream also works out to the same. That is ironic, isn't it? It's just like, boom. But didn't even plan that at all. I was like, man, it'd be nice. Right around like 2 weeks ago, I was like, man, it'd be nice to just leave 2021 with a fresh start into 2021 with 17K, and then I think we're like 600 subs away or something. Awesome. Appreciate it. 20K next stop. You got it, Andrew. You got it. All right. Oh, wait, what do I do on a long haul like this? I got distracted. Sorry, man. So you want the official answer, or do you want the true answer? The official answer is we sit here, we monitor systems of the aircraft, and we listen to air traffic control. And what some people may do, not me or anybody that I work with, some people may sit up here and read company material. That's about it. I think you have to, once you hit the flight deck, then maybe, then you'll know. Everyone's a little bit different. Some guys will actually study if they got a PC or some kind of training event coming up. You'll be up there doing training. The official answer, though, is you can only read company material, and that's about it. So, yeah, definitely don't get on your laptop. I don't do that anyway. But there was, a Delta Airlines that overflew Minneapolis, St. Paul, because they fell asleep. Both crew members fell asleep, or one of them was on their laptop or something like that. Jeez. FCAM says many first officers have a problem upgrading a captain because of the side stick to the left. I don't think so, man. It just takes a little bit of adjusting. What's going to be weird is I've been flying with my Warthog for, 3 months now with a right-hand stick. So when I go back in the sim and I got to use the left stick again, that's going to be weird. I think that's going to be weird because it's like I've always been... You get used to using both hands, especially if you have to bounce around in the sim. Sometimes when you go to recurrent training, you're captain on captain, or it's FO on FO. So you guys have to swap seats. Somebody has to play captain, or somebody has to play FO. So you kind of get used to using both hands. Where it really gets you is the sight picture when you're trying to land on center line. You can always tell when somebody just upgrades because then they're always landing to the wrong side of the center line. Or if you have a new FO, or if there's a captain in the right seat trying to land, then he always lands far right. So. It's the sight picture that'll get you more so than using the hands and using your muscles. Sam says, I didn't know the USA Today had Airbus information. Hey, you'd be surprised, Sam. You'd be surprised. Camp 321 says we'll be heading home shortly to join the caravan Houston to LaGuardia AAL 101. Cam, fantastic, man. Blasting off out of Houston. Where are we? I don't even know where we are. I can't believe I've been sitting here this long. We are... What the heck is AKO? Akron? We're over Akron? Oh, no. Denver. Okay, so we're just north of Denver. Bourbon 580. Bourbon 580. Are you in chat?
Bourbon 580, Denver Center.
Who's Bourbon 580? Are you in chat? Andrew says supersonic flush coming at 20K. I think we're gonna have to, Andrew. I think we're gonna have to get that supersonic flush back, right? Alan, nobody I know. Why doesn't LaGuardia get used for transcon in real life? Joey, I think a lot of it would be, honestly, it's probably weight. So, I was actually thinking about going eastbound originally. And the thing is, you really have to be careful of your weights. If you're taking a 321, now you can do it in a 320 or 319, but if you're taking off out of LaGuardia in a 321 heavy with all that gas, you may have performance issues. The runways aren't super short, but that could be, I think that might be one of the main reasons, because I think typically if you're going to be doing transcons consistently, you'd like to use a little bit bigger airframe, maybe a 7.5. So I think that has something to do with it, but I mean, you've got New York and Newark there, and most major airlines in the U.S. have a big presence in both of those, and they have better facilities to better handle, you know, a long flight, a long haul flight with bigger equipment and more people in the terminal. It's easier, I think, logistically to use Kennedy and Newark. But I mean, there are flights that go into LaGuardia. I don't know if there's any flights that go LA LaGuardia though. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever done an LA LaGuardia. I've gone to Baltimore a lot. I've done LA Baltimore. LA Philly. Carta says I'm out for sleep. Carta, good night, my friend. Get some rest, dude. I'm loving these engines. They're burning that Jet A beautifully. And we're actually going to bump. Actually, no, we can't bump it up because we're working on our time, right? Yeah, Carta. Take it easy, Carta. Happy New Year, man. I'll see you next year, sir. Anthony says, going to spend the rest of the night with the girlfriend. Enjoy the rest of the flight. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Take it easy, Anthony. Have a good one, man. Who just hit New Year's? Was there another? Let's see. Somebody just hit it. Yeah. Wow. Pernambuco, Brazil, and South Georgia. Okay, I don't know if this is Sandwich Islands. King Edward Point. GST. They just hit 2021. Most of Brazil, Argentina, Rio de Janeiro, Santiago. That's all coming up here in another hour. Getting closer. We're getting closer to it. Fubar says, I got to run. Happy New Year, V1 and everyone. I'll catch the rest on replay. Take it easy, Fubar. Hey, man, if you watch a replay for 4.5 hours, that's on you. Goodness. Take it easy, man. Steve Kent says, I just joined. Watched your intro. Epic and congrats. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Welcome aboard, man. Only thing we need is the BSS Neopack. You got it, man. We do need that BSS Neopack. Mostly, like, I like the sounds of the engines, but the internal cockpit sounds, I think BSS has them really clean, you know? Captain Tom says, all right, now that I'm not behind you, slowpokes, time for 8-5. Captain Tom. Come on, man. 8-5. Where are we at? We're right behind T-Way again. Look at that route. This is going to be a long flight, man. We're not even halfway there yet, are we? Let's see. Let's zoom out the ND. Can we see the ETP yet? Nope. This is interesting from doing things over here. Jeez, we got a long way to go, guys. 1,300 miles. It's going to be dinner time here pretty soon.
We're on at 53. Just want to check. Are you currently tracking a rollback VOR inbound? Say again for Band 53?
Joey says the LaGuardia Expressway visual is awesome in Microsoft Flight Sim,
yes, sir,
but an X-Plane coolest is probably an approach over New York and then swinging back. I do like flying over the city in X-Plane for sure. Steve says 2 a.m. in the UK, time for V1 and a whiskey. Steve, awesome, my friend. Man, you're up late, 2 a.m. Jeez, I'm going to be in bed by 10. Well, I don't know, I'm still drinking coffee here.
It's more of a INS sort of thing. We don't actually have DOR from 490 miles down for Band 53.
Band 53, disregard this way.
Steve says I'm an Alpaca sub, so don't tell Flight Tech to sim I'm watching an Airbus flight. Hey, Steve, he's been flying Airbus quite a bit there. Your secret's safe with me, but I've seen him fly a couple Airbuses around, so I think he might be coming around. I think he might be coming around for a little bit of Airbus love. Vodka says I only got 150 miles top of descent. I'm out early to Omaha. Vodka, cheers, man. I wish I was going to Omaha. Fun overnight, man. I've had a lot of fun downtown Omaha. Chris says you got demoted to first officer. Oh yeah, we're not even halfway yet. I don't think I got demoted to first officer. Sitting over here checking it out. Slam. What happens on the V1 channel stays on the V1 channel. You got it, man. Oh, McGee, no, thank you for reminding me, sister. I missed the discussion about the new beta changes. So there's a couple. Let me pull up. Give me a second. Let me pull it up here real quick. The main thing I want to talk about is the. Oh, you know what? I don't have it on there. Okay, so I'll talk about one of the main changes that's coming. A couple little tweaks and performance things, but there's the soft go around function is coming to the Neo. So in real life, the Airbus, the Neo, when you go around, it actually has a soft go-around function, and when you are in the position where you have to do a go-around at a higher altitude, say, probably 1,000 feet or higher, or you'd be 600 or 700 feet up there, it's not necessarily necessary to go full Toga and be blasting out of there, especially if your level off altitude. Let's say you're at 1,500 feet and your go-around altitude is 3,000. You really don't need to be blasting in Toga because you're going to hit 3,000 feet before you know it. So there's a soft go-around function, which actually minimizes the dramaticness of the go-around, and it really, you talk about making it a non-event, it happens. And in that Hawaiian stream, when we flew from Hawaii to LA and I went around on final there, that was pretty much kind of a soft go-around that I was trying to do because I was looking back and Torsten, this is the kind of developer that Tolis is. So I got an email from Torsten that said, I was looking at your stream and on my to-do list when you went around, the flight director bars didn't engage. So I was trying to recreate the situation. I never even brought this up to him. I noticed it when I ran around. I was like, I don't have any flight director guidance, but I was like, whatever. How many people are going to be going around in flight sim and really anticipating it? So he actually contacted me and was like, so I'm trying to can you recreate that? And what I came up with was it was either just a wacky bug on that flight, or when I pushed my thrust levers up, I didn't actually hit the Toga D10. 2 tons of love. Coming in with a $20 bomb donation, man. Thank you so much, dude, for that. Really appreciate your support, dude. He says, hey neighbor from FTW, enjoy the streams. Thanks for letting Alpaca 738 join the conga line tonight. Once I get some time into the A300, plan on getting until it's 319 and some bourbon liveries. 2 tons of love. Thank you so much for your support here on the channel, man. I really appreciate that. Happy New Year to you as well in just a couple hours. DFW represent, man. Definitely, alpacas are always welcome here on the V1 channel. Alpacas are always welcome. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. So, what I was saying is that go around. So I either messed it up in the sim or it was just a one-time bug, because if you go around in the 321, it actually does it proper. Like your flight directors, even if you have everything off, your flight director bars will come back. It will say man Toga, your auto thrust will reactivate, and you'll be in go around mode. And then you can retard the thrust levers to the climb detent and then continue on like you just took off, essentially. But what the soft go around does is it really dampens all that. It doesn't give you full power, and it makes it nice and easy. So if you're at 1,500 feet and your level off altitude is 2,000 or 3,000, just soft go around. And it is really, when I say non-event, I mean it's literally a non-event. And I actually did a soft go around on one of my last flights before taking leave. So we were going into Chicago, and I did a soft go around in Chicago. And it actually kind of caught me off because I didn't realize that the airplane knew that we were ready for soft go around. It said GA soft. So that's actually coming to the Neo, and they've got the beta version out right now for the testers. So that's exciting to see, especially when you start doing group flights and stuff on VATSIM. It's possible that you're going to be getting a go around, and I think it will make go arounds a lot less, I don't know, scary or intimidating for some guys in the sim that want to, experience a go around, or maybe they force a bad landing because they're intimidated by doing a go around. If you're in the position for a soft go around, I'll do a whole video on it. We'll talk in depth of what qualifies as soft go around, things like that. But I'm really looking forward to that coming to the 321 Neo for you guys. So that'll be cool. Hopefully, I don't know when they plan on releasing that update, but I mean that's just the kind of support that Tolis has. Like I've been in contact with him before about testing things here and there, but I mean, he's just literally came out to me and said, hey, I saw this was wrong on your stream. I'm trying to fix it. Help me do it. And, it turns out it was either just a bug or it could have been a hardware issue on my end. But that's what makes, I think that really is what makes Tolis the Airbus to have in the sim, because you get much more than an airplane with the Tolis Airbuses. You get support, you get updates, you get options, performance. We need the DCDUs in the Neo. Yeah. Flash, I don't know. So everyone wants the DCDU, which is the little box here. You can see it on the FS Labs Airbus, and even in the Flight Sim 2020 Airbus, they have the DCDU function. But what would we use it for, man? Like, that's what I'm thinking of. Like, unless VATSIM, accepts the CPDLC system, I think they only do it in Europe sometimes on VATSIM network. Whoa, whoa. What happened with that? I got a TCAS already there. That was weird. Flight Simmer says, alright, V1, 2 a.m. here. Woo, boy. So I'll be going to sleep now. Don't want to fall asleep on my PC. Great stream. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Flight Sim, take it easy, man. Have a good night. 2 a.m. That is a late one for you, man. Cheers. Happy New Year, my friend. We'll catch you on the next one, brother. Captain McGee says, told it's amazing FF sucking bad. Yeah, so, I mean, that's just the polar opposites when you look at Flight Factor versus Tolus. I mean, a Flight Factor literally got me banned from the X-Plane forums for pointing out problems, whereas Tolus came to me seeking, like, hey, how can we make this better? How can we make this more realistic? That is two opposite ends of the spectrum type of support. Was trying not to interrupt the explanation earlier, but I got your latency timing wrong. 2 tons of love. Don't sweat it, man. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Andre says, I think the DCDU is more of the visual look for the cockpit. Yeah, it is. It is a visual. Oh, somebody lost radar contact. So, in real life, when you don't have the DCDU, because on our fleet, it just depends. A lot of the new airplanes are all coming with the DCDU as standard equipment, because I think that's where they're going to be going here in the near future. But this is where we put all our papers. I mean, this is where you put your ATIS, this is where you put your performance calculations, everything that you print out from the printer over here, you make a nice little spot, and you can put it right there, and you can look at it and see it. So, I don't know. It's just personal preference. I mean, it would be nice. I mean, hey, it's Tolus. I wouldn't. Who's to say that they may not just put a little visual option there, kind of like, you know, have a SATCOM antenna or something. Maybe you can just have a DCDU there, and maybe eventually you can put an ATIS up on it or something. I think the way JAR Design has theirs, which you know how I feel about JAR Design, but the way their 330 has this DCDU box here where you can just request ATIS and then just hold it up, I think that would be cool. And I think that would be a sufficient little piece of candy that they can have. If they put a DCDU box here that was just solely for getting ATIS, like a digital ATIS, that would be sweet. Golden State says, what's up, guys? 6:12 here and going strong. Golden State. Yeah, it's only 6 p.m. for you guys. Jeez. Iraq 2014 just released. Uh-oh. We're good, though. We're flying. Slam Cannon, you got it, man. It was more of a how dare you help us, yeah? Yep. All right, what time is it? It's 8:14. I think it's time for me to step away for some dinner here. So,
Urban 69, Tango, radar contact lost.
I think I'm going to step away from here. I'm probably going to, I don't know, I'm going to put a time on it, but give me, I don't know, 20-something minutes or so. But I think we're going to have a little dinner. I'm going to have a glass of bourbon. And then we'll be back. We'll do some more discussions, and we'll just hang it out. We'll get through this together. Man, this is going to be a long night. So I'm going to throw up the little, not be right back screen, but what is it here? Where's my little, got a thing for it. Here we go. I'm going to throw this up on the screen for a little bit, guys. Appreciate y'all hanging with me. Let me get a hold of ATC here. Yes, and our Bourbon 2021. I need to take a break from the cockpit here for a minute.
Bourbon 2021, no problem, report back.
Roger. Roger, we'll do it. All right. So I will be back, guys, in just 15, 20 minutes or so. Give me some time. And we'll pick up where we left off. I think everything is doing good here. That looks good. Our fuel. How is our fuel? One thing I should check before we leave is fuel. Always check your fuel. We do have failures enabled, but we're looking good. We're balanced. Centers are empty. Everything's empty on the RCT. What do you guys want to say? We'll put you right on the jump seat. I shall be right back. Bon appetit, friend. Appreciate it, man. See you guys in a minute. Oh, but I'll still be watching chat. I'll still be able to hopefully interact with you guys in chat here. So, there you go.
Denver Center, TWA 114, going to Unicom. Have a good New Year. See ya.
United 2830, Denver Center. 2830, Denver Center. United 2830, check. You know that you're, already got your space. That's all right, correct? Yes, sir. We just begun our descent on the P2 with the 311 descent. United 2830, Roger. Just wanted to check. I didn't see it setting up.
for Airbus 580. Thanks for the service and Happy New Year. Denver Center, Google 503, requesting flight level 350. For Google 503.
And final one's over you, so thanks for helping you next year.
Contact 875 and Abby.
Unit go for Google 503, Happy New Year. PowerPoint next American 5042.
Well, hello. All right, got a little dinner in. How's everybody doing? Is my mic on? I think it is. Yes, sir. All right, what do we got going on here? Walk into Paradise, Carmen. Cheers. Thank you for that. Jack Richardson, welcome to Private Pilot, man. Exclamation point, welcome, dude. If you want some more information on your new perks, welcome to the channel, dude. Glad to have you on board. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight, inviting me into your home, your apartment, wherever you may reside on this New Year's Eve. Whew, it is a late one. It's got to be a bunch of hardcore U.S. guys. I think, where was it? Was it Gene R. Hoffman? It's like 4 a.m. or something over there for him. He's getting drunk. Cheers to you, brother. Have I been cleared? Direct 2021 yet? Navy land sub? Not yet. It doesn't appear so. The bourbon parking. Bourbon made me do it. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you guys had a great idea about doing some old school, doing some replays. I think that's a good idea. So let me figure out how to get this set up here without accidentally turning off my stream, and hopefully we don't screw up the bandwidth. I think we'll be okay, because downloading shouldn't be an issue. It would be if I was trying to upload something. Fuel is still looking good. We're nice and... wait, what? Yeah, 92, 97. We're nice and balanced on the fuel. Everything is looking good here. Where are we on the map? Is that Des Moines? Des Moines. So, funny story about Des Moines, Iowa. Look at these two guys battling it out. Des Moines, Iowa. So the airline I work for now, which I really don't disclose over the internet because it's just, I don't know, that just seems too personal. But when I was working in my regional airline, I was on an overnight in Des Moines or Des Moines, Iowa, and I had applied for the job at my current employer, months ago, and I thought I had a really good interview. I thought everything went well, and I never heard anything, or so I thought. Well, about 5-6 months after the fact, I was on the overnight in Des Moines, Iowa, on my phone at like 3 o'clock in the morning after getting in from a delayed flight, and I was just going through my old junk email. My employer had emailed me, my current employer had emailed me back literally the next day saying, hey, we need to get some more of your time and all that stuff, and you did a great job, we're going to get you to Class 8 and blah, blah, blah. And I had never saw it because it went to my junk mail. So, yeah, now a little Des Moines, Iowa story for you. So, of course, I had to be that guy the next day. I sent emails out saying, oh my gosh, I never saw the email, I'm sorry. And they're like, oh, yeah, really? Cool story. All right. Are the seatbelts up? No, seatbelts are off. I don't know where to put us here. Should we go in the cabin for a little bit? I feel like this cabin is just so daggone bright. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. We're going to turn the wing light on. We're going to come out here. There we go. We'll just chill like that so we have a little reference. All right, now that we've got a little reference, let's go back to some old school videos. So I wanted to do the Euro tour. Let's see here. Go here, new window. Your channel, come in here. Somebody brought up the Aspen approach. We gotta look at that again. Let me add. Go in here. Aspen MD-80, Aspen MD-80 Delta. Okay, let me pull that one up. That was a long time ago. That was before the Euro Tour. Aspen approach. Oh yeah, we have a redemption video. So let me do this. Let me go here. Let me put you in here. Done. Alright. Oh my gosh.
When the only thing that matters
loud.
is
What is
being
happening?
together, why not bring the holidays to a Verbo vacation home? Somewhere with more space to
This
get
is
even
weird.
closer to the people you love.
Why do I have an ad on that video? Okay, so I don't even have control of this. I have no control of this window pop up here right now. This is weird. That is bizarre. I can't control that window. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's look back. Let's take it back. Not the redemption ones. Jeremy says, thanks for the New Year's stream. Couldn't leave with y'all from LA, but I'm trying to catch up from my hometown of Amarillo. Goodness, man. I spent a lot of time flying into Amarillo. Actually, Pampa. Well, go on, catch up, man. Okay, what's happening? I can't control this window. What the heck? Rip ears. What is going on?
10-5 down to...
It doesn't let me control it. Okay, okay. Let's try something else here. Let's try something else here. I'm gonna go like this. Now, can you see this? Ken Brandon, Nightbot slapped you there for the all caps, man. There we go. Okay, we got it figured out. Crisis averted. Let's check this out in replay mode. This is the original approach.
Clear to land. Let's take a quick peek back here. Oh yeah, that's cool. The aileron moving. I love X-Plane.
And Brandon
I
said,
do.
the caps are gonna get you, man.
I do wish I had track IR. I'm not gonna lie. Makes it a lot easier.
I don't even remember this landing, but I know it must be bad because I have the redemption video.
How we looking? We're two
Did we
whites,
totally
two reds
ball this
now.
one up or something?
So to maintain that glide slope, we're almost doing 2,000 feet a minute coming down. So this is where you got to really get that flare down. You don't want to crash land into the freaking threshold, but you also don't want to float. Now, unfortunately, I think the pavement, the 1,000-foot markers, are misaligned on this runway. At least the last time I looked at it, they look to only be a couple hundred feet from the end of the runway.
We'll do
In real
full
life,
screen,
it
whatever.
would really be 1,000 feet down the runway. But since then, I've been
Gosh, that
installed
MD-80
the
looks
freeware
awesome.
Aspen scenery, so maybe these are a little bit better.
Oh yeah, Concord Flush. We'll do that one
A
next.
little bit more VREF plus 10. We'll walk it back.
Let me turn down X-Plane a little bit more so we can hear the MD-80 sounds.
Right on the lope, on the slope.
What state am I flying over? I think we're over Des Moines, Iowa, man. Just past Des Moines,
I'm gonna
Iowa.
live with 3
Carl
reds and 1 white
Childers
right now,
in
just
the chat
because
there. I don't know if you guys can read the chat in the
this big
replay.
airplane will be taken in here.
Haven't seen that gentleman in a long time.
4,000 feet stable.
350 says it was a bounce. I'd be lying to you if I said I knew what happened. I know it's got to be bad because I did Redemption. But did we have that bad of a landing?
Okay.
My speed's getting slow. Look at that sink rate. Holy crap. Look at my thrust lever movement. Look at the throttle jockey there, man. Oh, rip. Oh my.
Oh gosh. We should probably go around.
Oh.
We're down.
Holy crap.
440. Ouch. With a giant bounce.
Dude.
Man, I did so much better when I didn't. First one was almost saved the bounce.
Captain McGee says, yep, rotate MD-11 still happening, or did that die? I haven't seen anything. I have no idea, man. It's been a long time since I heard anything on that. Oh, look at that. I'm behind the power curve. Oh my gosh.
Like, that actually didn't look... I mean, there's definitely a cruncher.
Yeah, that looked crunch.
It bounced that high up.
Really? I'm not surprised.
I think it's because it was a mix between that power surge.
No, it was a mix of you being a retard is what it was.
Man, that's ugly. I gotta redeem myself.
Jeez.
Power got to witness here.
That was ugly. Yeah, Classy, we're watching it.
It's pretty stable.
We're watching a replay.
Right here is, I was trending slow.
Mm-hmm. When was this? This was February. This was almost a year ago.
Overflare. Man, that's
so
ugly. I gotta
the reason we did bounce there is because I flared it like
Second
crazy.
bounce.
If I didn't flare, we probably would have crashed and collapsed the gear. Wow. Wow. All right, let's see what else we got. What else we want to watch here? I wanted to see that Euro Tour send-off video. Because I know we had some good Euro Tour videos. But let's watch the dedicated send-off video. Let's watch this one. So this was when we hit 10,000 subs on the Euro Tour. Gosh, Captain. Yeah. Of course, you bring up the worst possible landing I had on the channel, probably. That was London City. Oh, 727. Flight factor looks pretty. Flight factor 320 Neo. Mod, not official Neo. This is really loud, isn't it? Turn it down a little bit. Anthony says it happens in real life too. One of the real world split the fuselage in two. Oh my gosh. Yeah, man. That airplane, you get behind that power curve, it is no bueno. That T-tail stuff's flying. Jacob, thank you for the $5 donation, man. Says I haven't caught your stream in a while. Thanks for the content. Jacob, I appreciate that very much. Thank you, sir. We're watching some old videos here. Thank you for your support, my friend. Happy New Year. That Calvi approach is something fun too. Man, 319 into London City. My first long haul stream. It was not severe hard on that landing plug-in. Gotta love the King Air. JKK says, what's your least favorite airport to go to? When you're going there, you would groan. Oh, look. Probably LaGuardia. Probably LaGuardia would be one. Or, I know there's more. I gotta think of them, man. It's been a while since I've been on the line. Let's see if we can find our supersonic flush. Where's that at? Did I have any near crashes on the channel this year? I think that MD-80's got to be the closest to near crash. Let me find the supersonic flush. Anybody, where's the supersonic flush at?
I can't.
Had to be. Nope. Oh, there it is. There we go. We're doing the cabin tour of the Concorde. This ought to be interesting. This is back when I could stream in 1080p. Missed those days.
Iced tea, or
so here we are in the
with cabbage,
Concorde.
maybe a tea and crumpets. Yeah. If you're
Doing a cabin
British,
tour.
you're gonna have that tea and crumpets, and then if you're American, you're probably gonna be sipping on that.
Man, listening to yourself
scissor
back
right
just
now, so
makes me
back here.
cringe
Oh,
sometimes.
Wait a second. Oh my goodness, we have.
Anyone on Unicom 122.8 Bourbon 2021, how do you hear?
555.
Oh, you guys are back. We're back. All right. So every time, so we're gonna get through this. I'm gonna get through this dang long haul. But there's like a lightning storm going on right over my house. It's moving pretty quick. But every time there's a strike, it seems to drop the internet, and then the stream software takes a minute to reconnect. But the chat seems to be somewhat instant. I did a router reboot, so believe it or not, we're actually not dropping very many frames right now, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, the toilet came back to haunt us again. So I'm looking at the radar and it's moving really quick. Hopefully within the next 20 minutes we'll be back to good. Just Alan Dawson. Alan, are you out in the UK? Are you in Europe, man? Isn't it like what, 4 a.m. your time? I'm not showing on VATSIM. I got to reconnect. That's right. I forgot VATSIM dropped me. There we go. We're back on. We're back on VATSIM. So that's interesting. It's got to be something to do with the Wi-Fi internet. So I can literally see a lightning flash out my window. The internet drops. Streamlabs has to reconnect. I get disconnected from VATSIM, but if it's quick enough, sometimes the chat just stays active. So then I send messages in chat. But the first one, that first drop, I'm pretty sure my house just got hit. I might have a hole in the roof. The first one shut everything off. I had to reboot the router. What a freaking night, man. That toilet is haunted. We were just getting to the best part of the toilet. Walking Dog says, as a professional streamer, you need one of those battery power surge. So it's actually not. It wasn't the power surge. Where I live out in the sticks, so I have a satellite internet connection. So even though I run a hardwire from my router to my computer, my house has a physical dish on it, and I'm limited. If that dish isn't getting signal, I'm not going to get internet no matter what. So it wasn't the power. My backup power supply was fine. Like the power stayed on, but not for the internet connection itself. Went poof. But V1 took a strike. Jeez. Gene Hoffman, what's going on, man? It's 313 Zulu in the UK. Goodness. I can't believe it, man. That's unreal. I hope you were just hanging in there, man. That's awesome. Yeah, Alan, you're out there too, but it's the 1st of January and I'm not on duty for another 3 months, so we're good. 414 in Serbia. Jeez. All right, Steve. Yeah, with a satellite dish, right? Yeah. So there's an actual satellite dish on the roof, and it shoots across the lake to a tower, and that tower is where I get my Wi-Fi. And I do have drop frame issues because I think a lot of it comes with that tower is on the verge of being overloaded anyway. So if there's a lot of people on the tower, a lot of people in the community, I say community, but just people around the lake that are using Wi-Fi signals, then I have issues with my streams. It's not necessarily my speeds, because I have decent speeds. I should, theoretically speaking, I should have enough speed to run 1080p streams, but it's not. It's a little bit more complex than that. It's not just speed. It's about I forget, one of the guys in the chat was helping me out with it, but there's a lot of other things that go on. So fingers crossed for Starlink. Hopefully we'll get Starlink internet here by the end of next year. So we're going to need to do that lavatory tour. Russ D says, V1 got that SATCOM just like Airbus. You got it, man. I got that SATCOM up on the roof. Alan says, you need Starlink. Alan, so are you familiar with Starlink? I had no idea about Starlink.
Donation.
Okay, what was that animation? Brian Harris, thank you so much for the $20 donation. I've never seen that. When you donated, there was like a character that popped up before the C-130. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for your support, man. It says, Happy New Year 2020 was a great year at the V1 Institute. Brian Harris, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the donation, man. You've been around the channel a long time as well, dude. You guys are awesome. Shout out, man. Really appreciate it. Happy New Year to you. I hope you have a wonderful, safe, happy, healthy 2021. But 15 minutes to New Year here in St. John's, Canada. That's right. It's 15 minutes past, right? Oh, no, you guys are on that weird time zone, right? Like the 30 minutes off, right? Yeah, that's right. And not Nova Scotia, too, right? Like, is that Nova Scotia? There's another name I'm looking for. Nova Scotia. Halifax, great town. I love Halifax. Anybody in chat? It's kind of a random. Anybody in chat live in Halifax? Because I love Halifax. I have had some of my best overnights of my career have come from Halifax. And my first ever RTO, full-blown RTO at about 120 knots in an Embraer 190 came out of Halifax too. Talk about surprising. But yeah, Halifax had some good times there, man. All right, let's see if we can get back to that toilet tour. Alan says, I applied for the beta team, but I live on the wrong continent, but the price was, oh no, really? I don't know how much the price, so I don't know. I have no idea. I applied for the beta, but I guess I'm not in their service yet. Anyway, I think on the website it said they're working on northern Canada or Canada and like northern US first. But as far as pricing goes, I don't know how pricing is across the globe, but when I was at my last house, when I was streaming in 1080p, and I mean, I had the bandwidth, I had 1,000 up and 1,000 down. So fiber connection, super stable. I paid 67, let's say $70 US a month for that. Fiber optic, 1,000 up, 1,000 down, best internet ever. Where I live now, I pay $165 US for not guaranteed 10 up and 30 down, and that's like on a good day, right? So I don't know what Starlink would be going for, but I mean, I was like, man, but I had to. I mean, I could pay like $120 US for 5 up and 15 down or something like that. But I figured for the channel, I gotta get the most I can get out here. Al says, did you see the huge swath of wintry weather on the radar that stretches all the way to Odessa? Yeah, dude, Al, it's nuts, man. This reminds me of when I fly in the freight, man. I used to fly through this crap all the time. But that wintry mix is straight across. I mean, that goes all the way up. I can't even load it on my phone right now. But I think we're out of the worst lightning strikes, so we're going to have to try to get back to that that toilet flush. But Alan says it's $1,500 just to tell them whether you get a connection or not. What kind of... So is it like... Is Starlink... Do you know, is it going to be comparable to, say, like a fiber connection? You know, like a gigabit internet? Is it going to be comparable, or maybe... Because I know nothing other than I just, applied for beta, whatever, and they said they'd let me know if they get to my area. That's all I know, but... Navy Land Sub coming in with a $10 bomb. Dude, thank you so much for your support. He says, Happy New Year. Thanks for the great content over the last year. First year watching, and I've learned so much about Airbus. Navy Land Sub, shout out, man. I appreciate you hanging around the channel. I am so happy that you're enjoying the content, learning Airbus. We're eventually going to take over the world here. Everybody's going to be flying Airbuses, even Alan Dawson out there in UK. So it's awesome. I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited for what 2021 brings. But I appreciate that. Happy, healthy 2021 to you and your family, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. The other Jason says lower latitudes are going to need more satellite launches to be 100% uptime with Starlink. I think you'd drop a few minutes an hour right now. So, okay. 320 miles the weather. I mean, it goes all the way up, dude. It's nuts. You have to buy the receiver dish, the speed will be solid. Okay. I'm going to look into it, but man, that'd be something. Right. I think everything is... So GNR says Starlink speed and latency will be good, so that's going to be important. Latency is important for me. Blue Max says some people are getting 50 up, so that would be good. So I think... Honestly, if you have a solid 10 up, then you can do, a pretty good 1080p stream. But the thing is, it's all variable, right? Like I'm looking at my output right now, and it's varying from, 2,000, like 20 up. Oh no, yeah, I'm varying from 2 up to 5, 6, 7 up, and then it goes back down. I really only need about 3,500 up right now to hold a 720 stream, but to hold a 1080 stream you need like a consistent 7 and not dropping below 7 is what I've found. So if you have 20 up and it drops to 10, you're fine. But if you have 10 up and it's fluctuating between 10 and 3, you're not going to be able to hold that 1080p uplink. So I've seen Starlink in the 100 to 200 megabyte. Wow. Q400 driver, what is going on, man? Welcome, dude. He says, hello, joining you guys at a midway. Looking forward to the chaos. Excellent, dude. It's been madness already. We've had lightning strikes on the house. We've had all kinds of stuff. We're trying to watch some videos of 2020 streams from this channel, and the mock toilet is just cursed. But we're going to try to do it here in a second. JKK says, look, the radar, you should be out of the lightning by now. But snow should hit. Oh, great. I don't know what's going to happen to the satellite connection during snowstorm. Uh-oh, did we lose it? Rip. We back? We losing it? What's going on? How we doing? Can you guys still hear me? Stream crashed. No, it should be up. Maybe it's... Let's see. Russ D says I still got me. Stream still going. I see in here. Okay, you're with me? You're with me. All right. Let's do it. I'm going to get this toilet flush over with here. You're gonna need a fan and a heater on that dish. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. All right, still working? Trey, what's up, man? Welcome. Adam, it has been a flight of challenges. We're still connected to VATSIM, so that's good. All right, let's get this supersonic flush. Let's get this supersonic flush out of the way here. I'm gonna flip this over. Okay, we're back. Let's see the supersonic flush. So we were doing the toilet tour. Move it back a couple seconds. Got an aircraft. It said, here, you want to wash your hands? Let me make it the most difficult thing possible. Because you have to press and hold one thing to have the water run. You have to get the soap here, and you got to press the lever so the sink drains. This is really cool. This is really cool. Can I open these things? What? Wow. You guys, if you've been around the channel for a while, you know that I always try to find a lavatory. This is actually... What did I do? What did I do? What the heck did I just do? I flushed the toilet. Oh my god, I just flushed the toilet. Whoa! I thought the game was going to crash, man. Wow. Okay. I needed a change of underwear. Let's go ahead and not go back in there. I've never done that before. Wow. Supersonic flush. Oh man. Dude, that was good. That was a great flight we did on the Concorde. Let's see that landing. We're gonna have to get back in this Concorde. You really want to watch that pitch. Ideally, you don't hit the wheels on the tail. Sometimes you do. Look at the 198 knots coming in. Really that's crazy. It's not a game breaker if you hit the tail wheel, but man, this is a nice little crosswind coming in here. No joke.
400 feet. 300.
We're gonna come a little low. We gotta touch that threshold down.
200.
Supersonic fertilizer. Steve says that made my year. Awesome, dude. I mean, you can imagine, like, I'm doing a long haul in the Concorde. It's challenging enough, and then you click some random toilet thing on your... Click some random toilet lever and noises start happening. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, is this like one of those bugs where the sim is going to crash now? That was unreal. That was funny. That was a great stream. That one is one of my higher viewed videos on the channel. It's up there in views. Oh jeez. What else we got here? What else we got? I'm looking. F-14 stuff. Ooh, 727. Ooh, we do have do a check ride. Do see an engine failure procedure? No. Ah, let's look at that engine fire. FlyJ Sim 737 engine fire. So for those who are unaware, the FlyJ Sim 737 JT8D engines, they are very peculiar. They really want you to, you know, be nice to them, and that means not looking out the window. Not looking out the window when you are taking off. So let's go ahead and take a listen to this. Let's see what happened. I'm gonna rewatch this. We were taking off Continental.
Here we go. No auto throttle, so we got to set the thrust manually. Looking for 2.14 on the E-burst.
Oh yeah, we'll have to do the A300 backdoor classy traveler. We'll do that one next.
Going over E-burst. 2.14.
So you really got to watch your temps here, your N1s.
Thrust is set.
So I think you could use 98% for takeoff, which is just on the borderline of red. It's the yellow. But your my thrust levers have a habit to walk forward. And then you're supposed to bring it back. Wow, I can't believe I said that. You're supposed to bring it back to 92% on climb out. And I did not bring it back to 92%.
That looks awesome. I really need to be inside flying the airplane. That's our outer marker or inner marker beacon there. Right, acceleration altitude. We'll go ahead and lower that nose. And let's go ahead and go here, IAS hold, and heading select.
Note the N. Anybody with me? Anybody back with me? Another lightning strike. How copy? We're good. We got static wicks on this house. Didn't think I would build a house without static wicks, did you? Are we back? We back? Okay, we're back. This is insane. This is gonna be one of the craziest streams. This is probably one of the craziest streams we've done, man. I'm streaming through lightning. Is that even safe? Like, should I even be up here on the second floor of my house on my computer during a lightning storm? I don't know. We'll see. That's the last of 2010 coming straight at me, Blue Mac. You got it, man. All right. Back to it. Where were we here? Let's get back on it here. All right, where were we? Alan had a great saying. He said, what did you say? You have to set the EPR. Oh, yeah, it's confusing. You have to set the EPR, but your career progress depends on the N1. That's great.
Seven climbing 10,000. That looks good. Ooh, rip frames. Whew. That looks good. That looks good. I'm using the Forkboy HD. Oh, shit. Alright, we got an emergency here. We got an engine fire. Rip stream.
There's nothing like, I will tell you.
522 declaring an emergency engine fire.
So there's nothing like being on a stream, and like I should have told that guy to piss off, be like, I'm not going to departure, I'm with Tower, I'm coming back to the airport. But like you're trying to stream and it's live, right? So everything's happening live. And you miss so much, like flying the airplane. It makes you look like a really terrible pilot. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I do sometimes during a stream that I get, and you can't back up. You know what I mean? Like, it's a live event. So here I am. I'm in an airplane I have no business being in. I can't get the T handle to go down. I don't know if it's supposed to go down. I don't know what it's supposed to do. I can't keep the airplane roll. I'm supposed to contact departure. So it's just a very unique experience. Like, getting one of these when you're just flying by yourself is one thing, but doing this on stream was I can see why a lot of guys turn failures off when they're streaming. I'll just say that. But I mean, And does anybody even stream the 732? I rarely see. I know Flight Deck to Sim does, but I mean he's typed to the 7.3, so he can handle it really good. But I hardly see anybody flying the 7.3 or really any of the Flight J Sim stuff, to be honest with you. And they're such good airplanes. This is making me want to fly it right now. But you're right, GNR. Aviate, navigate, and communicate. That is what you got to do, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do there. We eventually get it back around. We get the fire out, and we get her down on the ground. But that was a good one. What we were going to look at? We were going to look at something next. We were going to look at the A300. I opened the door, right? I have that, and I also have a violation from ATC. You can watch that. It's always fun watching yourself get violated. Let's see here. That was on the A300, like initial stream, wasn't it? Like the first stream or first look? Yeah, I believe it was. Captain Tom says I should have taken the 727 on this stream. I know, man. Well, when we get the V1, well, you know what? I don't think he's going to redo. I don't think Junglee's going to put this one on the 7.2 because I have a V1 livery for the 7.2 that I like. Let's go back. Let me pull it up one here. Where were we? I think I was doing a cabin tour. Yep, there it is. So we're in the A300. We're in A300 here. This ought to be interesting. 720p stream, re-uploaded at 720p.
I guessed right about here, and I sat down and looked out my window, and the first thing I thought was, wow, that is a big wing.
Swarm says, oh God. That's suburban, man. It's always fun watching yourself get violated. Put it on the mug, man.
That really brings back memories.
V1 is 2020 in a nutshell.
We've got a couple TV monitors. Man, probably half you guys in chat don't even know what this.
Yeah, Captain Tom, that's the one. That's the one on my desktop.
Is that big box?
Jack, welcome back, man. Welcome back.
Flat screens, man. That's what we had. All right, we'll continue all the way down here to last class.
Oh, I'm not on VATSIM? Yeah, I am.
Probably referred to. But check this.
Radio check on Unicom.
There is a lot of seats on this bad boy. Big overhead bins. All right, into
You lied me,
aft
Tom.
Galley. Let's find this toilet configuration here.
So there's a pretty crazy configuration on the A300. Look at
Check
that. You
this
got
out.
two toilets right next to each other.
Wow. Right next to each other. Sliding door in. This one open. Look at that.
2 tons of love. I just saw your message up there. You're breaking out the
Toilet
Japanese whiskey.
configuration. You can literally go to the bathroom with your friend and just hang out back here. Like, I don't know why you'd want to do that, but man.
34.9.
Sink there.
Ooh,
These
we
are
got
the,
Cleveland Center online.
Hey, let me wash my hands and make it the hardest thing possible.
Let me call him up in a
Because you gotta
second.
Press and hold the knob down for the water to come out. It doesn't just come out after you press it down. You have to press and hold it. Yeah. Uh-oh. What do I do? I just clicked something. Oh. That's not good. That's not good.
That's one thing you don't want to see.
Just depressurize the airplane. That wouldn't happen in real life. I clicked through and opened the door. Let's just make sure everything is kosher up here.
I'm surprised they didn't have something modeled where it would totally just destroy your pressurization. That was funny, though. All right, well, Cleveland Center's online. 34.9. Let's give these guys a shout here. Good times. Good times, man. Cleveland Center, good evening. Bourbon 2021. We're level 350. How you doing?
Urban 2021 Cleveland Center, I'm doing great. How about yourself, Squawk 5754?
Squawk 5754, and we're hanging in there. We're just flying through a lightning storm, that's all. All right, so 5754 is in the box. Alan, no, the 732? Which one? So, no, that was the A300.
200 miles southwest of the Kalamazoo fuel flight, which 350, same Mach number.
Right now we're doing an 80 Mach.
Bourbon 2021, thank you. Maintain Mach 0.79 or less.
Roger that. We'll dial back to 79er Bourbon 2021. That's all right. That'll put us closer to midnight anyway for our arrival time. But, oh yeah. Jeez. The airline food was so bad they had to open the door after reusing the lab. Hey, that's what, that's on the, if you guys are all members, you probably saw that podcast. That airline food, man. I guess we can always watch a cockpit confessional if there's non-members in chat that want to see my poo emergency. Are there any airlines you wouldn't fly on? I don't know. Maybe and I don't mean this to sound, not like what's the word I'm looking for? Like afraid of a certain xenophobic? Is that one? No, but I would have a hard time putting my family on a budget Asian carrier, and I only say that because, and I'm talking about like the real real budget carriers, because there are carriers out there that they recruit pilots from the U.S. to come fly, and I've had friends that have done that. With it, you get paid a really good money. They fly out, you get paid. You're like, I don't know, 3 months on, 3 months off, depending on the contract. You get paid a lot, like 25 grand a month. But from my experience and people that I know that have done this, they say it's the most miserable thing that they had to endure, because they're going in as a captain. They fly as a captain because they have time, they're type rated, and I guess the country that whatever the airline is for, whether I don't know if it's Chinese or wherever these different airlines are, these budget carriers are in Asia, they have no one speaks English, so no one understands what you're trying to say. There's always everything has to go through a translator. Their corners get cut everywhere that you go. So I've heard a lot of horror stories from that, and I don't really have an example of an airline. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but maybe you guys know of some like really low budget, perhaps regional carriers in the Asian market. That would be something that I might think twice about putting my family on. But other than that, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think everybody's been, I think air travel has gotten to a place now where, a lot of lessons have been learned in blood and loss of life, and I think there's a lot of guys that are prepared. A lot of pilots are pretty well trained now. But I mean, you look at what was that? What was the airline? I should know, that 320 that crashed. They had an engine, a cell strike, and they went around. They landed with the gear up. I can't remember what airline that was. I hate talking about things like that because you don't want to walk on anybody's grave, and anything can happen in the cockpit. I mean, anything. Nobody's perfect. Mistakes happen, and sometimes it's just a bad situation, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I hate talking about it like that way because I don't want it to sound like, I could do better. Because you can't. Unless you're in that cockpit, in that situation, I really don't like to speak on things like that. So, but just from my experience, that would be from what I know. Pakistan, was it Air Pakistan? Okay, and the only thing the reason I bring that up is it not because of that crash is why I would think twice about it, is because you look at the airline's operating standards where they had multiple pilots that weren't even type rated on the airplane. They all had fake licenses. So that to me is kind of, that's not even from a pilot perspective, just from a company perspective. Like if you have quote unquote pilots that aren't even really pilots flying your airplanes, why would I want to get on that airplane? So That's exactly what I was getting at. Flying Guitarist says, remember your Southwest jumpsuit story? Her airline pilot told me a story about the speed brakes on final. That sounded exactly like, maybe Chucko was years ago, though. Oh. Oh, yeah, man. Are you talking about going into the gate? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Final one, thank you. Maintain Mach 0.76 or less. Actually, maintain Mach 0.77 or less.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Alan is still in chat, but man, I think the European pilots, since my friend has gone through training out there now, what they go through is very, very detailed from the very beginning in their training process. Like my buddy who went through like a EASA training program, and now he's looking for a job, unfortunately, but when I was helping him and he was, I was just kind of, doing some study with him, and I was seeing the questions that he had to know from a basic level, private pilot equivalent of a private pilot level, and the knowledge that they have to have, I was pretty impressed. So, I mean, I think Europe has some very, very high standards. And I would never have, I wouldn't even think twice about getting on a European operator. Then you even look at Russia. I mean, that 321, that, dual engine out, they safely put the plane down. I mean, people are, pilots across the globe are doing a pretty good job when you think about it. The old Antonov single engine Siberian flights, oh man. There's Alan. He says, I flew with Bangkok Airlines from Chiang Mai to Koh Samui. Flight was about 4 hours late. In cruise, the skipper, British, said delay was due to a serious malfunction on the previous sector. I think there's more to come. Tom says, Allegiant flew the 80s. I wouldn't have stepped on one of those. Even now, their maintenance fiasco kind of makes me very skeptical, and I've heard some stories. So, not to name names, but yeah, Tom, I have friends that work for them as well. There is some sketchy stuff that happens. I was trying to see what Alan was getting at there in his second half of his message. Oh my gosh, it's 9:47. I should probably stop drinking coffee. Alan says, yeah, the 14 exams you have to do on the side of the pond for ground school is ridiculous. You don't need most of it. Yeah, Alan, that's exactly what I was saying. I was like, this guy was asked serious. Well, in the U.S., ATP, airline transport pilot, is the last rating you get. And I think it's ATPL, it's referred to over there. But you don't even deal with half of the questions that he was going through just at the very basic, before they even let him touch an airplane. And I just keep equating it to like the private pilot ground school level. I was kind of blown away of what they had to have knowledge of, what you guys have to have knowledge of out there. So it's it's pretty crazy when you look at that across the board. Mark says, I've been on the 80s with Allegiant, could see between interior panels about an 2-inch gap. I could see a lot of wiring. Whew. Yeah. I'm trying to think, if I've been on any sketchy flights that I was on a CRJ 200 going into DC, and I thought I was going to die, just because I could hear. I mean, it was kind of dramatic saying I thought I was going to die, but on the first approach, I could hear the overspeed warning from the flaps. There's an overspeed. I could tell that the airplane was high and fast. They were trying to come down. We ended up going around. Came around for a second approach, and I remember we were down very, very low, very far from the airport, and I could just see very low visibility. It was rain, misty, so it was that I think we landed on our third attempt. So we went around twice, and on a third attempt we landed. But on that second go around, I was just like, okay, I might die today on this airplane. But I mean, who knows? It's like anything. There's going to be people slip through the cracks with any profession. It's not just pilots. There are people that are going to slip through, and hopefully you have fail-safe, stops in between, so you don't have that issue. But Canadian torture tube, says Rusty.
Maintain Mach point 81 or less.
Okay, 8-1 or less for Bourbon 2021. Thank you. 8-1 or less. How we looking? I'm just going to keep it here because we're pretty much landing at 57, which is right there, close to midnight. Man, we're making some progress. Look at that, only 500 miles to go. Look at that, 10 minutes until we have some more. Who's up in 10 minutes? What part of the world? Some regions of Canada. Caracas, La Paz, San Juan, Santo Domingo. Wow. So those guys are about to hit the new year here pretty soon. James Monk says in Europe, the population density is high enough that if you have a bad day, it can have a big impact. I believe it, man. Alan said that MD-80 approach as a passenger in San Fran in the late 90s in a thunderstorm, which was a miracle we arrived at all. Yep. Those old MD-80s, man. I remember being in the back of a Dash 8 100? 200? The short one. Short little Dash. I don't know if Q400 driver's still here. I think it's a Dash 100, 200. And on engines, so the flight started off bad. I thought we were all going to asphyxiate because something happened. I mean, it was hotter than hell in the middle of the summer, and I'm sitting in the back, and they start one engine. There was no APU. APU was in op. So they go to start the second engine, and I just remember the smell of fuel entering the cabin was unbelievable. I mean, I was thinking there is something seriously wrong. People were getting anxious, and someone actually was hitting a call button, and you could hear people chatting like, "Oh my gosh, do you smell it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I smell it. I'm about to pass out from it." So that started off the flight, and then we flew into Harrisburg. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Hershey, PA. Yeah, I think it's Harrisburg. And it was in a thunderstorm that I thought was definitely pushing the limits of the aircraft as far as structural integrity. Yeah, the baby Dash 100, 200. Hey, Q400 driver, what's going on, man? Yeah, I think it was the 200. It was the old Peed Monsters. I think they had 100s and 200s, right? Yeah, we're going into Hershey, PA, and we got our asses beat. Nova Scotia. David Norman. There we go. Thank you. David, are you in Nova Scotia? Are you? Anybody in Nova Scotia? Alan says, I heard every warning from the flight deck and the G-forces were likely beyond the flight envelope. God. Oh, man. As the longer I've been in this industry, it's like I never used to even think twice about being a passenger. But now I noticed I'd probably say within the last year or so, maybe 2 years, where I really don't like being a passenger anymore. And I actually have had some moments of not like control freak, but just kind of like, man, I need to know what's going on up there. Like, what's going on up there? What's going on up there? And I've kind of had a couple anxiety things that come over me where, nothing crazy, but I've noticed that in the last couple of years where I've really started to not like flying in the back of airplanes. Oh, no, you're in Newfoundland? Okay. Andrew Campbell, what's up? Happy New Year from 2021 Australia. Australia, man, is it morning time for you, dude? Well, good morning, Andrew, and Happy New Year to you, sir. Steve says, my grandmother asked a pilot if they landed or crashed back in the 80s. James says, the only time I thought I was going to die was in a 321 at the back and hit wind shear at 3,000. Oh, yeah. Wind shear is no joke, man. I had a pretty bad wind shear scare. I told that story on one of my podcasts coming out of Indianapolis. Bad wind shear, man. I mean, that was the first time where I had really been in the face of Mother Nature, where I was like, okay, the airplane we cannot compete with this. And that was a scary feeling. That was my first real scary moment in an airplane. Oh, Tom, you're a backseat driver? Uh-huh. I could have guessed that. What about the F-14? You ever Rio in the F-14, Tom? Jeremy Harvard, good to see you back, man. What's going on? He says, hey, when you're a passenger, do you critique your colleagues in your mind? Oh, yeah, every time, dude. Jeremy, every time. I critique everything. I critique from the passenger announcements to the speed of which the checklists get done, because even in the back I could tell, after engine start, I could see if I'm on my own company metal, right? Like if I'm on the same airline, I know we all have the same procedure, so I can tell after the engine start. I could see when the ailerons move, when they do their flight control checks, so I can see how fast they're getting things done, how efficient they are. Oh yeah, I critique everything. You haven't done any real stuff, I figured. I figured. Maybe you got to learn how to IFF then, my friend. Nate says, I thought I was going to die on approach into Boise, an IMC on a 319. I heard the overspeed on the flaps. Hey. So if you're in first class, or if you're up front, you can definitely hear cockpit warnings go off, which is always embarrassing. I've had a few slightly embarrassing moments like that where I've had an FO overspeed the flaps or something on approach. I'm like, oh my god, everyone's going to hear that. Brian, he says, well, thank you so much, Brian, for your $5 donation, dude. I appreciate that. He says, with you in 2021. 2020 brought some fun simming. Looking forward to 2021 with you, V1. Happy New Year. Brian, cheers to you, my friend. Thank you so much for that kind donation. I wish the same for you and your family, man. 2021, here we come. Thank you. Very much appreciated, sir. Yeah, Tom, I know nothing. I know IFF means nothing to you. So I'm going to be bringing back some DCS content in 2021. This year I really took a break from Digital Combat Simulator. And I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I actually, for quite a while, I was heavy into Digital Combat Simulator. The F-14 is my all-time favorite jet-powered military aircraft. And, I was obsessed with it as a kid. I still think it's an unbelievable work of art, just the engineering behind the F-14 and just its sheer look. So when it came out as a study-level airplane in a combat sim, I went full in, man. And then 2020 hit, and I really got into this channel, and the channel really started taking off, so I took a break from it. But I think 2021, I'm definitely going to be doing some more DCS stuff. Jeremy says, I heard a pilot accidentally respond to ATC with a PA. I've done that, Jeremy. That's guilty as charged, my friend. Where it gets you is if you come from a different airplane, the Airbus radio panels seem like they will get you. Now, not so much with the PA. I know the Embraer, the 170, 190, you can really easily transmit over the PA by mistake. The Airbus, the PA is a little harder to do, but you can still do it. I have also, I've responded. I've done a whole passenger announcement over the frickin' radio. Like, I've done that. I definitely get roasted for that. I didn't do it in Kennedy, though. I had one guy do it in Kennedy, and you do not want to do a PA over the radio anywhere on the East Coast. You'll definitely be roasted. Gaming Pit Stop says, I just got this game today, so I'm pretty new to everything gaming. Well, welcome, man. Welcome to X-Plane 11. It is a whole world of a game, man. So just take your time. If you want a free airplane to get into, I highly recommend the Zebo mod. It's a 737, but that may be above. I don't know what your learning curve is for airplanes or whatnot, but I hope you enjoy it. And if you have questions, feel free to join the Discord in the description. We got a lot of guys in the Discord that can help you with questions and setting up X-Plane. So it is a daunting task. Jari, welcome back, man. He says 2 minutes from New Year's for me. 2 minutes, here we go. 1 minute. I know it's going to be late, so you're probably seeing this after the fact, but it is going to be 15 seconds
Air Canada 758,
until
right,
New
finish
Year's
squawk 57
for
entry.
some regions of Canada. Caracas, La Paz, San Juan, Santo Domingo, and more. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year to you folks. Happy New Year.
75, Cleveland Center, squawk 5772.
Squawk 5772 for Alpaca 875.
Man, you know this sounds realistic when everybody, you know this is a realistic sim when everybody on the radio even sounds tired. You're flying this time of night, everybody has the same tone of voice where they're kind of just a little wore out. That is too funny. I heard that Alpaca check on. Even the controller sounds a little bit tired. Where are we at? Are we, oh, we're over the water. Shoot, we're about to go over, is this Cleveland? Yeah, Lorain County, Ohio, LPR. Ferry to 172 from there all the way to Phoenix, Arizona. That's probably it right there. That's probably Lorain County Airport.
Radar
Wow.
contact 1 matter mile southwest of Litchfield VOR, flight low level 350, welcome.
Copy for 875.
Raphael, I saw your comment about the Fokker. Oh, that's funny, dude. Oh, that's good. Tom says DCS is love. DCS is life. F-14 is my favorite jet period in the game and real world. Besides, it has my name. There you go. Can't argue with that, man.
Air Canada 758, radar contact 20 miles southwest of the Saginaw VOR, flight level 350.
Alan says you had a very benign go-around on a Norwegian flight and everybody freaked out. Yeah. People don't like go-arounds, man. They really don't. They really don't. Vane says I've had some great fun with New Year's Eve, great flight attendants. Oh yeah, I always try to. If I am on a New Year's Eve flight, I haven't been in a while. Actually, last year we were, but I'm pretty sure it was. But yeah, the flight attendants. If you get a good crew and everybody's in good mood, it makes it worth the while.
5011.
Oh no, Tom, your SIP died. Oh rip. Alan says it's been fun. 4 a.m. here, so I need to catch up with some Z's. Alan, you hung in there strong, my friend. Get some rest, man. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Really enjoyed having a Boeing guy in chat be able to pick your brain on certain things. So thank you so much, man. Hopefully we'll see you stop by again, dude. Happy New Year. How much delay is there? A gaming pit stop? I'd be lying to you if I knew now. Normally it hovers around that 30, 45 second mark, but my house has been hit by about 4 different lightning strikes. I've lost connection 3 times. I've had to reboot the router. So at this point, I have no idea what kind of delay you guys are seeing. It is New Year's in Antigua.
Mach point 78, Bourbon 580.
Oh, what a stream, huh? We are closing in on an hour. Less than an hour to go, guys.
Air Canada 758, cross P-box at maintain flight level 3.
Oh my gosh, we actually have to start doing something here. Look at this, 395 miles to go. Can't even talk anymore. Nothing to see outside.
Just verify squawk 5711.
This is kind of a relaxing view, sitting back here behind the engine. Ginar Hoffman still here. Okay, Ginar, put in chat like the phonetics of how you say your name. I feel like I'm butchering it every time, and you've been around here so long. I don't want to butcher your name anymore. Give me like some phonetics of how to properly say your name. I can't believe you're still hanging there from Scotland, dude. Unreal. Jeremy said, have you ever had a day at work where you were tired and didn't feel good and had to fight your way through the day? Oh yeah, dude, that happens all the time. But there's a limit between being tired and being fatigued. So yeah, there's days where you're just tired and you feel like crap and you gotta get through. And that's, I think, where you having a really good, I can't even speak anymore because I'm getting tired now, but being able to rely on your training in a situation when you're tired is key. Now, there's a difference between tired and fatigued. If you wake up, and I've been fatigued, where I've actually called the company and said, look, I'm fatigued. I can't operate this leg today, because you have to understand the difference between tired and fatigued. And fatigue is actually a very serious thing. And again, this is a lesson learned in blood, right? So you have the Colgan air crash where you had 2 pilots who were extremely fatigued. They commuted from across the country. They slept in the crew room. And a situation came about where it was kind of mind-boggling to investigators and other people about why they reacted the way they reacted. And you have to think that fatigue definitely played a role in that accident. And after that, I mean, we have new sleep and rest rules for Part 117 here in the U.S. And again, that's another lesson that's learned in blood, and that you have to know the difference between fatigued and tired.
Mach 875, same Mach number.
Tom, I'm so sorry, dude. That is such a bummer. Do you know why it crashed? Like, did you get a like a crash log from it? That sucks, dude. Winter the Viking, hi from Gibraltar. 5 a.m. You're on night shift. Winter the Viking. Good evening. Welcome aboard, man. Welcome aboard. Jerry says, I've been watching for a while. I just fell asleep for 3 seconds. Oh, man. If you guys go to sleep, man, you got to get your rest. You got to do it. Deep mental, and there we go. 2021 now for you. Happy New Year from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. We're on curfew due to COVID. So good to have some place to hang around virtually. Deep mental. Thank you so much, man, for hanging around. Happy New Year to you. I wish a happy, healthy New Year to you and your family, my friend. All right, so he says it's G as in get, nar, and your Hofen is fine. Oh, Gunnar? So Gunnar. Gunnar? Gunnar Hofen? Oh, man, I'm so bad with names. I really am.
Happy New Year, Russia 232, maintain possible 370.
Vane says, do you ever have more than 2 pilots on domestic flights for fatigue? Vanes, it depends on the length of the flight. So there's something called augmented crews, where you actually have a relief crew, a relief pilot involved. And that depends on, and I think this would depend on country to country even, and maybe even airline to airline, but there is a set period of time where if the leg is longer than that, you have to have an augmented flight crew and you have to have rest. So there are certain instances when that is necessary. But you can go, I mean, you can get up to that 7-hour mark as a single crew, pretty much. What is the difference between fatigued and tired? Fatigued is something where you're tired to the point of where it will affect your mental capacity to operate a flight safely. Wow, that sounded like it came straight out of the FAA handbook, but actually that's my definition for you, is if you're fatigued, that means that if you even think that your ability to operate a flight safely can be compromised, that is fatigue. And whether it's your fault or whether it's, outside circumstances' fault, it is upon you to notify the company that, you cannot operate this flight safely. Now, tired is something like, man, we got up super early, my coffee hasn't kicked in yet, and you're just you gotta wake up a little bit. Fatigue is something more critical, where it will can actually affect your mental capacity to operate something. And I guess another way to put that is if I'm tired, let's say I'm just tired, right? My coffee hasn't kicked in yet. If something happens and I got like a little jolt of adrenaline, like maybe I trip and I think I'm going to fall and I get that little adrenaline rush, or, maybe something happens where I thought I forgot my wallet at home and I get that quick shot of adrenaline and now I feel fine. That's tired. Fatigue is where that doesn't even affect you. Like you could nothing will take you out of that state. That's fatigued, in my opinion. Gunnar Huffin, okay, is a character from a sci-fi novel by Lane M. Banks. Okay, I got you. Sam says the Expressway 31 in use. Oh boy, here we go.
68, descend and maintain flight level 330.
V1 AMSR after dark stream. Tom says, I have something in the log. I'm going to look into it. The 7.2 can be funky if left to explain a long time. Surprised it went down because the sim hadn't been open long enough. That's weird, man.
Canada 758, contact trying to send at 125.77.
Liam says, doing your PT test for the Air Force tomorrow? Air Force Academy? Well, good luck, sir.
Jet with 2348, contact New York Center 125.32. See ya.
12532, jet blue 38, or 28, whatever my call sign is. Happy New Year.
Culture shock, probably right around 7 hours, man.
4577, radar contact.
Are you talking block time? Are you talking like flight time or like block? Because I've had some long flights where you're delayed in the evening and you run through an entire duty day, because you can run through a duty day, what, 13, 14 hours, where if you have, you know, a 6-hour flight, say you're scheduled for a transcon, and you have a 13-hour duty day and 1 6-hour leg, that day can become very long if there's problems, and I've had those. Karen says I pronounce fatigue as fatigue. Alex says, are pilots sometimes afraid to say they're fatigued if it threatens their job? So it shouldn't, if you work for a good company, it shouldn't threaten your job. Now, if it becomes something on the regular and it's your fault, like you're regularly fatigued because of something you're doing, then there may be some punishment necessary, but you shouldn't be afraid to. If you're legitimately fatigued, you know, it's better to fess up and do the right thing than risk a bad move and then have a really bad situation come out of it. How do you switch camera view? So you can move around with the arrow keys, and then if you hit right control and then numpad 1 through 5, it will save that camera view for you. If there was a good L1011 for the sim, would you fly it? Pfft, you know it, man. Of course. We probably need to start looking at some stuff here. 3-1 in use in LaGuardia. Oh, yeah, here we go. All right. So I just checking something there on the YouTubes. All right, so hey, we can see LaGuardia. We could see it. All right, so let's see, is there, oh my gosh, LaGuardia Ground is online? LaGuardia ATIS is online? Information Echo?
125.32, thanks for the service and happy new year. Equipment 580.
Descent, we're going to do a 7-8.
125.32, happy new
320.
year. South Korea. Bye-bye.
Next phase.
Cleveland Center, good day. American 1543 at 90 miles west of Plain, flight level 350.
All right.
Contact position as reported.
Tom says a friend of mine wants to do F-14 stuff. You'd need a mod. to stay. DM me, but things seem quite mellow. Have a happy new year, everyone. Hey, Tom, take it easy, man. I'm jealous of that F-14 right about now. Take it easy, bud. All right, pulling up the ATIS here. Information at 340 at 8. We actually got to get this in. I got to wake up here. 340 at 8. So this is that fatigue tired, right? We got to get ready here. Temperature is 4 now. 4 degrees. Oh, that's cold. Expressway 31 in use. QNH is 3040. Cross Keating at flight level 330 of Bourbon 2021. Alright, Keating at 330. So let me come back in here. Keating, we're going to put in an altitude constraint of flight level 330. That is set. And we also need to put in a couple other restrictions here. So let's pull this out, man. We haven't seen this in a while. Airports, let's close LA out. Let's close that out. Let's get it going here. LGA, we are 45 minutes from the new year. This is awesome. Swappy, what is going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream, dude. Do I use XP Realistic? Yes, I do. I have profiles in the Airbus terminal as well if you'd like to use the profiles that I use. I think they're up to date. There might be one that's out of date that I need to fix, but here we go. 10-9. And we also need a arrival. We're on the MIP, which is Milton 4. And we also need the approach. I have to pull out my charts, right? Because we don't have anything for 3-3. Or 3-1. Expressway Visual 3-1. We do have a chart for it. That's cool. And I gotta change the runway in here. Arrival.
American 1543, same Mach number.
We're on 9.75, American 1543.
Alright, we need to do, we're on the...
American 1543, able Mach 0.7.
Hopefully this doesn't screw up our box here.
We'll try to let you know, American 1543.
Why can't I change my ILS? There we go.
Mach 0.7 tree or less for spacing.
Oh, we don't have...
We can take my Mach.
How do I want to do this? I'm trying to think how I want to load this in the box here.
Platinum 1, Cleveland Center. Go for Platinum 1.
I'm going to put the LOC 3-1.
I've already got it, sorry. Reduce speed to Mach 0.75.
MIP 4.
Mach 0.75 for Platinum 1.
Keating. Insert. There we go. Make sure we still have our... We got to put Keating back in. We still have that 330. That's in the box. And we need to start down. Let's go ahead and just do a... I guess we don't need to start down. We're 40 miles out. That's that tire there. Oh well. Let me get the volume back up here next plane. Alright, volume's back up a little bit. We'll turn this back up. Let me get the level. Plan mode, constraints are on.
Platinum 1 upon reaching Mach 0.75, descend maintain flight level 330.
Maroc has got another expect at 180. Put that in there. Biley is an expect at 13,000, so we're going to put Biley in here at 13,000. Altitude constraint. Beauty has an expect at 10,000. Let's put that in there. Just in case. This will also give us a better idea of our fuel.
5741 in the box, American 1543.
And then that'll set us up for that. So that looks good. I'm gonna put dials in the flight plan there in a little bit, but let's put LGA 3-1 in the box here. LGA 3-1. Okay, so since this approach is a visual approach. We're going to just put 200 as a reference. Actually, we're going to put more than that. We're going to put 500 feet for autopilot minima in there as well. This is just a reference. We're not actually flying the LOC 3-1 approach. I'm just putting this in there as a pure reference for me. We're going to be autopilot off anyway. How's our fuel? We got 51 minutes extra gas. We're looking good. 163 even. We're below max landing weight. So that looks good there. Nothing else to put here in the box. The only thing I want to add on the flight plan is the Harlem Dreams Apple Proud. Sometimes after Proud, they give you direct dials. So I'm going to put dials here.
5730, last jet 2334.
So it's Proud dials. I'm going to insert that, and I'm going to leave this disco. You know what, I can't because it won't give me my ETE, so we're going to close it. In the real airplane, I could leave this discontinuity right here, and I would still be able to get my UTC and distance. But that, no harm, no foul. We'll just go ahead and clear that out. We're going to be hand flying anyway. We'll close it together. This gets us somewhat of an idea of touchdown. So that looks good. Put you back into plan mode. Put you back out.
Urban 2021, contact New York Center 125.320.
125.32, Bourbon 2021. We'll see you.
And altimeter 3042.
Come on, Internet. Hang in there. TOD reached. Hopefully we'll get lower here in a minute.
Sputnik 2659, runway 31 left, taxi via Bravo Juliet, cross runway 22 right.
I put the restriction at Harlem instead of Beauty.
Cross 22 right, Sputnik 2659.
Center, good evening, Bourbon 2021, level 330.
Bourbon 2021, New York Center, good evening.
Good catch. Beauty is at 10,000. And Harlem has no restriction. Thank you. Good catch. All right. So it looks like they're going to keep us high. They may keep us high. We'll see here. Any chance for lower for Bourbon 2021?
Bourbon 2021, cross mark and maintain, flight level 180.
Cross mark, flight level 180, Bourbon 2021. All right, 180 is set. I'm going to manage up the speed. Mark is at 180, confirmed.
Beauty, cross Beauty out of maintain 10.
I don't think we're going to, are we going to meet that?
Beauty out of maintain 10,000.
Yeah, we're going to meet it. We'll be all right. I don't know why I was thinking, oh, because it's maybe Keating. We're good, we're good. We're going to do auto brakes medium for this approach. And we're catching up to our vertical profile. That looks good. Let's go ahead and get them started to seat down. PAs are made. We don't need our LS push buttons, so let's go ahead and review this. We're going to come in at Apple Proud. Then we're eventually going to get, probably fly direct dials, and then Long Island Expressway, make the turn over City Field, and on to 31. Now, dials, we have that intersection in there, so we're good. 4.9 from ILGA, so that is something that you can
Swift 761
put in the box there. 4.9 from LaGuardia. So what I will do here on the RadNav page, I'm going to put LGA, hard tune it. That way I will have hard tune DME distance. When we know we're about 5 miles from LGA, we will have, we'll be pretty close to dial. So that is set.
Bourbon 2021, same lock number.
We're doing 7A, Bourbon 2021.
Bourbon 2021, roger. Maintain maximum forward speed for now.
All right, maximum forward speed, Bourbon 2021. All right, so we'll pick it up. We'll do 8.0.
21741, proceed on
all right.
course. Wind 3508, runway 4 left, clear for takeoff.
We are pretty much ready to go. We'll go ahead and turn that light off. We'll turn the wing light off as we approach from the landing here. Wow, that's pitch black, so I guess we'll just sit here in the cockpit for a little bit since we're getting ready to go down to LaGuardia.
X45 Alpha Heavy, New York City.
All right, back to the chat here. We are getting down.
Bravo, Juliet, cross runway, GG right. American 197, descend and maintain 9,000.
Sam, you got it, man. Extended center line. So I was actually, does it center line work off? I just threw in the load, but yeah, that in the real airplane, I probably would have just put the runway 31. I would have used that as a reference, but low runway will be good. Wow, it just got really dark, didn't it?
Delta 683, New York City, good evening, proceed direct, Big E, climb and maintain, flight level 220.
Right, Big E 220, 683.
I mean, that's pretty cool. It's all
JetBlue
dark.
2348, cross
That's
line,
probably
maintain,
the
flight level
realistic level of lighting that you would see. Looks like there's traffic down there below. It's just going under the nose, maybe. So there's us. Man, we are almost there.
Cross mark, Biley to maintain 13,000, the Allentown on
30 descending 18. Golden State says, do you think you'll ever fly wide-body Airbuses on long hauls in real life? I don't know, man. Like, this is long, dude. And this is in a narrow body. I just don't have that burning desire to fly super long haul. I really don't. Would it be cool to fly a 350? You bet, man. But you don't just get to fly a 350 from Dallas to Chicago. You're taking a 350 from Dallas to Shanghai. So I just don't know if I want that lifestyle, which sounds weird because I love aviation. I love the 350, but a lot has to do with quality of life too. So. It's not in the plan, Golden State. I'll just tell you that right now. It's not in the immediate plans. Good old Expressway 31, I remember it well. Oh boy, here we go. Jerry, you like infinite flight? There's been a couple guys asking about it. I don't really have time to do a mobile sim. Sam says, did a radio off the KLGA waypoint and fix info close enough. Hey, that's a great way to do it, Sam. That's a great way to do it, dude.
Oh, yeah, we could do that. I have VFR on my side.
How dusty does a cockpit usually get? I can imagine the PFD looking like my PC monitor. It does. And we got a little screen cleaner so you can clean stuff, keep it up. But pilots, I mean, you'd be surprised. They're pretty messy, man. It gets dusty. People leave little crumbs and stuff in the seat. So kind of my pet peeve. I always try to leave the cockpit looking better than when I got into it. But they do get dirty, man. Especially the older planes, like the 319. I mean, that cockpit's all beat up. You got, scratches in the paint. No, I thought that was for us. So like on the tiller, if you're on the captain's seat, if you look at the tiller handle, where everybody has a wedding ring, like that paint's all rubbed off. The engine starts, levers, or switches, the paint's probably all rubbed off around there. Parking brake rarely ever says park brake on it just because the paint's been wore off. Now, on the newer airplanes, not, but when you start flying the old planes.
Heading 180, decent maintain 160.
321 likes at the moment. That's perfect, dude. The cool thing about long haul, when you land, that is true. That's where you are when you land. That is true. And you only do 2 trips per month. You got to be pretty senior unless you're doing like super long haul. But you probably do 3-4 trips a month, depending on your seniority. It all depends on where you're working too.
Okay, no worries. Just give me a call when you're ready.
But yeah, I got friends that do 2 trips, like 2 Paris a month, and they're done. I'm like, what? Come on, man. But actually, they are on the narrow body now because of COVID. Is weather all on ND realistic? Gosh, I don't remember now, dude. What is our weather set at? I believe it should just have the tilt angle.
You have 2 Romeo Fox runway, 31 left taxi.
I think it should just have the tilt angle on there, if I'm not mistaken. Whether all... That'd be something I'd have to look, man. That's so bad. Sheesh. Been a minute since I've been in the airplane.
Turkish 18 Alpha, descend and maintain 1 tree, 13,000.
sit down here on the thrust lever cinematic.
November 21741, contact LaGuardia Tower 118.7.
There we go, look at that.
Flight number 1, cross market and maintain flight number 1.
That's kind of a cool view.
Market 18,000 for flight
LaGuardia to Teterboro, there you go.
And flight number 1, say your Mach number.
Jenner says nothing stopping you doing a short haul in the sim 350. Very true, very true.
November 741, contact LaGuardia Tower 187.
Anthony, welcome back, my friend.
Happy New Year.
Ever consider cargo? Been there, done that. Been down that road, Steve. Do not want to go back. It was a great experience, great learning experience. Some of the most challenging flying I ever did was flying cargo. Single pilot, night ops, turboprops. Now, I mean, you've got cargo like FedEx, UPS, and I've never had a desire to do that either because that's a lot of backside of the work, backside of the clock. Not for me, man. It was hard enough doing it in turboprops. How serious is a busted 250 speed restriction below 10,000? Pretty. I mean, it's like if you hit 255 or something, it's not critical. But if you go over 250 for long, ATC will eventually say something like, "Why are you eating everybody up?" Plus, the airplane will tell on you too. It'll send off. I can't even think of the name now. It tattles on you.
American 197, that works as well. 6 miles from Catoy cross.
What's worse, LaGuardia or Newark? Ooh. Do I have to go to either one? I don't know, dude. I'm going to say Newark just because of the overnight. I like the LaGuardia overnight better, which doesn't say much. So, I'd rather go to LaGuardia than Newark, I think. That's a tough one. Anthony says used to run 777s between DFW and O'Hare, but that was for maintenance. Nothing to make a domestic division at DFW. I remember flying on the 350. Oh no, not the 350. 787 when they were doing proving runs, Dallas, Chicago. Heavy one, I recently did my dual cross country for PPL. I now have 38.2 hours. Anthony, or Alex. Awesome, dude. You guys have you have the same little avatar. Alex, awesome, dude. Congratulations, man. That's a great achievement, dude. 38 hours, man. You're getting up there. Trey says, I feel like UPS or flying cargo is really lonely. Weird having no passengers. That's the other thing too, Trey, is I love having, as much of an annoyance. Oh boy, we're about to overspeed here because we just went through
Outback 875 here.
Almost oversped. We'll give him 340.
Good evening, New York Center. This is Bourbon 503 flight level 330.
We're going to bring that speed back a little bit here.
Departure, turn right direct LaGuardia.
Where's our altimeter?
35010, 31 left KLAX, clear for takeoff.
3040 on the meter.
Sputnik 2659, proceed direct Merrick.
3040 set.
Sputnik 2659. And last half.
Just 1030. 3040 is set. Auto brakes. Medium.
Urban 503 here. Send a good evening cross. Mark, gotta maintain your level.
Let's run a checklist, shall we? Descent checklist. I'm sorry, approach checklist. Briefing is complete. ECAM. Status check. Seatbelts on. Minimums. We got 500 reference set. Engine anti-ice 1 and 2 off.
Urban 2021 cross. Pilot to maintain 13,000. Downtown altimeter 3042.
Pilot 13,000. Urban 2021. I'm just going to open descent it. Or we'll just do an open descent down to Biley 13,000 blue. Altimeters is 3040 set. Approach checklist is complete. Biley at 13,000. Down we go. Now I think I have some conflicting lights going on down there.
New York Center, good evening, American 101.
But Trey, yeah, what I was going to say about passengers is I like being in the terminals, and I like being able to have coffee and food, and I like that aspect of commercial flying. You know, when you're going to the cargo ramp all the time, I think you miss out on a lot of that. Now, granted, you get to miss out on a lot of headaches too, because passengers can give you some headaches. But
Jamaica 1-5 here, extending good evening. Squawk 7155.
7155 in the box here, Jamaica 1-5.
Number 2 Romeo Fox, contact approach 120 port we'll see you.
Ken says, I just landed at LaGuardia, there's some wind here, so be careful. Oh boy, I'm gonna have a sip of coffee. I'm not gonna be able to go to sleep tonight. Might have to do a F-14 stream next.
Platinum 1, reduce speed, let's do...
ATC is forcing you to stay too vid for a long time. Gonna have to say unable soon. If you got to, man, if you gotta slow up. You gotta slow up.
Alright, Platinum 1, reduce speed, let's go 290 knots, cross by, let it maintain 13,000, Altown, altimeter 3042. And then, 6 more times. Biley at 1 tree, 13,000. Biley 13,000 for a month. Very good.
American 101, currently 11 miles southwest of Skippy, landing LaGuardia.
American 101 here, center, good evening, sir, squawk. 7132.
7132, American 101.
I feel like
I'll pack 875, cross.
I'll throw back 330 here. Let me turn the wing lights on here so we can see something.
Jamaica 15, rate of contact 15,000, cross Cameron, and maintain 1,000.
Jeremy says, I just submitted my resume to another airline. I have a pilot who offered to help me through the process, find a place in it. Jeremy, fantastic, dude. You're going to find a place in the industry, my friend, for sure. I know you will. If you can't, send me an email, man. I'll see what I can do.
Bourbon 580, contact New York Pro 27.3, good night.
127.3.
Sam says, I don't want to get behind the airplane. Oh, yeah. Got to stay ahead of this approach. So, probably a good idea to just briefly go over this. So, dials, we want to be flaps 2, 180 knots. Prior to dials. So, again, this is one of those approach rules where I say, 2,000 feet above. You definitely want to be configured prior to dials. And let me look at my chart actually, make sure I have this correct.
2021, proceed direct beauty, cross beauty, and maintain 10,000.
Direct to beauty, cross beauty, 10,000, Bourbon 2021. Direct to beauty. Insert, cross it at 10,000. We're just going to open, descend it down.
Delta 683, cross Trish, and maintain 12,000, the Philly altimeter 3042.
Trish 2000, 683.
Slow it down 10 more knots here. This is saying 59. I just don't see it happening. I think we're going to be early. I don't want to be early. Alright, let me pull up LaGuardia on my company charts here so I can actually a little bit more detail for the expressway.
Yeah, number 21741, enter the right downwind runway 4 right.
All right, here we go. Expressway visual 3-1. Cross dials at 2,500. Flaps 2, 170 knots. So there we go. That's company restriction for dials. 170 knots. Flaps 2 in selected speed. At 0.3 prior to dials, you set vertical speed to 1,000 to 1,200 feet per minute. Use of bird is permitted. Upon crossing dials, gear down. 290 or greater, Bourbon 2021. We're doing that.
Cargo X45 Alpha, wind 350 at 10, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
I'm going to come back to 300. Come back to 300 here, just slow down just a little bit here so we're not screaming in here. So upon crossing dials, we'll go gear down, manage the speed. Configure the flaps 4 and remain on speed through the visual approach. The donut should initially show high and begin correcting. I don't think we have a donut in this airplane. Be at 1,000 feet abeam city field prior to turning final. So you want to be 1,000 feet right here. So go around up to 2,000 feet. Be a beam 500 feet.
Confirm that's 300 knots, 300 knots or greater, please.
Copy 300 knots for Boogle 503.
Alpac 875.
All right, we're
transition to
10,000 feet for beauty.
300 to list for Alpac 875.
Lights are loading in true X-plane fashion. I'm gonna go ahead and just turn on these lights right now. I know I'm gonna forget it when we get closer, so I'm gonna turn them on now.
Right, but if you like 4 left, you can do that as well.
We're coming in.
Sure. And Turkish 1 in Alpha. 4 miles from Canton, cleared high left runway 31 right approach.
Yes, I've been to LaGuardia's new terminal. It actually is really nice, Dynasty. You do have a point. You do have a point. The new terminal is very nice. Steve Van says butter coming up. 321 circling at night. I don't know. We could try our best. We're gonna try our best. I actually don't even think I have the butter landing rate, the one that normally pops up, says butter or smash, whatever.
Ready to contact, climb and maintain.
I think I need to update it because it stopped working on mine. So I have my other one that I think is a little bit more accurate anyway. But
Turn left heading 180.
oh yeah, cross dials. Yeah, yeah, dials is an actual waypoint. And sometimes they say dials or the white tanks. In visual conditions, they'll say, "Hey, do you have the white tanks in sight?" And say, "Yeah, we see them." You fly direct to the white tanks and then pick up the expressway.
Bourbon 2021, maintain 10,000. Contact New York approach 127.3. Have a good night.
27.3. You have a good one, Bourbon 2021. Good night.
The American 101, make that for.
I cannot believe we've had ATC almost this entire flight. We've had ATC this entire flight. Huge shout out to Vatsim. Approach good evening, Bourbon 2021, level 10,000 with information echo.
Bourbon 2021, New York approach, good evening. Thank you for echo. Expect the expressway visual runway 31 approach.
I will expect a expressway 31, Bourbon 2021. So dreams. Oh yeah, we're gonna be. I think we're gonna get there early. Yeah, we're expecting to cross dials at 52. Oh man, we're gonna be about 8 minutes early. All right, here's the deal. Since we might be a few minutes early, I will attempt a butter or go around. We will have to see. I will attempt a butter or go around. I don't know. My internet's not holding in there, so maybe I take that back. I take that back. Tal W says, Tower, we're going around, Bourbon 2120. This is your third go around. You okay up there? Yeah, but it's not midnight yet. Oh, jeez. That's funny. I'm going to go around 3 times so we can land in the new year. We have to go around in the new year, right? Oh, we have to land in the new year. We can't land in 2020, or else this whole stream had been for naught. Alright. Butter or go around for the first one if it's not 2021 yet. Let's see, we're doing 290 knots, Bourbon 2021.
Bourbon 2021, reduce speed to 250.
So it's 250, Bourbon 2021.
And New York approach, good evening, American 101. Information Charlie, would like to request the RNAV Zulu runway 31.
American 101, New York approach, good evening.
Pop those
Thank
boards
you
out
for
a little
echo.
bit.
Your approach request is received.
How hot is my PC? It's actually not very warm.
Stand by on that.
American 101.
PC's not very, very hard at all.
Approach, final 1, 10-5.
Gino says it's already 2021 here, so all's well.
New York approach,
There
good
you go.
evening, reduce speed to 250. And thank you for echo. Expect the expressway visual runway 31 approach.
Chris Scott says, I hope you have a A good New Year's. Thank you, Chris. You as well, my friend. You as well. Butter a go around SOP. Cut an engine for 2021. Alright, I will try my best to butter the first one.
101, maintain 250 knots.
So I gotta start looking at the go around. If we go around, what do we do? There is no go around procedure. If we go around, we'll set the missed approach altitude and yeah, man, now I wish I had the other Neo mod on the.
American
Well, we wouldn't
101,
be
the
doing a soft
RNAV
go around anyway.
031 is unavailable. The ILS-4 is available though.
Okay,
Let's
we
see.
can take the ILS-4 American 101.
15 minutes, yeah, we're gonna be early. So butter a go around.
American 101, expect the ILS runway 4 approach.
Shouldn't have been doing that 8.0 and cruise. A low pass would be great. Ooh, we could do a low pass.
Bourbon 2021 at Dreams, fly heading 120 vectors for sequence.
I'm sorry, what was that heading after Dreams for Bourbon 2021?
120.
Okay, 120 after Dreams, Bourbon 2021. All right, after Dreams, we're going to fly heading 120. Maybe he has other plans for us. Maybe he'll vector us out and then bring us back in.
101, descend and maintain 7,000, maintain 250 knots.
Sam says, I got a 176 at 1,100 feet down the runway. Wasn't proud of my slightly less than stable approach, though. Never done it on those. Sam,
2021,
awesome, man.
speed at 210, then descend and maintain 8,000.
All right, slow to 210 knots, descend and maintain 8,000, Bourbon 2021. All right.
Platinum 1, reduce speed at 210.
8,000 blue, open descent, coming back to 210. Seat back pocket, $5 donation. Thank you, man, for your support. I appreciate it. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well, my friend. Hope 2021 brings you great things. Hopefully better than 2020. 2020 was pretty rough on a lot of people, so thank you, man. I appreciate that. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you for your support on the channel, Seat back pocket. All right. Oh boy, what was it? Oh shoot, 120. Flew past the heading there. Come back, come back, come back, come back, Governor. All right, then we're going to. What we'll do is we'll just clear out Dreams. We'll clear P-Pause. We'll leave Apple and Proud and Dials in there. There's VFE next, -10. We need some slats. Flaps 1.
Bourbon 2021, turn right heading 180. You got a tailwind there. I need a little more room.
Right turn to 180, Bourbon 2021. Hey, that's good. This guy's moving me around. I appreciate it. I'll take all the delay vectors I can get here. 13 minutes of them.
101, confirming you're descending to 7,000.
Affirmative, we're leaving 9,000 for 7 American 101.
Thank you.
All right, so we're flaps on 100, 210 on the speed. We're out of 9 for 8,000. We're looking good. We're looking good. Flying over New York. Is the goal to land at midnight or land in 2021? Either or, as long as it's midnight plus 1 second, but I guess we could technically go around and then land in 2021. It's pretty hard to coordinate a flight for 6 hours and land at midnight. We got close though. We're 12 minutes out. I think what screwed me is I wasn't flying. If I was flying my cost index the whole way instead of trying to beat Vodka and Tom and all those guys, probably would have been right on the money.
Flight present heading vectors for sequence, descend and maintain 8,000.
Heading 8,000.
Do or do not. There is no try. Or at least there's no
2021, turn left heading 090.
left turn 090, Bourbon 2021.
American 101, contact New York approach 120.8. Have a good night.
20.8 American 101. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Fly the pattern if you have to go around. PA 1500 for go around. Love that wing view now with the lights on Wojtek. I agree, man. Go around a low pass. Those are honestly your only options. I agree. Is this when you dump waste?
Bourbon 2021, continue to left turn, direct Apple, descend and maintain 7,000.
Alright, continue left turn, direct Apple, descend and maintain 7,000, Bourbon 2021. Oh, rip, can't go direct Apple. do this. We'll go like this. 7,000. Curious. Got nav, no nav intercept. I didn't think so. So can I will this screw up my box? There we go. Nav mode will clear out that disco. More than one way to skin a cat there. Oh, thought it was gonna. Alright, there we go. That looks good. Apple Proud dials. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat 10 knots or so.
Bourbon 2021, contact near approach 120.8. Have a good night.
20.8. You have a good one, Bourbon 2021.
Maintain 4,000, American 101.
Approach, good evening, Bourbon 2021, level 7,000, direct to Apple.
Bourbon 2021, your approach, right?
There we go, get some lights going on there. So my TK light mod obviously doesn't work anymore. Got traffic behind us out there. I don't know if that's traffic or an FS 2020 airport. A little maneuver there.
Still holding 250 knots, American 101. American 101 speed.
Voice says you just have the wing light on after dark. Yeah, I turned it on in cruise this flight too, just so we could see something. Oh, that's a cool shot too, right there, going right down the leading edge. 2400 hours is not happy with that approach. Landing was alright. May the force be with you. Thank you, Q400.
Bourbon 2021, I'm showing you indicating 6,700. Check your altimeter, LaGuardia altimeter 3040.
Alright, yeah, we're showing 3040 level 7,000, Bourbon 2021.
Alright, Bourbon 2021. This happens a lot. That sucks.
I can go down a couple hundred feet if you want.
Yeah, at this point, Bourbon 2021, descend to maintain 4,000. Usually it fixes itself by the time you get closer.
Okay, descend to maintain 4,000, Bourbon 2021.
That's what happens when you call signs Bourbon.
Oh, look at the bridge up here, guys. Look at this. I wish the rest of the city was in right now. You can barely see downtown. It's starting to light up now, but there's I'm drawing so many blanks right now, but hit the bridge up the river. There's downtown. There's Freedom Tower. Oh my gosh, it's actually like Christmas colors, red and green. There we go. Now we're starting to get some. Brooklyn Bridge over here. This is awesome. My sister's apartment building is like right here. Statue of Liberty. Statue of Liberty lit up. Let's see if we can. Whoa! Trying to zoom way in on it. That's not going to happen. That's too cool though.
101, you're 2 miles from green. Cross green, enter above 3,000. Cleared ILS 24. Approaching at 180 knots till Dennis.
That's awesome.
Cross green, enter above 3,000. Cleared violation on 24. American 101. American 101, maintain 180 knots till Dennis.
Are you on an X Enviro? No X Enviro.
Bottom 1 you approach on.
Yeah, cabin is extremely bright. Yeah, I am running X Enviro actually. I am running X Enviro.
Approach American 129 heavy hit.
Cal Cruz has just buttered 84 feet per minute. Now off to New York Times Square for the ball drop. Kyle. Awesome stuff, dude. Had a too shallow approach after dials, then high at City Field.
21 reaching 4,000, reduced speed to 210.
Okay, reduced speed to 210 knots at dials, Bourbon 2021. So I'll probably just bring it back an extra 10 knots. Uh-oh. Frames. No, my frames are going to disconnect me. No. It's loading in everything at New York. I think I have. No. What? Looking at that way kills my FPS. Reconnect. Looking that direction kills my FPS. For Bourbon 2021, can you repeat that direct to?
Bourbon 2021, proceed direct dials, Delta India Alpha Lima Sierra, report the twin white tanks in sight.
Alright, direct dials reported inside Bourbon 2021. So if I'm
Platform
looking,
one, maintain
there's something
4,000.
conflicting when I'm looking straight ahead, that my frames go tank mode. So there's something, I have some conflicting light or something up here. Look at this. When I look over here, oh yeah, my frames go down. I'm just going to tell them we have it in sight. We got the white tanks in sight, Bourbon 2021.
Bourbon 2021, cross dials at 2,500, clear expressway visual runway 31 approach.
Alright, dials 2,300, cleared expressway 31 approach, Bourbon 2021.
Bourbon 2021, 2,500 dials.
2,500 dials, Bourbon 2021. So there we go again. Rip. Why does that keep happening? There's got to be something conflicting here, because we don't even have X and Viro on. Well, that sucks. Alright, let's go flaps 2. We need to get down 2,500. There's something, because like my frames are just dropping. I gotta figure that out. I remember that happened last time when we came from LaGuardia, huh? You know, because it's the same computer. I've run the Tolus into New York here at night and not had this issue. Look at this. What is going on? But if I look over here, X and Viro's off, man. X and Viro's off. That's still a pretty view. I don't know what... I must have a duplicate ground texture, or duplicate buildings or something. That's alright. That's why you use Swift. Yeah, VRAM is probably maxed out. Disabled. I don't have Drzwecki, I don't believe. And I don't think I can even... I'm pretty sure I don't have Drzwecki, man. I think that's just default. The only thing I had were light mods. Actually, no, I did have Dizreg. Maybe I will delete. I have to check, dude. Disaster on approach 2020. It's okay. We're still looking good, though. Oh, shoot. I should probably fly the airplane. Gosh, that's terrible down there. Well, if the ATC is watching, I apologize. Let's go ahead and start managing it up.
2,500.
How are we going to fly this, man? We're going to try to fly it anyway. We'll go flaps 3 out of sequence. We're about to cross dials. That's still really sweet looking. I think we're going to be alright. We got 2 minutes to touchdown. They want me to land in 2021. So, I know it'll be delayed for you guys, but I will be experiencing it in real time. So, Godspeed. Here we go. There's the expressway autopilot off. Gear down. This is going to be flying a freaking slideshow. Flight director off. Flaps full. Ding the flight attendants. Oh boy.
2,000.
This will be a challenge. Landing checklist. Cabin crew advised auto thrust is speed. ECAM memo landing all green. Landing checklist is complete. We are cleared to land. 60 seconds to touchdown in the slideshow. This is 2020 trying to bring us down. This is it. This is 2020 trying to bring down our stream, and it's not going to happen. We're going to land in 2021. It's going to be amazing. 50 seconds to go. Should I just like cut it in and land right at 2021? Gino says, just to let you know, we're all counting on you. Oh my goodness. Nothing like an airplane quote here to round out 2020. Dude, this is brutal. This is brutal. I mean, that looks pretty as all hell. I guess we have replay mode, so I guess I don't have to get too crazy with the... Oh my gosh, look at all the lights. Maybe I'm like double loading lights. I don't know. I had the fish for dinner. I don't know if I'll butter. Yeah, Anthony's like, if you can butter with that bad frames, that's when you know you're good. Oh man. Hey, we're gonna fly a really good approach though. I mean, what are we, like 20 frames per second? Probably less than 20 frames per second, definitely. Happy New Year! There it goes, man. There it is. Happy New Year. We're coming up on 1,000 feet. We'll start the turn. I really wish I had track IR right here.
1,000.
We're looking to be about 500 feet as we roll out here. This is crazy. 10 knot tailwind. That's always good. Need to be looking out. I need my track IR. We'll be all right. We're peaking. We're peaking. Oh, a little bit high there. Slideshow approach 2021. Happy, not 2020, guys. Oh, I'm gonna be high. I am higher than a van full of hippies here.
500.
Oh my gosh. There's all whites. That's not good. I don't think I can go around in this.
400.
Alright, we're gonna...
Sync rate. Sync rate.
Correcting.
300.
Correcting.
Sync rate. Sync
Oh
rate.
my gosh.
Sync rate.
3 frames per second.
200.
Alright, let's go around. We're not gonna ruin a long haul. Go around. Flaps. Positive rate. Gear up. We are not going to end. We're not going to start 2021 full of jip whiz. Even if we're flying in 10 frames per second. 1,000 feet to go. I'm going to accelerate to 180 knots. Level 2,000. I'm going to select heading. We're going to clear out the box here. We're gonna come left over downtown. We're not the first go round of 2020. 2021. Alright, there is F speed. There we go. Let's go ahead and continue climb to 3,000. Thrust climb, open climb. And I'm doing the box. We'll reload you. Insert that, and then I'm going to go here. I'm going to go direct. And we're going to clear out everything here. Hopefully this doesn't crash my sim. I'm just going to do this. Alright, open climb nav heading, 2 for 3. Continue left turn down the river. 190. There's a beautiful shot of New York, or Brooklyn anyway. Not even Queens. It may be a nightlight bug. I think so too. It's gotta be all those night lights, dude. I gotta have some bug going. There's gotta be a conflicting something though, because I've taken in the flight factor in New York at night and had 30, 40 frames, no problem. But that's all right. We're gonna say we saved it. We get a little extra scenery here. Why are we in nav mode? I don't want to be in nav mode. Come back. Come back. Hang on to it now. Hang on to it now. There we go. Anthony says it's still 2020 for V1. That's why he has bad frames. You have autosaved on the toll list. You're right. Alternate? No. We're not going to our alternate. We are landing in New York City. Look, see now the frames just cleared up. When I'm looking down, so something's going on. When I look up, maybe it's like the extended nightlight mod in combination. That's alright, we're gonna save it though. We're going right over downtown. You don't get to see that every day. That's almost as bad as your sim frames. Dude, alright, we're not gonna fly right over those buildings. Alright, let's do this. Here we go. We are 5 miles from LaGuardia, so we're pretty much a beam dials right now. We're gonna try to scroll our frames down to 2500. We're gonna get this, guys. We're gonna get this. I'm not giving up. But Anthony is right. It is still 2020 where I am. 2500. Open descent. 180. Let's extend flaps 2. There's New York City looking beautiful. Yeah, it's gonna, yeah, that's the lights. I know it's the lights. ILS to 4. Nope. We're going right back around. We're going to hit 3-1. We got this. So we're flaps 2. And let's rip it around.
2,500.
Zero 90. As a reference here, can I put dials? It's probably going to draw a weird line on my box, but I just want a reference. So there we go. We're coming around to dials. We're looking good. Our frames are taking. If I look down, does that save it? If I just do pure instrument mode, not really. Keep coming. Swing, baby, swing. There's the expressway. Expressway's in sight. Throwback to FSX. Maybe not that bad. Good luck. It's pretty bad. But we will not let it define us. Not after 6+ hours. Gosh, this is so terrible. Oh, here we go. Autopilot's coming off. Bird is on. Flight directors are attempting to be shut off. Perf. Wow. Clear you. Activate. Confirmed. Here we go. We're gonna get it. Here we go. Flaps 3. F-16s have been scrambled. Flaps full, landing checklist. Cabin crew advised, auto thrust. Speed. ECAM memo. Landing. All green. Landing checklist is complete. We're clear to land. We're going to anticipate this one here. The low frames, I think, slow the approach down. That's why we were high. So I'm going to hustle down a little bit here in anticipation of flying frame by frame. Upstate New York is sounding pretty good right now. Hey, we'll just, how about this? We'll just bust out of here, go land in Chicago when it hits midnight in Chicago. We got the fuel for it. We got, well, I don't know, we got 7,000 pounds. That would be something, huh? I think my altimeter is way off. Because it is not 30-40. There's no way my rad out, that should be it too. What does this say? 30, that's freaking huge. Oh gosh. Look at that. 3006 is 300 feet difference. See, now we're gonna be low. That is what did it. That's exactly what did it. Why was my altimeter saying 30-40? Come on, next plane. Try diverting JFK? No, we got this, man. A little power, please. Much appreciate you. Now we're low because we were set at 30-40. Maybe VATSIM weather injection is got an issue with. Well, we don't have X and Viro on, so I don't know. That's right, there we go. Here's our turn. Let's keep coming down now. We're 1,000 feet on the turn. We're looking good. There we go. 500 feet on the rollout. Drop the ice cube. Alright, I gotta pay attention to this. Ryanair's ice slip. Ooh, I do like ice slip. Fun place. Keep on turning. We're looking good now. We're looking good.
.500.
9 knot crosswind.
.400.
A little high, we could save it. Oh my gosh, this is like flying.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
I have my stick
Sync
almost
rate.
full aft.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
There we go.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
200.
As soon as the frames catch up, it'll realize that I'm not face pointing down. We're looking good. I'm gonna try the freaking butt of this. I don't even care about touchdown zone now. Make me
100.
go around Drzwecki. I don't think it was him. I think it's my light.
50. 40.
Oh my gosh.
30. 20. Retard.
Oh.
Retard. 10. 5. Retard.
Hey, according to that, with a bounce, spoilers, reverse grade, decel, jeez Louise. $70 knots, manual brakes. Well, we made it. I think we got 2 landings in 2021 in the books. Let's take this next left turn. The frames were so bad that this went from 6 to 77. I don't know if it was 6 on the first one to 77 on the second one. Let's just park at the frickin' gate, watch a replay, and go to bed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to New York's LaGuardia Airport. Happy frickin' New Year. Let the APU start up. I'm gonna turn the dome light on so I can see what the heck I'm doing. I don't even know if I can turn. This is like bourbon parking all over again. Freedom! Freedom BW 21, $1 donation. Thank you so much, man. He says, Happy New Year. Freedom, thank you for your very generous donation on the stream. Happy New Year to you as well. This was one heck of an adventure. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Like, the APU won't even start because it doesn't have any frames to spool up. Thank you very, very much, Freedom, for your generous donation and support on the channel, man. Happy New Year to you as well. Alright, we're going to just park it at this freaking gate here because I cannot see anything. I do not need to go left. I know I need to go right. You are incorrect. This is hurting my eyes. Just like LaGuardia is standing right underneath the nose, expects me to see him. Brake set. APU is almost available. FPM is in frames per minute. Not something I've seen since I played PC sports. Available. Gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to LaGuardia. Happy frickin' New Year. Happy New Year to all on the East Coast. We made it. Let's watch a replay and get out of here. I'm not even going to do my after landing flows. We're going to put you guys straight into replay mode. And that's going to be it because I am wiped. That's a little too far back. That's a little too far forward. What? Where are we at here? Straight down, it's all right. Alright, here's our second attempt. GNR says, another brilliant sleep. Salute, man. Get out of here, dude. GNR, get out of here. Sleep can't get out of here. We're gonna play this. I'm just going to let it go from here. I'm going to get the sail music going. I'm going to let you guys enjoy the replays because I am wiped out. Huge shout out to VATSIM, my mod sponsors, everyone who donated in the chat, everyone who's just hanging out, everyone who hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button already and you're just tuning in to see what the end of a 6-hour plus stream looks like, my house got hit by lightning, my internet went out, we had snow, we had rain. Hit the like button just for all that stuff. I mean, even if you don't like me. Plus, it's no longer 2020 on the East Coast. So, ladies and gentlemen, to 2021 and beyond, Happy New Year. I'm V1. Stay safe, stay healthy. See ya.